Hey everyone, and welcome to Slumber Reads. Tonight we have a little bit over 10 hours of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1100 likes on this one. Dropping a like is the best way to help out the channel. I don't really do sponsorships or anything, so just dropping a like is really all I ask for. But also, if you are new here and you find yourself enjoying this video, subscribing is also very much appreciated. We are coming up very close on 139,000, and I want to see if I can hit 145,000 before the end of the year. But yeah, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy these 10 hours of horror stories with no mid-roll ads. Except for the ad break after this intro, there will not be any more ad breaks after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Forgive me. It started on a Monday, right on the hottest day of the summer. I keep a pretty strict morning routine. I have since mid-high school. When I realized that, it's true. Surviving off of 4 hours of sleep and 5 Pop-Tarts eaten spread out throughout the course of the day really isn't very good for your mental and physical well-being. I go to bed early with a full nighttime routine complete with noise-canceling headphones, and I wake up well-rested around 6 a.m., which is right when the sun is coming up in mid-July. That's one of the reasons I really prefer the winter. I like to be up before it's bright outside. It gives me a sense of privacy for those few hours before anyone else is awake. It gives me some time where I know without a shadow of a doubt that no one will be thinking about me, looking at me, or trying to talk to me. It did, at least. On this Monday, I was following my usual schedule. I rolled out of bed to the sound of my cats shrieking at me, fed them, hopped in the shower, got dressed, and put on some coffee. I didn't notice him until I walked to the window, mug in hand, warming both of my palms. He was unassuming. He stood right at the end of my driveway, in front of the concrete path through the grass to my front door. He was wearing comfortable clothes, like what you might put on for a trip to the airport. Sweatpants, hoodie. His hair was wet, as if he'd also recently gotten out of the shower, just like I had. I frowned, bringing my coffee to my mouth as I watched him. I didn't recognize him, but that wasn't saying much. I don't know any of my neighbors. I mostly just kept to myself. He didn't have a dog, so he wasn't walking one. He wasn't holding newspapers or mail. In fact, this man lacked any sense of duty at all. There was no urgency or responsibility in his stance. He gave me no indication that he was only pausing in front of my yard to smell the flowers before continuing along with his day. He was just standing. I found my work bag where I'd left it the night before, sitting on my couch. I packed it back up, shoving my laptop and refilled water bottle into the pocket. When I got back to the window, he was still standing there. He was looking around, almost like he was bored. He looked up at the clouds, then down at his feet, and at what must have been a watch on his wrist. I hesitated, taking one last sip of my coffee before putting my cup in the sink. Then I opened my front door, stepping outside into the rapidly warming day. "Hey," I called out, my voice still gravelly from sleep. I crossed my arms over my chest as if it was cold, hugging myself. "Can I help you, man?" The man seemed surprised to hear me speak, looking up from a crack in the pavement that he'd been closely examining. He blinked, the silence stretching between us across the lawn. "No," he said finally. "I'm okay." More silence, this time feeling far more tense. I felt my face grow hot in embarrassment for the both of us. How didn't he understand that it was strange that he was standing there, in front of my house at 7 in the morning, and wouldn't tell me why? "Okay," I mumbled finally, frustrated. I was never good at confrontation. I locked the door behind me, taking extra care to make sure it was latched securely. It had of course crossed my mind that he could be casing me. But who would be so stupid as to do it out in the open like this, where I could clearly see his face and identify him to the police later if I had to? I got in my van and backed out of the driveway. In my rearview mirror, I could see him, standing there, watching me pull out. He didn't move. I told myself this was fine. This was just a weird story to tell Casey later. Another one of those instances where something strange and unexplainable happens to someone that realistically has a perfectly reasonable explanation. I was fine with not knowing why this happened, because he'd been gone by the time I got home, and that would be that. I was early to work, but I was always a little early. I hung out in the break room, waiting to clock in. 10 minutes before my shift started, Casey arrived. He looked more tired than usual, with bags under his eyes, and he groaned when he spotted me, slumping down across from me. "Good morning," he grumbled, drawing out the G. I couldn't help it. A small smile tugged at my lips. Casey expressed everything so animatedly, as opposed to my usual monotone. It left me wondering every day what he was going to be like. He was my only sense of entertainment at work, and maybe in general. There weren't many people that I genuinely considered a friend of mine, but he'd placed himself adamantly in that role almost as soon as I met him a few years ago in this very room. All of the stress of the morning melted away. "You're not going to want to hear this," I said, "but you forgot your name tag." He looked down at himself and threw his head back in agony. "Dang it, Megan will be so upset. 3rd time this week." I checked the time. 5 minutes until I clocked in. "Still getting those calls?" "Yes, my God, they won't give it a break." He scrubbed at his face. His hair looked greasy, like he'd forgotten to wash it. "I've tried blocking the numbers. I've called the phone company. Whoever it is won't stop. They must be buying burner phones or something. I really think it's that guy from last month that I pissed off." "All you said was no refund for that destroyed phone. That thing was like a couple of slivers of glass tied together by some wires." "I know." He rested his head on his arms, slumping over on the table. "Well, apparently he found another place to buy it off him, because he could sure afford a new one." It was time for me to start work. As I stood up, everything that I wanted to tell him about rushed back to me. Something about how unexplained the calls he'd been getting had reminded me. "Oh my God, I have to tell you something later. When's your lunch break?" Casey could always make things feel a little less serious. He could always make me feel better, make me see that things weren't so drastic. I hoped he never lost that quality about him. When work was over, the sun was low over the horizon, drenching the parking lot in orange. My day had felt long and stressful, as most did, but I still relished the sense of purpose and community that it afforded me. As much as I liked being home and by myself, being at my job was crucial to my stability, and I always had a hard time transferring from one state to another, because when I left in the evening, and the drive home felt eerie and quiet compared to the bright fluorescent lights and conversation I'd been submerged in moments before. I listened to the radio, letting the sound of newscasters and commercials comfort me as I took my route home. As soon as I turned down my street, I knew something was wrong. I knew before I even saw them. There were 6 people now, all standing in front of my house. The man from this morning was still there, leaning from left to right to give each foot a break from the burden of his weight, right where I'd left him. But now there were more of them, lined up behind him in single file, all unassuming and dressed comfortably, as if they had nowhere else to be but here. I pulled into my driveway, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I waited a moment before turning off the engine, the radio droning in the background, not absorbing anything, and garbled voices were saying, "Was I supposed to call the police?" That sounded like my personal nightmare. Was this some sort of group effort to freak me out? Some kind of gang stalking tactic? I couldn't think of a single person who might hate me enough to do something like this. I tended to stay out of people's way. I got out of the car, shrugging my bag over my shoulder, muffling over what I should say. "Excuse me," I called out, taking a few steps towards the line, cautious. "What's going on here?" Maybe it wasn't the most eloquent way to ask, but I could hardly even get the words out. My voice was shaking just as much as my hands still were. A couple of the people looked at each other. I swore I saw one of them shrug. A younger man, maybe a few years younger than me. "We're waiting," the younger man said finally, smiling politely. It was like the smile I gave customers after an extra grueling rush. Tired. I stared at him blankly. I looked between each of their faces. That look was the only thing they had in common. That exhaustion, sewn in a little below the surface, somehow mingling with a certain sense of excitement that hummed in the air between them. Anticipation. "Why?" I deadpanned. I was getting frustrated again. What did I have to do to get a straight answer? For what? Why here? The young man looked around as if hoping that someone else might answer, but when no one spoke up, he turned to me again. "This is where we were told to wait." My mouth dropped open, and I forced it to close again. I was in awe at how he thought that was a suitable answer. I opened my mouth another time to say something concise. Something like, "Who the hell told you to wait here?" But all that came out was a strangled sound, like I was an animal that had been shot by a bow and arrow. I went inside, shutting down and defaulting into walking up my front steps, locking the door again behind me. I tossed my bag down and pulled out my phone, calling Casey. I didn't know what else to do. My cats meowed at my feet, scratching at my ankles. "Stop calling this number," he said after a couple of rings, his voice slightly breathless. "I'm serious, dude. If you don't stop, I'll..." "It's me," I said, slumping down into a chair at my kitchen table. I looked around just to make sure nothing seemed tampered with, although my door had still been locked when I got home. Sorry, man. I'm on a run. I just assumed it was that guy again. What's up?" I paused to swallow, collecting my words and lining them up in my head like those people outside, one after another. "You know that man I told you about who was standing outside my house this morning?" "Yeah?" I let out a shaky breath. "He's still here, and there are more of them now." I heard him stop running, his breathing hard and his clothes rustling as he readjusted them. "Are you serious?" "Yeah." For some reason I felt on the verge of tears. I didn't want to be a baby. I just didn't like situations like this. Situations where I felt like I needed help. But my anxiety was bad enough as it was. I just wanted someone else to see the same thing I was, affirm that my fear was justified. "Hang on," he panted. "I'm only a few blocks away from you. I'll come over." "Okay," I muttered, resisting the urge to tell him to be careful. That was stupid. The people outside hadn't shown any signs of being dangerous. "Thanks." I watched out of my front window waiting for him to arrive. I watched the people on the line. Some had sat down on the curb, some were checking their phones. The first man and an old woman behind him were having an animated conversation. Before my very eyes, 2 more people joined, walking up from somewhere down the street. Casey stared at them as he jogged up my driveway, his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. They stared right back at him, some whispering amongst themselves. I unlocked the door for him, letting him inside. He was drenched in sweat, his hair even greasier than it had been that morning. "You weren't kidding," was the first thing he said, peering through the blinds like I had just been doing. "No," I choked out, beginning to pace. "Why would I joke about this?" "I don't know." He ran his fingers through his hair. "To freak me out?" When have I ever done something like that? Despite everything, despite the way my face was screwed up as if I was in physical pain, he grinned at me. "Thought maybe you were trying something new." "Casey." "Okay, I'm sorry." He nodded, looking up at the ceiling like he was mulling it over. "Let's call the police." The patrol car that pulled up carried a heavy-set bald man with a blonde mustache. A man who looked unequivocally like a cop. He came to the door while looking behind his shoulder, just like Casey had. I told him about the man. I told him I had tried to talk to them, to not much success. I told him I was worried for my own safety, just like Casey had instructed me to before his arrival. It's just like at the doctor, he said. Exaggerate so they have to take it seriously. The cop agreed that it was strange. Give me a moment, he told me. I'll try and get some answers. Casey and I watched as he went up to the line. Starting with the man at the front, I could see their mouths moving, but there was no way to know what they were saying from there. The man nodded at something, and the cop shrugged. Everything seemed very ordinary, as if none of this was anything of any urgency. Casey and I shared a nervous look. Here's the thing, the cop said when he finally returned to my front door, after seeming to speak to a few more of them. They don't seem very talkative. Best I can assume is this is some kind of social experiment type deal, or a prank, but they don't seem to be aggressive or of ill intention. I could do nothing but stare at him. Casey was the one to speak after a moment of empty air. Can't you tell them to go away? The cop sighed, taking a moment to speak in a low voice into his radio. They're on public property. They're in front of my house. I managed to squeak. They're inches from my lawn. The man nodded sympathetically, in a way that didn't feel entirely sincere. I understand that. Unfortunately, I can't do much unless they pose an active threat. I could tell he was already detaching himself from the situation, losing interest in our conversation. Call us again if they do anything else. I watched him go, offering me one last curt nod. I couldn't believe it. When I turned, Casey was shaking his head in dismay, looking just as exasperated as I was feeling. He stayed for a while, then told me he would have to go home. It was dark by then, the streetlights illuminating the standing bodies lined down the sidewalk. They weren't even leaving for the night. I'm sorry, he winced. I have to feed my dog and try to get some rest. I'll call you first thing in the morning and check in, okay? I just nodded. My throat felt tight. It was taking everything in me not to beg him to stay. I didn't want to be alone, but even more than that, I didn't want to seem desperate. He searched my face, apprehensive. I could tell he felt guilty. Will you tell me if anything changes? I nodded again, summoning my strength. Don't worry, Casey. I'm good. Are you sure you're okay walking home? I could give you a ride. I said it thinking of the people outside, as if one of them might chase him down, but as soon as it left my mouth, I remembered his weird phone calls. It occurred to me that he might be scared right now, too. Still, he shook his head. I'll be fine. I'm fast. I'll run. He punctuated the sentence with a laugh. Cool. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Cool. He hovered awkwardly by the door for a moment before giving me a handshake, slapping my hand. I was sure I was sweaty, but he didn't show any acknowledgement, which I immensely appreciated. As soon as he was gone, the house settled into an uncanny quiet. I turned on all the lamps, closed all my shades, and double-checked that all the doors were locked. Then I went to bed, praying that when I woke up, things would go back to normal. But they weren't. The second I opened my eyes the next day, a deep feeling of dread closed in on me. There had to be more than 70 people now, lined up down the street. I walked down my driveway, staring in horror. Some of them had brought chairs. Some were sleeping, curled up against the rain gutters. Some seemed wide awake, bouncing anxiously on the balls of their feet. I couldn't even see all the way to the end of the line, as it curved where the street did, disappearing around a bend. I felt like my brain was breaking. I sucked up all my nerves and walked down the line, trying to determine if I recognized a single one of them. Some were more willing to talk to me than others. Some of them just looked at me nervously, or avoided my eyes entirely. I started asking each of them what they were waiting for, to varying degrees of success, but no one would give me a completely straight answer. "I'm here for my son. I need another chance," one woman told me, but when I asked what she meant, she only shook her head at me apologetically. "They all think that being first in line means they'll be first," another woman said, as if she was just gossiping, as if I had any idea what she was talking about. But I don't even think that's how it works. Still, it's good to be here early. Probably. Shows you really want it. One man, when I focused in on him, burst into tears. The people next to him in line rubbed his back. I was walking back up the line towards my house, in a daze of confusion and still half awake, when someone grabbed my sleeve. Her eyes were wide and watery, and her fingers trembled as she held on to me. "It'll happen soon." She whispered quickly, quietly, the faces of the people around her darkened, glaring at her. "You know what to do." "I know you know what to do." I sprinted back to my house, slamming the door behind me. I had 2 missed calls from Casey. I called him back and he answered on the first ring. "Dude, I was worried. I know you're always up by now." "I'm okay," I muttered, still out of breath from running back. "Casey, there are so many people now. They're all the way down the block." "Oh my god, are you serious?" "Yes, and they're so weird. I don't know what they... Hang on. Why are you up so early?" I could almost hear him shrugging through the phone. "Didn't sleep much." "Why?" There was a beat. I kept feeling like someone was in my house. I could feel myself frowning, my mouth turning down. I swallowed hard. "Casey." I know, it's stupid. Are you coming to work?" I walked down the hall to my room, still holding the phone up to my ear, just to do something, just to keep moving. "I guess so. I don't know what else to do." He sighed in relief. "Okay, great. I'll see you there." "I'll see you there." When I got back to the living room, I nearly leapt out of my skin. There was a man standing at my window, his hands pressed to the glass, peering inside. As soon as he noticed me, he sprinted away, and I watched him reclaim his spot in line, about 5 houses down from my own. The next few days kept me in a constant state of fight or flight. When I drove home from work, I started passing the line 5 minutes before I pulled into my driveway, then 6. The line only multiplied. It was like the population of an entire town had coordinated to stand right in front of my doorstep. I called the police several more times. To their credit, they did finally try and tell the line to leave, threatened them with loitering charges. Once they really did start to disperse, and the relief I felt was incomparable. But as soon as the squad car pulled away, they were back. I started to feel hopeless. On my days off, I just sat inside with the blinds drawn, obsessively checking to see if anything had changed every few minutes. I wasn't sure at this point if it would unnerve me more if it did or if it didn't. Either way, I would have no explanation. The atmosphere was changing. The buzz that had been hovering in the air since those first few people arrived was only growing stronger. They were waiting for something, and it was coming. It was getting closer. The next Wednesday, Casey called me as I lay in bed waiting for exhaustion to hit me. It was around 10 p.m., long past when I used to go to bed so I could wake up early. I had given up on routine. "John," he said when I picked up. I immediately sat up in bed. His tone was different. This was not the usual bubbly, self-assured Casey. "What's wrong?" I could have sworn I heard a whimper. "Can I come over? Can I sleep over there?" "Of course," I said right away. It was so scary to hear him like this. "Of course you can. What's going on?" "There's someone here. I know it. You have to believe me." It felt like my heart might crack one of my ribs. "I do. I believe you." "I'll be over in 10, he said, and hung up the phone. The next 10 minutes were torture. I watched out my window, this time almost completely ignoring the line. I hardly cared about the line right then. For the first time since it began, when his headlights illuminated the front of my house, I opened the front door. He pulled in behind my van. It started slowly, quietly, from somewhere mid-line. Someone started cheering. Slowly, they all joined in, until the neighborhood was flooded with the sound of clapping hands. I ushered Casey inside. He wasn't himself, dragging his fingertips through his hair and licking his lips. If I didn't know him, I might have assumed he was on drugs. His phone rang and the sound made both of us jump. He shook his head, staring at it for a moment before chucking it at the floor. It shattered. "Okay," I said slowly, putting my hand carefully on his back. "Okay, let's sit down." I watched TV with him late into the night, glancing at him from the corner of my eye until I saw his shadows slump a little, and his breathing slow. At around 2 a.m., I realized he was asleep, his head half resting on my shoulder. I eased him down onto the couch, covered him in a blanket, and retreated quietly to my room, careful to shut the door softly so as to not wake him. I woke up about an hour and a half later to the sound of cheering. My headphones had fallen off at some point when I must have rolled over. It was muffled, dampened only by the walls between my room and the outside, but it was loud enough to force my eyes open. I sat up, groggily rubbing my eyes, trying to comprehend what was happening. Then I remembered Casey, out on the couch, asleep. And then I heard something from the kitchen. I got out of bed, my feet hitting the carpet, warm from the summer night. The cheering kept going, like the backtrack of a sitcom. It made my stomach twist, like someone had their hands in there, tying my intestines into knots. The pieces of Casey's shattered phone were still scattered on the kitchen floor. As my eyes adjusted to the light, I could see that wasn't the only thing different about the room. Half of my drawers were open, the contents emptied onto the counters. A chair had been tipped over, too, sitting on its back on the tile floor. I heard a rustle from the other room, and my head flew up so fast I heard my neck pop. A man stood in the living room, in the dark. He was reaching for the zipper of his black rain jacket, the hood covering his hair. We made eye contact as he zipped it up to cover his face, but not before I recognized him as the man from the store, the one who had been so upset about the phone return, the one who had threatened Casey in the parking lot afterwards, the one who had been calling him non-stop ever since. He dropped something and hit the living room rug with a thump. Then he ran, leaping out of the back window that I must have forgotten to lock the night before. My fear kept me frozen in place, completely still. I didn't even think to chase him. I looked at what he'd dropped. It was one of my kitchen knives, and it was covered in something dark and red and viscous. I looked at the couch facing away from me, where Casey's hand was draped over the arm. Limp. Casey was dead. I knew it before I even rounded the corner and looked into his slack, pale face. When the cops got there, I was kneeled in front of the couch, my face buried in his chest, my clothes soaked in his blood. It had been all I could make myself do. All I could say to him was, "Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. Forgive me for not saving you." As they dragged me outside, needing 3 officers to even support my full weight, the cheering got louder. It echoed down the street, a ruckus and grating sound that made my head spin. I saw some of their faces under the streetlights, some beaming at me and some looking utterly heartbroken on my behalf. Like they knew. It felt like slow motion as they hauled me into the squad car, as I watched out the window as we pulled away, and the ambulances pulled up. Lights not even on. Siren replaced with that awful cheering. And down the street, down the line, someone began to rise. A figure was plucked out of the line and began to rise in the air, as if there was some invisible beam drawing them up and up and up, hovering above the rest. They had been chosen. The cheering began to die down. Some cried out in distress and protest. falling to their knees or pulling at their own hair. Some just watched. I watched in horror as my surroundings began to flicker and to change before my eyes. My house shuddered and rippled. And then it wasn't my house anymore. The neighborhood shifted and it was no longer my neighborhood. We were in the city, the street filled with cars, and my home was now a tall apartment building, spotted with window lights cutting through the darkness. In my holding cell, I was nothing. I was no one. All feeling had left my body, leaving me cold and numb. They asked me if I wanted to make a call and I said nothing. I had no one I wanted to call. I kept thinking maybe if I had done something differently, if I had stayed on the couch with him, or taken all the warning signs more seriously, if I hadn't worn headphones to bed, if I had done something differently, he would still be here. My best friend, he would still be alive. I hardly noticed when someone started talking to me, not until they touched my arm. "You failed," they said, their wispy voice hardly penetrating my ears. Nothing changed. It was a man, maybe a cop that was out of uniform, but maybe not. He felt strange, like something I couldn't fully get a grasp on. Even while looking directly at it, I couldn't describe to you what he looked like. I nodded. It was all I could think to do. I just wanted to go back. I wanted to go back to last night, or before then even, and do it differently. If I could just try it again, I would save him. "It's okay," he said sympathetically. He took my hand through the bars. "You can try again. Do you remember me?" I shook my head. He took a Sharpie out of his jacket pocket and began to write on the back of my hand. I let him. "Go to this address," he said softly. "On this date, wait there. If you're chosen, you won't remember this. You won't remember anything. You'll be taken back to before it happened again." He spoke to me as if I were a child, his eyes looking over my face, searching for any recognition. He found none. If you interact with anyone while you're waiting, do not tell them why you're there. You cannot help them change what they need to change. They need to do it on their own. He smiled at me. He had a kind face, but something felt slightly wrong about it. Slightly sharpened like the tip of a knife. "Good luck, John." And then he was gone. I'm home now. My real home. Not the shifting, fabricated one from before my friend was murdered. I got out on bail and I've been put on house arrest for the time being. I'm still a suspect, but my lawyer is hopeful. He says if they let me out at all, they must know deep down that it wasn't me who killed Casey. I haven't washed off what that man wrote yet. I just keep staring at it. The date is in a week. My court date is a few days after that. I'm not sure if I'll try again. I'm not sure if anything would change. I think it's in my nature to be a coward. Maybe that's what he's trying to teach me. I'm just not sure if I'm ready to learn. For the past few months, my daughter has left me a voice message almost every night on a little yellow M&M recorder. It is a cheap plastic toy, about 8 inches tall. Yellow body, white gloves, white shoes. The usual permanently worried expression. You press one eyebrow to record, and the other to play the message back. The sound quality is awful. Everything comes through beneath a layer of static, as though the person speaking is calling from somewhere very far away. It can only store one short recording at a time. Whenever a new message is made, the previous one disappears. My daughter, Zelda, is 7. Her messages are usually the last thing I hear before going to bed. I work in investment banking, and my firm is currently advising on a merger that has swallowed most of my waking life. I cannot give details, even anonymously, but it is the kind of deal that produces 12-hour conference calls, emergency revisions at 9:30 p.m., and senior people suddenly deciding that a presentation everyone approved 3 days earlier needs to be rebuilt before morning. For most of the last few months, I've been getting home between 10 and midnight from Monday through Thursday. My wife, Frances, handles the evenings when that happens. She picks Zelda up from school, makes dinner, checks her homework, and gets her into bed. By the time I arrive, the house is dark and both of them are usually asleep. The yellow M&M waits for me on the kitchen counter. I press its right eyebrow, and Zelda tells me about her day. "Hi, Daddy. I got 9 out of 10 on my spelling test, but the one I got wrong was because Mrs. Jacobs didn't understand my E. Mom says you're not allowed to give me chocolate before school anymore. Daddy, today I saw a dog that looked exactly like Grandma." Sometimes she sings. Sometimes she whispers because she is supposed to be sleeping. Once she spent the entire recording describing a rock she had found near the school parking lot. I usually record something back. Nothing elaborate. "I'm proud of you. Your E does look weird. Please don't tell Grandma about the dog." In the morning, my reply is gone. By the time I return from work, there is a new message waiting. It became one of those small domestic routines that forms without anybody formally acknowledging it. The M&M was simply part of the kitchen now, standing between the microwave and the container where Frances kept coffee capsules. I cannot tell you exactly when the messages began to change. The first one I remember was on a Tuesday. I arrived home at 11:17 p.m. Frances had left pasta in the refrigerator, and a note asking me not to wake her because she had an early morning. The M&M stood beside the microwave. I loosened my tie, opened the refrigerator, and pressed play while looking for the pasta. Static crackled through the little speaker. Then Zelda's voice began. "Hi, Daddy. I finished my book today. It was about a girl who finds a secret door. But Mom said I shouldn't tell you the ending because maybe you want to read it." She giggled. "Good night. I love you." There was a pause. Normally the recorder made a tiny mechanical click as soon as the message ended. That night, it kept running. 4 seconds passed. Maybe 5. Then Zelda whispered, "Don't play it again." The recorder clicked off. I stood there with one hand inside the refrigerator. It did not frighten me. Not yet. Zelda had recently discovered that saying vaguely ominous things was an effective way to bother adults. A week earlier, she had looked at Frances during breakfast and said, "You shouldn't wear those shoes today." When Frances asked why, Zelda had shrugged and said, "You'll find out." Nothing happened. She had simply wanted to see whether her mother would change shoes. I assumed the message was another attempt to be creepy, so I pressed play again. "Hi, Daddy. I finished my book today. It was about a girl who finds a secret door, but Mom said I shouldn't tell you the ending because maybe you want to read it." The giggle. "Good night. I love you." Static. Then I said don't. Click. I stared at the toy. The words had changed. I played the message a third time. This time it ended immediately after, "I love you." No warning, no second sentence, just the click. I checked the back of the toy for a loose battery compartment. One corner was held together with clear tape, but nothing looked broken. I ate, standing at the corner, and took the M&M upstairs with me. Then I felt ridiculous and brought it back down. For the next 2 nights, the messages were normal. On Wednesday, Zelda told me about a drawing she had made at school. On Thursday, she sang most of "You're Welcome" from Moana, before Frances shouted from somewhere in the background that she needed to brush her teeth. Friday evening, I made it home before dinner. The yellow M&M was already on the counter, but I did not touch it. There was no reason to. Zelda was awake. Frances was cooking, and for once I could hear about their day without the help of a plastic piece of candy. We ate together. Zelda told me about a girl in her class who had cried because somebody broke her pencil. Francis complained about a client who used the phrase, circle back, 11 times in one morning. The M&M remained beside the microwave all evening. I noticed it several times. I cannot explain why I never asked about the strange message. Maybe I did not want to turn a harmless joke into a thing. Maybe some part of me already suspected that Zelda would not know what I was talking about. On Monday, I got home at 10:46 p.m. The downstairs lights were off except for the one above the stove. The M&M was directly beneath it. I pressed play. Hi, Daddy. We went to Grandma's after school, and she gave me a bracelet, but Mom says I can't wear it to school because I'll lose it. Zelda lowered her voice conspiratorially. I won't lose it. Then louder. Good night. Love you. Static followed. A breath came through the speaker. It did not sound like a child breathing. It was too slow, too deliberate. Then Zelda's voice said, You keep making this take longer. I did not replay it. I set the toy down and checked the front door. Locked. The back door was locked too. I went upstairs and looked into Zelda's room. Her nightlight projected stars across the ceiling. She was asleep on her stomach with one arm hanging over the side of the bed. Francis was awake in our room, scrolling through her phone. Did Zelda seem strange tonight? I asked. Francis looked up. Strange how? I don't know. Was she trying to scare me about something? Not that I noticed. Did you hear her recording tonight? Francis shook her head. I was cleaning up after dinner. She watched me for a moment. What happened? I almost told her. Instead, I said, nothing. I think she's playing a joke. Francis smiled. You're being psychologically defeated by a 7-year-old. That was exactly what I wanted to believe. The following night, Zelda's message was about the bracelet. She had lost it at school. Francis had been right, which Zelda seemed deeply offended by. Mom keeps saying she told me so. She complained. She only said it like 100 times, so it doesn't count. Then, good night, Daddy. I love you. Static. A different voice spoke. It was still Zelda's voice, but older. Not dramatically older. There was no movie monster growl or artificial distortion. It sounded like a girl of 15 or 16. The same slight whistle on certain S sounds. The same rhythm. The same habit of dragging out the final word in a sentence. She still thinks I'm her. The recording ended. I played it again. Zelda complained about Francis. Zelda said goodnight. Then the older voice repeated, She still thinks I'm her. I listened a third time. Same thing. On the fourth replay, the sentence changed. She still thinks I'm Zelda. I dropped the toy. It struck the edge of the counter and landed on the floor. The impact triggered the playback button. Zelda's message began again from beneath the kitchen table. I crouched but did not pick it up. Hi, Daddy. I lost my bracelet today. The yellow M&M lay on its back, smiling at the ceiling. Good night, Daddy. I love you. Static. Then the older voice whispered, Only you can hear me. I left it on the floor. The next morning it was back on the kitchen counter. I asked Francis whether she had picked it up. She was packing Zelda's lunch. Picked what up? The thing that fell under the table. She glanced toward the counter. Oh, no, I didn't notice it. Zelda came into the kitchen carrying one shoe. Francis immediately started asking where the other one was. The conversation moved on. I stood there looking at the yellow M&M. Neither of them looked at it. That should have mattered more to me than it did. The message continued. Each night, Zelda's normal recording played first. Then the other voice followed. And each time, it sounded slightly older. 17, 25, maybe 30. I began recording them on my phone, but the extra voice never appeared in the videos. When I played the recordings back, I heard only Zelda's ordinary message followed by static. One night, the older voice said, "Francis can't hear me." The next, "She doesn't know yet." Then, "You haven't told her." That was true. I had not told Francis anything beyond the vague comment about Zelda trying to scare me. I knew how it would sound. My wife already thought I was exhausted. She had started asking whether I could step away from the merger, as though I could simply tell the managing director that I was unavailable until two multinational companies finished rearranging themselves around each other. I was sleeping 4 hours a night. I lived on coffee and whatever food Francis left in the refrigerator. I could hear the argument she would make before she made it. Stress, sleep deprivation, auditory hallucinations. She would not be wrong to consider any of those things. Then, on Thursday night, the toy recorded something that had not been there when I arrived. I got home at 11:38. There was no message waiting. I pressed play. Nothing. I pressed the button again. The recorder made a faint, mechanical click, but no audio came through. Relief washed over me. Then I noticed the left eyebrow was pressed down. The record button. The M&M was recording. I moved my hand away. The button remained depressed for another second. Then it slowly rose on its own. I should have left the house. Instead, I pressed play. At first, there was only the sound of the kitchen, the refrigerator humming, a car passing outside, the soft ticking of the clock above the pantry. Then footsteps. Small footsteps approached the recorder. Zelda spoke. "Hi, Daddy." She sounded very close. "I don't want to do the messages anymore." A second voice answered from farther away. The other Zelda voice. "You don't have to." There was a pause. My daughter asked, "Who are you?" The recording ended. I ran upstairs so quickly that I slipped on the third step and struck my knee. Zelda was asleep. Frances woke up when I entered her room. "What are you doing?" she asked. I turned on Zelda's lamp. My daughter squinted and pulled the blanket over her head. "Dad?" I wanted to ask her about the recording. I wanted to ask who she had been talking to, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the way the voice had said, "You don't have to." Maybe I was afraid of what Zelda would say. Frances climbed out of bed. "Andrew, what is going on?" "I heard something downstairs." "What?" "I don't know." She stared at me. "You ran in here like somebody was in the house." "I thought someone was." Frances checked the hallway, then the windows. She looked under Zelda's bed, mostly to calm me down. There was nobody there. She led me out of the room and closed the door. "You need to sleep," she whispered. I heard Zelda talking. "She talks in her sleep sometimes." She was talking to someone. "Andrew." I heard another voice. Frances became very still. "What other voice?" I told her. Not everything. Not yet. Just that the recorder had captured Zelda speaking to someone who was not there. Frances came downstairs with me. The M&M sat on the counter. She looked at it with irritation more than fear. "Play it." I pressed the eyebrow. "Hi, Daddy." Zelda's voice. "I don't want to do the messages anymore." Then silence. No answer, no question. The recording clicked off. I stared at Frances. "That's not the whole thing." She pressed play herself. "Hi, Daddy. I don't want to do the messages anymore." Click. That isn't what I heard. Frances replayed it. Same result. "You said there was another voice." "There was." And Zelda asked who it was? "Yes." Frances picked up the toy and inspected it. "How old is this thing?" "I don't know." "Could it be mixing recordings?" "It changes." What changes? The voice. I finally told her everything. The warning not to replay the message, the sentences about Francis, the voice growing older, the way it had called itself Zelda. Francis listened without interrupting. When I finished, she set the M&M down very carefully. Andrew, she said, you need to stop listening to this. I'm not imagining it. I'm not saying you are. You think I'm hallucinating. I think you've barely slept in 2 months. It knows that you can't hear it. Frances closed her eyes. Listen to what you're saying. I know how it sounds. Then please listen to yourself. I pressed play again. Zelda said she did not want to make the messages anymore. Nothing followed. Frances put both hands on the counter. Tomorrow, you're calling your boss. You're taking a day off, and you're sleeping. I can't take tomorrow off. Then call a doctor. I'm going to destroy it. She looked relieved. Fine. I carried the toy into the garage and placed it on the concrete floor. Frances followed me. I took a hammer from the workbench. The first strike cracked the M&M's plastic face. The second split its yellow body open. The third sent one white shoe skidding beneath Frances's car. The speaker produced a sharp burst of static. Then, from inside the broken plastic, the older voice said, "Don't go check on Zelda." I froze. "What?" Frances asked. "You didn't hear that?" Her voice changed. Not because she had heard it, because she had not. "Hear what?" I dropped the hammer and ran. Through the kitchen, up the stairs, down the hallway. Zelda's bedroom door was open. Her bed was empty. I shouted her name. Frances pushed past me and switched on the light. The blanket had been pulled back. The window was closed. The closet was empty. Then we heard Zelda laugh. From our bedroom. We found her curled beneath the comforter on Frances's side of the bed. She must have woken up while we were downstairs and climbed into our room. Frances pulled her close. I stood in the doorway, shaking. Zelda looked at me sleepily. "Daddy?" I went back to the garage. The broken M&M was silent. I put every piece I could find into a black garbage bag. I even crawled beneath Frances's car to retrieve the white shoe. Then I drove 15 minutes away and threw the bag into a dumpster behind a closed supermarket. I watched it disappear beneath cardboard and leaking trash bags. I did not sleep when I returned home. The next afternoon, I left the office at 4. I ignored 3 calls during the drive. For the first time in months, I arrived home while the sun was still up. Frances was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Zelda sat at the table drawing a castle with purple towers. She looked up when I entered. "You're home." I hugged her longer than usual. Frances watched me over Zelda's shoulder, but she did not say anything. I sat beside my daughter and watched her color. My hands were sweating. I had spent the entire drive telling myself that I needed one simple confirmation, one ordinary explanation, a joke, a misunderstanding, anything. "Hey, Zell." "Yeah? Can I ask you something?" She nodded without looking up. "Why did you say you didn't want to leave me messages anymore?" Her crayon stopped. "What messages?" "The ones you leave when I work late." She looked at me. Frances stopped chopping vegetables. I swallowed. "On the little yellow M&M. Zelda frowned. "The what?" "The voice recorder," I said. "The yellow M&M on the kitchen counter." She stared at me blankly. I could feel Frances looking at us. "You press one eyebrow to record," I continued. "You've been leaving me messages on it every night." Zelda's confusion deepened. "Dad? I don't know what you're talking about." behind me. The knife made a soft sound as Frances set it down. "Andrew?" she said. I turned. All the color had drained from her face. "What?" Frances looked toward the empty spot beside the microwave, then back at me. "You said Zelda was leaving those recordings?" My mouth went dry. "Of course she was." Frances shook her head slowly. "I thought they were from you." I stared at her. "What?" "The toy," she said. "I thought you were recording messages for Zelda before you left in the mornings." "No." Her breathing became shallow. Neither of us moved. Zelda looked from Frances to me. Then she put down her purple crayon. "Mom?" Frances stepped away from the counter. Her eyes remained fixed on the place where the yellow M&M had stood every night for 4 months. Zelda's voice was very small when she asked, "What little M&M?" I review digital maps for a living, so I know roads don't appear by accident, especially not roads named after my dead brother. The ticket came in at 8:42 on a Tuesday, while I was eating cold toast over my keyboard and pretending I hadn't slept badly again. The subject line was boring enough that I almost skipped it. Field verification required. Eli V. Street. Spam, I thought. Then a cruel joke. Then one of those small disagreements that happen when county parcel data and a private mapping company stop trusting each other. Except the road was in Mercy P, my hometown, and Eli V was my brother. He disappeared in 2003, 6 years old. Blue popsicle in his right hand, standing outside B's Market while I went around the side of the building to talk to some kids I wanted to impress. I was 12. He was supposed to wait 5 minutes. That was the number I gave the police. 5 minutes. It became the number everyone handed back to me. You were only gone 5 minutes. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. You were a child too. People say things like that because they need tragedy to have edges. A beginning, a middle, an end. 5 minutes is small enough to hold in your mouth. It sounds like an accident. I opened the ticket. Eli V. Street appeared on 3 independent sources: County GIS, USPS address verification, and 1 commercial satellite layer. According to the metadata, it was a residential access road running north off Junie B Road, just past the old subdivision line. The satellite image showed trees. The county layer showed 12 lots. USPS listed 4 active addresses. A note from another contractor read, "Local government confirms road exists. Requires field validation." I was still staring when the navigation preview loaded, and a woman's pleasant artificial voice came through my laptop. "In 200 feet, turn left onto Eli V." I hit mute hard enough to make my coffee jump. I hadn't been back to Mercy P in 14 years. Not for my mother's surgery. Not for the reunion. Not when they found a child's jacket near the old quarry and asked the families to submit fresh DNA. I mailed mine from 3 states away and threw up in the post office bathroom afterward. I told my manager I would verify the road in person. She said fine, if I wrapped it up by Friday. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Just a weird data thing," I said. That was always how Mercy P started, as a weird thing. A small wrongness you could explain, as long as you didn't look at it straight on. The drive was 4 hours. Interstate, then county highway, then the 2-lane road that used to make me carsick because Eli would lean across my lap to count cows out my window. He always cheated. Brown one, white one. That one's 2. It has spots. That's not how counting works. It's how mine works. At the town line that my rental's GPS chimed and recalculated, though I hadn't missed a turn. The screen flashed "Welcome to Mercy P," and beneath it, for half a second, something else appeared. I only caught the first word. Remember. Then it was gone. I pulled into the gas station by the old grain elevator. They'd painted the elevator white since I left, and the paint was already peeling, gray showing through like bone. A new coffee kiosk advertised oat milk, which felt obscene somehow, like a vape shop in a cemetery. The cashier had silver hair and a Mercy P Cardinals sweatshirt. She looked at me, then looked again. People there recognized me by subtraction. Not my face. Not at first. The missing boy around it. "You're Helen V's girl," she said. I hadn't heard anyone use my mother's name in years. "Mara," I said. Recognition crossed her face. Then pity, then caution, in that order. "Back for the house?" "Work." I bought a bottle of water I didn't want. When the receipt printed, she folded it before handing it to me like it carried something indecent. I looked away. 2 Junie B Road. Corner of Junie B and Eli V. "This isn't right," I said. The cashier glanced toward the window. "Receipts get funny sometimes. Eli V Street doesn't exist." She smiled, not unkindly, not cruelly either, like a woman who had already survived this conversation with other people. "Roads don't need you to believe in them." I left the water on the counter. The afternoon had gone dim in that Midwestern way that feels more like a mood than weather. Clouds sat low over the soybean fields. I drove toward the north edge of town. Mercy P was smaller than I remembered, but grief does that. As a child, your town is the world. As an adult, you come back and find 3 stoplights, a church sign, a dairy queue, and a field where somebody's dog died. The old streets were still there. Mercer A, Pine S Road, Quarry C. Then I saw the first child's name. Hannah G. Lane. White letters, green sign. Hannah G. disappeared when I was 8. Everyone knew the story because her mother had been baking a birthday cake and sent her outside for being underfoot. 10 minutes. My mother used to drive past their house with both hands locked on the wheel. "Don't stare," she told me once. But Eli stared. Eli always stared. "Where'd she go?" he asked. My mother said, "Somewhere we can't help her." I didn't understand how strange that answer was until much later. Then came Caleb S., Caleb N., gone from a bus stop in '96. Lily M. C., 5 years old, last seen in her grandmother's yard. Thomas O. Way, missing from the fall festival. I pulled over before Junie B Road and searched each name on the county map. All active. Residential, rural access, publicly maintained. The records claimed Hannah G. Lane had been established in 1987. Hannah disappeared in 1995. I went to the sheriff's office because some childish part of me still believed buildings with flags in front had to tell you the truth. The sheriff wasn't the one from my childhood. That man had died of pancreatic cancer. This one was younger than I expected, broad-shouldered, tired-eyed, with a wedding ring he kept turning with his thumb. His nameplate read DM. "You're Mara V," he said before I could introduce myself. "Everyone keeps doing that." "You look like your mother." "I'm sorry to hear it." Something almost like a smile crossed his face, then vanished. I showed him my badge, the ticket, the data. "I need to verify whether Eli V Street physically exists," I said, "and why it's named that." He leaned back. On the wall behind him hung a framed civic map of Mercy P, laminated and sun-faded. The kind in every municipal building. I scanned it before I could stop myself. There it was. A thin gray line branching north off Junie B Road. Eli V Street. "I want that map," I said. "No." You don't even know what I do with it. I know what people do with maps. The sentence sat between us. My brother disappeared 23 years ago, I said. I know. Then why is there a road named after him? He looked down at his desk. Under the glass blotter was a child's drawing. Yellow sun, stick figures, a dog too big for the house beside it. In the corner, in careful letters, someone had written, Ben. Don't go there after dark, he said. Official recommendation? No. Then what? He looked at me. A lesson this town learned badly. I almost laughed. You people rehearse this? If you see something you remember, don't stop for it. That's your advice? No, he said. That's what I failed to do. He slid a business card across the desk. His number was handwritten on the back. If the road starts using your voice, he said, call me. I left without the card. Then I came back for it 30 seconds later. The planning office shared a brick building with the library and smelled like toner and old carpet. I told the clerk I was there about Eli V Street. From the back room, someone dropped a mug. A minute later, June T came out. I hadn't seen June since we were 17, when she told me at a graduation party that leaving Mercy P wouldn't fix what was wrong with me. She'd aged the way some people do. The same face kept under time, like a room that never changes its wallpaper. Sharp cheekbones, thin mouth, eyes that made you feel she'd already corrected your version of events in her head. Mara. June. Heard you were in town. I got here 2 hours ago. Small town. Apparently getting bigger. Her eyes flicked to the clerk. Come back. Her office had no photographs, just binders, file cabinets, zoning maps, and a dead plant on the windowsill. I shut the door. You know why I'm here, I said. Eli's Road. My stomach turned at how easily she said it. You say it like it's normal. Nobody said normal. I need the development records. You won't find any. I have county authorization. Mara. The way she said my name made me hate her again. Not because it was cruel, because it was tired. She took a key ring from her drawer. You remember the maps we used to draw on? She asked. No. At B's, behind the soda machines. Tommy B stole county maps from his dad's office. We drew fake roads on them. The room seemed to tilt. I remember the soda machines, the alley behind B's where the pavement was always sticky. June at 12, chewing grape gum, bored by everything. I did not remember maps. She watched me not remember. Convenient, she said. Don't. You came here wanting someone else to be guilty. My brother disappeared. I know. You think I forgot that? No, June said. I think you remembered it the way you could live with. I almost left then. I wish I had. Instead, I followed her through a locked archive to a cabinet labeled Historic Plats / Decommissioned Routes. She set a flat cardboard box on the table. Inside were folded maps. Some official, some photocopied. Some drawn by children. The one she handed me had been creased soft as cloth, its edges furred from handling. Across the top in blue marker was a title in handwriting I knew before I understood why. Go Somewhere Else game. It was Mercy P, 2003, but in the blank spaces around the town, children had drawn roads in crayon and pen and pencil. Loops, dead ends, lines cutting straight through fields and houses. Every road had a name. Not street names. People. Mrs. H, Coach R, Caleb's dog, Stupid T, Mom when she yells, and there, North of Junie B Road, in my 12-year-old block letters, Eli V. I touched the paper. Something rose from it. Blue raspberry, dust, hot pavement. My mouth flooded like I was going to be sick. June looked away first. We all played, she said. I shook my head. You wrote people down when you wanted them somewhere else, she said. Not dead, not hurt, just away. I wanted to ask who she had written. I didn't need to. Behind her desk through the window, Junie B Road turned sharply where, according to every old map I had ever trusted, it should have kept going straight. I folded the map with shaking hands. You knew, I said. I suspected. You all did. Mara, every town has missing children. Not every town names streets after them. She flinched. Good. Then she said very softly, Eli's road doesn't end where he disappeared. I stopped. It ends where he was trying to go. Bees Market was still there, though it hadn't been bees in years. Mercy F&F now. Lottery sign in the window. Firewood by the door. The soda machines were gone. The alley wasn't. I parked badly and stood on the cracked sidewalk where I'd left him. The world hadn't marked the place. Some part of me had always expected it to. I closed my eyes, and his voice came back so clearly I turned around. If I wait, can I pick the cereal? He'd been wearing the green dinosaur shirt with the hole near the collar from where he chewed it when he was nervous. Blue mouth from the popsicle. One front tooth missing, tongue working the gap. I was embarrassed by him. That's the ugliest true thing about my life, and for years I dressed it in softer words. I was distracted. I was young. I wanted 5 minutes. No. I was embarrassed by how openly he loved me, the way he followed me, the way he thought I was the safest person in the world, when I was mean, frightened girl desperate to be chosen by anyone else. The older kids had been by the alley, June among them, a silver CD player playing something tinny. Someone laughed when they saw Eli holding the hem of my shirt. You brought your shadow again, June said. I heard the rest of it now. Not like memory usually comes, blurred and merciful. Sharp. I told Eli to wait. He asked about the cereal. I said yes. He smiled. Then June held out the map. Write him down. Give him his own road. I remembered laughing. I remember taking the marker. I remember Eli trying to see. Is that my road? Yeah. Can it go to our house? Sure, whatever. Then I wrote his name. Not because I believed in anything. Because for one clean, poisonous second, I wanted to know what it felt like to walk somewhere he couldn't follow. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. I answered without thinking. Where are you? Mercer asked. Bees. Leave. I remembered. Then leave faster. What is Eli V Street? Static crackled between us. A child's road, he said. What does that mean? It means he's still trying to get somewhere. The sky had gone dark without my noticing. In the dark glass of the storefront, behind my own reflection, a small boy stood by the ice freezer. Blue mouth, dinosaur shirt, looking at the alley. Not at me. I turned. No one. Mara, Mercer said. His voice was lower now. If you go there, the road will give you what you deserve. That's not the same as the truth. The line dropped. My GPS chimed. Eli V Street, 12 minutes. I don't remember deciding to go. That sounds like an excuse, and maybe it is. But there are moments when guilt becomes a steering wheel. You can take your hands off it. It turns anyway. Junie B Road ran north past the last of the new houses with their identical porches. then narrowed between fields, then trees. No streetlights, no mailboxes, just weed-choked ditches and the gray suggestion of forest beyond. At 6:03 the GPS said, "In 400 feet, turn left onto Eli V." "Don't say his name," I whispered. "In 200 feet, turn left onto Eli V." There was no road. Then there was. Not appearing, not materializing through fog, just suddenly undeniable. As if my eyes had been refusing it and finally gave up. A narrow paved lane open between two walls of trees. The sign at the corner looked new. Rainwater clung to it, though it hadn't rained. Eli V Street. Below it hung a smaller yellow sign I've never seen on any road anywhere. No outlet unless remembered. I turned in. The blacktop was smooth and new. My headlights washed over ditch grass. The GPS went silent. My phone lost service. Then the smell came through the vents. Blue raspberry. The road curved and the trees fell away. Bees Market stood ahead of me, lit by late afternoon sun that didn't reach my car. The old red sign was back. One fluorescent tube flickering. The soda machines leaned against the wall. A small boy sat on the curb, kicking his heels. He didn't look up. His popsicle dripped blue onto the concrete, drop after drop, but instead of running to the gutter, the stain stretched out along the road ahead of me, a thin blue line leading on. I almost opened the door. The boy lifted his head. It wasn't Eli. Not exactly. It was my memory of him, which was worse. Too bright, too clear. 6 years old forever. Made of the pieces my guilt had polished until they shone. His mouth moved, and through the closed window I heard him. "If I wait, can I pick the cereal?" I drove. The market vanished behind me, and the road became a school hallway. My tires rolled soundlessly over beige tile. Lockers ran down both sides. My headlights made no sense there, but they still cut forward, trembling over classroom doors and bulletin boards. Every drawing on the walls was a road. Some went into houses, some into lakes, some into open mouths. None reached anything. They were the careful, patient work of children who kept getting the way home wrong and kept trying anyway. At the far end, Eli stood with his backpack on, too big for him. Red straps, a dinosaur clipped to the zipper. He was checking the classroom doors. One, then the next, then the next. The way you search a building for someone who was supposed to be there. He had walked those doors before. I understood that the way you understand things in dreams, completely and all at once. He had searched for me in places I had never been, because those were the only places he knew how to imagine. "Eli?" I said. He turned, his face opened with relief. Not fear, relief. He started toward the car, not running, just walking, sure of me now. I put my foot down. Because if he reached the door, I would open it. And if I opened it, I would never leave. For a few seconds, the distance between us refused to close, no matter how fast I went. That was the most frightening thing yet. Not that he was chasing me, that he couldn't catch up. Then the hallway snapped back into road. I was crying too hard to see. The next stretch was my mother's car. Not visually, not entirely. The road stayed under my tires, but the air thickened into the inside of her old blue Ford. Stale coffee, wintergreen gum, the radio giving the forecast from the day he went. She sat ahead of me and to the left, hands at 10 and 2. The ring already gone from her finger because she'd pawned it that year. His booster seat was behind her, empty. Beside it sat me, 12 years old, looking out the window with a face like a drawn blind. "You were gone 5 minutes," my mother said. Stop, I whispered. You were gone 5 minutes. The 12-year-old turned her head and looked back at me with dry eyes. She wasn't haunted yet. She wasn't sorry yet. She was just a girl who had gotten what she asked for and hadn't understood the price. He was always there, she said. Reasonable, almost bored. I just wanted one place he wasn't. I put the car halfway into the trees rather than hear another word. Branches screamed down both sides. When the road straightened again, I was shaking so hard I could barely hold the wheel. And I understood then that the cruelest thing on this road wasn't going to be my mother, or the dark, or whatever waited at the end. It was going to be myself, telling the truth, at 12. Then came my bedroom. The road did not become a house. It went into one. My headlights crossed pink carpet I hadn't thought about in 20 years. Posters, a white dresser, a bead curtain in the doorway, my unmade bed. The car idled in the middle of the room. When I cut the engine, the silence was enormous. On the floor sat Eli, my old road map spread in front of him, the blue marker in his hand. He was trying to draw, tongue poking through the gap in his teeth. Eli? I said. He looked up. This time he wasn't polished by memory. His hair was messy the way it really had been. His nose was running. There was dirt on one knee and dried popsicle sticky on his hand. He looked tired. Not dead, not monstrous. Just tired the way a child looks when he has been waiting too long and still believes the grown-up is coming. Mara? He said. I opened the door. The air smelled like my childhood. Dust, strawberry shampoo, crayons, sun-warmed plastic. He smiled. I had forgotten the exact shape of his smile. That was one more thing I had done to him without noticing. You found my road, he said. I got out. My legs almost didn't hold. I'm sorry. His smile faded, not from anger. Children don't know what to do with an apology that big. You said it could go home, he said. I know. I made it go to B's first. The room flickered. For a second the carpet was pavement, the dresser a soda machine. Because that's where you left me. Then to school. Another flicker. Lockers. Fluorescent hum. I thought maybe you went there. He smoothed the map with his small hand. But I kept getting lost. I went down on one knee in front of him. I tried to remember the way, he said. I did. The store and the cereal and your room. How you smelled like that orange gum you weren't allowed to chew. Your shoes. A broken sound came out of me. He smiled a little. They had silver stars. They were stupid shoes. I liked them. Then he looked back at the map. I waited. I know. No, he said gently. I waited all of them. I won't try to describe what happened in me then. It wasn't crying. Crying is something the body can do and survive. This was older. Something that had been frozen since I was 12 cracked all the way through, and through the crack I saw him, waiting outside B's as the sun moved, waiting through the police lights, waiting while our mother screamed his name hoarse, waiting while rain washed the blue from the curb, waiting while flyers faded, waiting while I grew taller, learned to drive, kissed boys who didn't know his name, told people I was an only child because it was easier than watching their faces change. He had waited with the kind of patience only a child has, when someone they love has promised to come back. You look old, he said. I laughed and sobbed at once. I know. Are you still mad? No, I was stupid then. You wrote me on the map. I couldn't answer. He looked at the paper, then at me. I thought it was a present. That was the one that did it. Not an accusation, not anger. A little boy who thought his sister had given him a road. His cold fingers found my wrist. "Don't cry," he said. "Why?" His eyes moved to the doorway. The bead curtain was gone. Beyond it wasn't the hallway of our old house. It was a road, new, unpaved, pale dirt under a sky with no color in it. At the end of it stood my mother. She looked younger than when she died and older than when I left, both at once. Her arms hung at her sides. In one hand she held a folded map. Behind her, street signs leaned at crooked angles. Hannah G., Caleb, Lily Mae, Thomas, Ben M. Names I knew, names I didn't. My mother did not move. She only unfolded the map. Even from across the room, I knew her handwriting. Mara V. Not in crayon, in pen. Dark, deliberate, an adult hand. "When?" I asked. Eli's fingers tightened around my wrist. "The night after I went." The room went cold. She said she only meant 5 minutes, too. For the first time since she died, I understood the way my mother had watched me grow up. Not without love. Not with love, either. With fear. She had wanted me gone for 1 second. Long enough not to look at what I had done. Long enough to imagine a house where she had lost only one child. And not the wrong one. The town had listened to her, too. But Eli's road came first. Drawn earlier by a girl who didn't believe in it. My brother, who thought it was a gift, had walked out onto the road that might have taken me, and he had been trying to find his way back to me ever since. "You have to go," he said. "I'm not leaving you again." He frowned like I was being difficult about bedtime. "You didn't leave me all the way." "Yes, I did." "No," he said. "You remembered me." "I stopped saying your name." "But you didn't forget it." Some mercies hurt worse than punishment. He pushed the folded map onto my hands. "Take it." "What is it?" "My road." In the doorway, my mother took 1 step forward. The house shuddered. Eli leaned close and whispered, "Keep it folded, and it can't find the end." "Eli, don't let it make a street out of you." Then he ran past me. Not to me. Past me. Toward our mother. For 1 insane second, I thought he meant to hug her. Then he threw both arms around her waist and held on the way he used to hold on to me when he was tired. Stubborn, sticky-handed, impossible. "Go," he shouted. My mother made a sound. It wasn't a monster's sound. That would have been easier. It was grief turned inside out. The walls cracked, the bead curtain flashed in and out of being. Every poster in the room became a map. I ran for the car. When I started it, I looked back. Eli was still holding her. He looked at me over his shoulder, and now he was crying. Really crying. Scared and brave and far too small. I had never let myself imagine him crying. In my memory, he had always been frozen before the fear. "Mara?" he called. I rolled the window down. "What?" He smiled through it. "I picked the cereal." Then the room collapsed onto road. I drove. I don't know for how long. The road unspooled under me in pieces of other people's children. A kitchen floor, a bus seat, a backyard going dark, a small hand letting go. At one point, I passed Mercer standing beside a sign that read Ben M. Way. He didn't wave. He took off his hat and held it to his chest as I went by. Then the trees came back. Then Junie B. Road. Then my phone found service and there was a normal night sky over me, indifferent and full of stars. I pulled over and was sick. Into the ditch. The folded map was on the passenger seat. It was warm. I didn't stop at a motel. I drove out of Mercy P and kept going until the sun came up. At a rest stop 2 counties over, I opened the map. Most of the roads had faded. Not gone. Faded. Like pencil under an eraser. Eli V Street was still there. Thinner now. At its end, in a shaky child's hand, someone had drawn a small square house. Inside it were 2 stick figures side by side. One tall, one small. The small one had blue around the mouth. The tall one wore shoes with silver stars. I laughed until people stared. Then I cried until they stopped. When I got home, I filed Eli V Street as invalid. The system rejected the edit. Road verified by local authority. I tried to delete the ticket. The screen went white. When it came back, a new field had appeared. Future extension, Mara V Road. Status, pending. I called Mercer. Disconnected. I called June. No answer. I check the county map sometimes. Eli V Street is gone now. Not unlisted. Gone. The parcel lines have closed over it like water. Satellite shows only trees. But there is a new road on the north side of Mercy P. I found the photo in the database one night. The green paint on the sign still looked wet, though the records say it has been there since the year I was born. Mara V Road. I have never driven it. I don't need to. Some mornings my navigation app suggests it before I type anything in. Some nights, when I unfold the map just enough to check that Eli's road is still closed, I see the pencil line of mine stretching a little farther. It does not lead to Mercy P. Not anymore. Last week it turned toward my apartment. I keep the map folded. I keep saying his name. No outlet, unless remembered. I've never been much of a gamer, but every now and then I get swept up by a game, and it consumes all of my time. Most of my friends are gamers, but I've never been a fan of the co-op games they like to play. They like their super competitive shooters and MOBAs, where I'm more of a friend slop type of guy. I'll play single player games from time to time, but I'm more likely to just doom scroll Instagram or Reddit while YouTube fills in the background noise. My computer collects dust for months at a time. I think I enjoyed building the thing more than actually using it, so I end up bedrotting most of the time staring at my phone. Recently, while doom scrolling Instagram, I got a follow request from my old high school friend Johnny. I got a pit in my stomach. I hadn't talked to him in years. I wasn't so sure I wanted to reconnect. We were the best of friends, but that time of my life was some of my lowest moments. I had no interest in digging all that back up. I mean, would it hurt to just follow him back? We'll probably just have a quick catching up chat, and probably go back to ignoring each other. I went ahead and approved the follow request while following him back. He sent me a message almost immediately. Hey dude, how's it going? Yo, what's up? I'm good. You? Same. Hey, you still game? Yeah, from time to time. You want to join my Discord group? I'm trying to put together some game nights. I'm not so sure about this. I don't know how I feel about just jumping in Discord calls with my old best friend. I mean, we're adults. I'm sure he would understand if I was unavailable most of the time due to being busy. Yeah, sure. If it's on a day that I'm free, I can probably jump on. Rad. Here's the link. I reluctantly clicked the link he sent and joined his Discord group. Alright, I'm in. Cool, I'll be in touch. Sounds good. That wasn't too painful, but I'm sure we'll have to do the whole catching up thing if I ever do jump on a call with him. However, some time passed and I had never heard anything new. This was somewhat of a relief. I'll be honest, I don't really use Discord. I'm a member of several groups, but I'm just not active in any of them. So I just have push notifications turned off on my phone. Recently, while talking to a coworker, the topic of games came up. You on Discord? He asked. Yeah, you want to connect? Yeah, what's your username? He pulled up his phone and opened Discord. I told him my username, and he searched it up. There, friend request sent. I then pulled out my phone and opened Discord. When I navigated to friend requests, I saw 2 of them. For now, I just accepted the one from my coworker. All done, I said while turning off the screen and pocketing my phone. Sweet, I'll let you know next time I'm on, and maybe we can play a match or 2. Sounds good. Later on, I opened up Discord to see who the other friend request was from. The username was 6 feet under 4U. They were from the group that Johnny invited me to. What the hell? I went ahead and approved it. I also turned on push notifications just in case my coworker messaged me. About an hour later, I got a message from 6 feet under 4U. Hey Ben, long time no see. It's Kate. My stomach dropped. This was the exact thing I was afraid of when Johnny first sent me that friend request. I didn't know he kept in touch with his ex-girlfriend. I could swear I remember them having the biggest fallout after graduation. I thought they hated each other. I guess they could be reconnecting after several years. I mean, that's probably pretty healthy. Hey Kate, how are you? You know, same old, same old. Oh yeah, Mr. Foster still giving you crap for your messy handwriting? LOL, yup, I think he's going to fail me. I keep telling you, he's willing to give out extra credit. I've missed you. Yeah, it's been a long time. Too long. I felt everything coming back. The mental pain, the physical anguish, the deep sadness. This was the last thing I ever wanted to happen in my life. I wish the past would just stay in the past. Hey, sorry to cut this short, but I need to clock into work. Oh, of course. We'll catch up later. Yeah, for sure. I dropped my phone on the floor to the side of my bed and rolled over. I cried for probably an hour. I moved on. Why are they doing this to me? I have a new life. I have a sense of purpose. The next day, while I was at work, I got another message from her. Hey. I left her on read and put my phone back in my pocket. She sent the same message a few days later, but I ignored it again. A few more days passed before she sent another. Wow, okay. I see how it is. A wave of guilt washed over me, so I finally replied. I'm sorry. I've been so busy lately, and I keep forgetting to respond. It's okay. I get it. I won't bother you. I don't know what to do. She doesn't deserve this, despite what I believed back then. She didn't do anything wrong. Sincerely, I'm sorry. We knew each other during a very difficult time in my life. I struggled with severe depression and really struggled day to day. You and Johnny popping back up into my life just brings it all back up to the surface. I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm just not sure I'm ready for all this. What do you mean by Johnny coming back into your life? I stared at her message for several moments. I have no idea what she's asking. I had no idea how to respond. Well, I didn't really keep in contact after high school. You know how it is. People grow apart. This was the best response I could think of. Do you mean me coming back into your life brought memories of Johnny? I was dumbfounded. What is she talking about? No. A few months ago I got a follow request out of nowhere from him on Instagram. I don't understand. What do you mean? I felt like she was gaslighting me. I was so confused. I don't know how else to say it. We connected over Instagram. We chatted a little bit before inviting me to the Discord group. Okay, fine. I get it. You don't want anything to do with me. You could have just said so. I can understand. But what you're doing right now is cruel beyond words. If you intended to make me cry, you did. I hope you're happy. I stared at this message for way too long, because she blocked me before I had a chance to respond. What is going on? I needed answers. I needed to message Johnny. There was one problem, though. I couldn't find his Instagram profile. I mean, that's not exactly unprecedented. I've had this happen before. Usually when someone's profile disappears overnight, it just turns out they deleted it. In fact, it happens all the time. Fine, I'll just message him on Discord. I just don't know what his username is. We never sent each other a friend request. I just joined his group. I navigated to the group and looked around. Since I don't really use Discord, I don't know all the ins and outs. Is there not a way to see all the members of a group? This is a lot harder than I thought it would be, so I just messaged the general chat. Hey Johnny, I don't know what your username is. Can you send me a friend request? It's Ben. Who's Johnny? He's the guy that invited me to this group. I don't think there's a Johnny in this group. No, there is. Like I said, he invited me to this group. Hey Ben, I think you're messaging the wrong group. I know that username. It's my coworker. I don't remember joining a group with him in it. I could have sworn this was the group Johnny invited me to. Oh, hey Philip. I must have gotten confused. My bad. All good, dude. Weird question, though. Is there someone in this group with the username 6 feet under for you? No. No. I don't think so. No. Okay, thanks. Never mind. What the hell? I'm so confused right now. Am I having the world's largest brain fart, or am I losing my mind? I spent the next couple hours searching up the username 6 feet under for you. I couldn't find anything. At some point I started wondering why I cared so much. The problem sorted itself out. I didn't want anything to do with them, and they were gone. I got my wish. I just felt a huge amount of guilt. I somehow really upset Kate, and I don't like hurting people. After a few weeks, everything went back to normal, and I forgot about it, at least until my mom messaged me on Facebook. Hey, just checking in. How's everything going? Hey Mom, everything's going well. How about you? Good, good. I was just going through old photos, and I came across a few with you and Johnny. Oh my god, it won't end. Even my mom won't let me keep it in the past. Oh yeah? Yeah, he was such a good kid, and you guys got along so well. I was typing out how we actually reconnected recently before she sent another message. It's such a shame about what happened. That's weird. I don't remember telling her about our falling out. As far as she knew, we just drifted apart. She sent another before I got the chance to respond. He had such a bright future ahead of him. I stared at that message for way too long. A deep anxiety arose from within me. How old would he be today? 37? Just a year younger than you, right? The memory of looking down at him lying in his casket returned to me. Mom, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot that I picked up a shift that starts in 10 minutes. I gotta go. Okay, hon. Be safe. I love you. Love you. I knew I had blocked out some memories from that time in my life, but I had no idea I blocked out something this big. How do you forget about something like that? The thing about deleting a social media account is that it's never really gone. If you change your mind, you can always have it reinstated. At this specific moment, I wish they could just stay deleted forever, because I'm looking at a message notification right now, one from an account that disappeared recently, and had just come back. One weekend back in October, I took a spontaneous road trip with some friends up to Fort Collins, Colorado. Both I and my closest friend David are originally from there, so when I found out he and a few others were taking a spur-of-the-minute trip up to go see some old friends at CSU, I couldn't possibly stay behind. I was getting homesick, and the same old sights around Albuquerque were getting pretty stale. The catch, however, was that I would have to take my own ride since David's car, once you counted all the people plus luggage, was pretty well at capacity. That's what happens when you're the last to find out about stuff, I guess. Oh well, it was fine. I never minded long road trips on my own. I had been previously advised by my therapist to avoid doing things like driving on my own for more than 4 hours. but I felt that if one of my favorite places in the world was at the end of it all, I could get through it just fine. Besides, I was starting to feel rather stable again. It was a long drive up, but definitely worth the travel. We got to catch up with some of our old friends, smoke a little weed, and mess around downtown for a while. Our buddy Eli, who we had both known since the 3rd grade, was cool with letting us all crash at he and his roommate's house for the couple nights we were there, so nobody had to fret about spending money on a hotel. That final morning, David and everyone else started driving back to New Mexico early when I decided to take advantage of having my own car to sleep in and go grab pizza with Eli. At about 1 that afternoon, I finally made my getaway. I knew I was kinda dragging my butt a bit, but I always liked taking in every moment that I could get. Besides, it's not like I was in a huge rush to get back to Albuquerque, even if I did have class the next day. "Thanks for coming up, dude. It was cool getting to hang out again," Eli said, pulling me in for a hug. He patted me on the back. "Hey, text me when you get back to ABQ. It's bonkers to be driving across all that desert by yourself." "No worries, man," I assured him. "I made it here. I'll make it back." He smiled, we fist bumped, and I was on my way. My first order of business before leaving FC. Getting a hold of some solid caffeine. The first few hours were a breeze. I expected I-25 to be awful through Denver, but it was surprisingly mellow. It was about the same on through Colorado Springs. But then around Pueblo is where things got dicey. The monster I'd bought back in Fort Collins was inconveniently kicking in full force by then. I was starting to get antsy. Probably would have been better off if I went without it. It was at about this point where things started to get very strange. Like my head had gone numb, and time around me was starting to slow. Things were getting very spinny. Dehydrated, I figured. The next time I stopped for gas, it probably wouldn't be a terrible idea to get some water. Just breathe and keep it together until then. Traffic was backed up for miles. Just up the road there had been a pileup caused by some sort of collision heading south. From what I could make out, it was a horrendous one as well. As I made it past the wreckage, I could see that a semi had slammed into somebody's car at around 75 miles per hour. There was hardly anything left of the car. Same likely went for its driver. Scrap metal and shattered glass littered the shoulder of the interstate. I felt eerily light, and rather sick staring at what little remained of the car. Think the caffeine was starting to give me a severe case of the jitters. Even as I passed the wreckage by about a mile, my eyes kept obsessively glancing into the rearview mirror until the scene was far out of sight. The nervous cracks were definitely beginning to form. Night came almost instantly after I'd gone through Trinidad. Seemed as if time had completely bypassed the twilight hour. Just one moment, the sun was hanging over the mountains, then the next, it had gone black. State line wouldn't be far now. Then only about 5 hours left on the road. I was estimating. Thank God, I thought. This trek back was wearing on me a lot more than I had expected. My eyes drifted over to the fuel gauge. Little less than a quarter of a tank. Crap, I had completely spaced that. I was starting to panic and consider my options. Do I just swing back to Trinidad? No, I gotta get home. No time to waste turning around. The next town won't be far. It wouldn't be for another 15 miles before I saw the yellowy lighting on the billboard. Cheap gas, great snacks. World's best jerky. Swing on in and fill her up. At Driscoll's Service Station. Exit 1B. Pigeon Ditch, New Mexico. Pigeon Ditch, huh? Like a name that would stand out to me, but I had zero recollection of it from the drive up. Who the hell was elected to name that town? I thought to myself. The hell with it. The place could be named anything for all I cared. I just needed some gas. It's not like any better option was going to present itself. I took the exit onto the cracked and eroded asphalt. Relief starting to set in. By the time I pulled into town, it was close to midnight. It looked like something straight out of the Andy Griffith Show. Very pristine 1950s type architecture. It was all kept up very nicely. Not hardly any rot, grime, or wear on any of the buildings. It was a really interesting and charming little town, but there was one thing about it that struck me as a little strange. Not a single car on the street. None even parked in the driveways. It was just still. Lifeless. I started figuring the town was probably just made up of old folks who'd rather not bother with vehicle ownership anymore. A pathetic attempt at rationalization. After a while, I had finally found the Driscoll station. 50 cents for regular, 75 cents for unleaded. Wow, when they said cheap, they weren't kidding, I said to myself. How could that even be possible in this century? I pulled up to the pump and hopped out, pulling my wallet from my back pocket. As I drew out my credit card, the sound of thunder echoed in the distance. I turned to see a massive surge of thunderheads accumulating over the mountains, an electric purple sheet of lightning pulsating through them. Great, I thought. Of course it would storm on me. I slipped my credit card into the slot and waited. The screen read, "Card read error. Please see attendant." All of my hopefulness dropped in a millisecond. I turned to look at the convenience store. Pitch black. Of course it would be. It was midnight in the middle of nowhere. Okay, probably just a bad read, I thought. Just try it again. Card read error. Please see attendant. Crap, I said aloud. The thunder bounded across the sky, closer this time. I tried another card. This time my debit. I slid it into the slot and prayed it went through. All to no avail. Card read error. Please see attendant. Crap, I exclaimed through my teeth. I wadded up my fist and smacked the machine. I attempted to talk myself down. Okay. Just chill. We're good. Let's just try the other pumps. I did so. Every single pump, using each card. No luck. My heart started beating 100 miles a minute. My car was on fumes at this point. I wondered, do I dare seek out another gas station in town? Besides sleeping in my car and waiting for an attendant to show up at the crack of dawn, what other choice do I have? Thunder cracked. The storm grew closer. I got in the Taurus and started to navigate towards Main Street. The further I went in, the more unnerved I got. The place was an absolute ghost town. Sure, it was past midnight, but there had to be somebody out doing something somewhere. No drunks at the bars, no vagrants sleeping on the park benches, no pimply-faced teenagers getting off their late-night shift. Just what the hell is going on with this place? Down at the far end of the street, I saw my salvation at last. Dimly lit, but still my final hope, sat another Driscoll station. Clearly, whoever the Driscolls were, they had really cornered the market on service stations in this town. I pulled in and drove up to one of the pumps. The wind was picking up, the intense purple flashes of light coursing through the sky. I eyed the machine for what felt like several minutes before finally taking out my card. I inserted it into the slot and waited. The machine thought. It beeped, then paused for a few minutes. The verdict? Card read error. Please see attendant. I lost it. I cried out. I screamed and I kicked and punched at the diabolical piece of crap metal and plastic rectangle that was making my life needlessly hard. The wind howled over me, and the large crack of thunder was deafening. I just want to go home, I shouted. I collapsed to my knees, sobbing. That's all I want, is to go home. I knelt there crying and cursing for a good solid 20 minutes. I expected someone to call in a noise complaint eventually, but no cop, nor anyone for that matter, came to check on me. The storm had picked up and raged on. When my eyes had finally dried and crusted over from the excess tears, I looked over to see a diner completely lit from the inside. Was that like that when I got here? I wondered. Maybe my focus was so honed in on the gas station that I hadn't even noticed. I got to my feet and walked over to it. No sense in moving the car. I pushed the door open and looked around. Not a soul to be seen or heard. Shocker. Nevertheless, it was still a welcome refuge from the weather. For some odd reason, they were playing some sort of piano music on the speakers, like ragtime or something similar. Weird choice given the whole 50s aesthetic, but nothing too unusual, I guess. I looked at the hostess stand. A sign read in delicately hand-painted text. Please seat yourself. I looked up to see back into the kitchen. Nope, no one. Not a clang of a skillet or sizzling of a fryer. Only sound to be heard was the bubbling of a fresh pot of coffee and the tinny emitting of plink, plink, plink. Well, I thought. Might as well go and sit down. I thought I'd only been sitting for about 5 minutes when I looked back and the clock said it was already 3 a.m. I sank in my seat. I could have been asleep in my dorm by now. I was thinking. From the corner of my eye, I detected some new shape. A dark shape. I tilted my head a bit further to see what my peripheries were sensing. It was a man hunched over at the counter with his back to me. A weathered black bomber jacket was draped over his scrawny frame. A filthy trucker hat perched crookedly on top of his head. I heard no one come in. Not a sound aside from the coffee pot or the faint music. How long had he been sitting there? Christ, you'd think I would have been excited to finally see another human being in this place. But his stillness deeply unnerved me. Then, with a knowing sense, he turned to me with cold yet placid eyes. His face was long, leathery, and gaunt. His large, beak-like nose cast a triangular shadow over his glassy left eye. For a while there was nothing. He just stared at me, and I back at him. At last he offered me a nod. I forced a crooked smile and nodded back. Not quite knowing how to follow it up, I glanced around the place and said, "Guess it's a little slow tonight, huh?" I wheezed a weak and awkward laugh. He stared at me for a moment longer, shrugged, and then turned back around. Well, that was at least an attempt at conversation. I was still too shaken up to be discouraged by a little cold shoulder from this stranger. I turned back in my seat as well and stared out into the blackness. Every now and again, I'd feel compelled to stare at the man's reflection in the window, looking like an oil painting. And then, there was just me in the midground, tired, strung out, and helpless. The longer I stared at myself, the more entrenched I got in my own thoughts. Is this me now? Will help ever come? Will I ever see my family or friends ever again? Am I gonna die here? Will this weird little town be my final memory? Just then it occurred to me. I'll just call David and he could come up to get me. It'd be a pain in the butt for him to drive up all the way from Albuquerque, and he'd most likely be a little annoyed, but once he understood the situation, surely he would understand. I dug out my phone and started to call him. Of course, he would definitely be asleep by now, but if I left him a message, he would certainly respond the moment he heard it. I sat with the phone pressed up against my face, waiting for anything. There wasn't even a dial tone, just the fizzing and cracking of static, like the quiet from an old record player. I looked at my phone. David's name was displayed along with the phone's empty promise, calling underneath it. I held it back up to my ear, and for literally any sound, there was none. I clenched my eyes in panic and frustration. I tried to breathe through it. One shaky breath in, one shaky breath out, and repeat. When I opened my eyes, I looked to the window. There I was in my booth trying to make a call. There the man was, standing, facing me, closer. Jesus Christ, he was right next to me. I jolted and turned to face him, the shock sending my whole body cold for the flash of a moment. I dropped my phone and bounced off the seat and onto the floor beneath the table. The man didn't budge at all. He just stared down at me. He held one cup of coffee in each of his white, veiny hands. He shook his head as he sat one of the cups in front of me. "Those never work too well out here," he croaked. He took his cup and sat down opposite of me. I stared at him pinned back in my seat, still reeling with shock. I stared down at the coffee he'd just given me. "Thanks, man, but I think I've had plenty of caffeine." "I figured," he said. "That's why it's decaf. It's always nice to have a strong, warm drink to ease your nerves." I looked down at it, still showing leeriness. No way in hell was I going to drink whatever this random guy just gave me. He raised his hand. "But you won't hurt my feelings none if you decide you won't take it." He gave me a weary smile and took a sip of his own. He squinted at me with his sagely eyes. "Seems like you're having a rather difficult night, my friend." I uttered a dry laugh. "Yeah, sure. Something like that." "I'm sorry to hear that." He reached into his jacket. My defensive nerves kicked in and I shifted in my seat. He looked at me, at first puzzled, then amused. He had a plastic packet of something half drawn from his pocket. "Just wanted to see if you'd like a little jerky. Best in the world." He snickered. He took out a generous piece and offered it to me. I eyeballed it, uncertain. He nodded and broke off half from the same piece. "Here, I'll eat mine first if that makes you feel better." He popped his half in his mouth and chewed it, grinning. Best in the world. I watched then, finally obliged him, taking the other half. I held it part way to my mouth, still hesitant. I sighed and finally ate it. He nodded. "Good, ain't it?" To my surprise, it actually was. It tasted savory and tender, unlike any sort of jerky, or really anything I've had before. "That is good," I proclaimed. "Very good. Where did you get this stuff?" He jerked his thumb back behind him, towards the Driscoll station. "The billboards don't lie, son," he said, smirking. I pondered for a moment, then I remembered. No, I guess not. What's with the Driscolls here, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen one anywhere else. He shook his head. "You wouldn't. They're strictly local." "Oh," I said, growing a bit more uncomfortable with this stranger. "Any particular reason why they don't like credit cards?" He stared at me again. He then looked down at the table as if searching for a good answer. He sighed. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm afraid I'm pretty new to all this business, or whatever you'd want to call it." I raised my brow at him. "What do you mean?" "Well," he sighed. "Gotta think of a delicate way to put this. See, I was sent to help you get out of here, and where you need to be." I frowned. What the hell was he talking about? Who sent him? AAA? I don't understand. You're saying you are here to help me get back to Albuquerque? He hung his head. "That's what I was afraid of. You don't know what's going on here, do you?" I was starting to feel severely unnerved again. My heart started thumping in my chest so hard it felt like it was bouncing off my rib cage. I just stared back at him, waiting for an elaboration. "All right," he said. "Now before I tell you this, I want you to take about 3 good, deep breaths, because this is going to be a bit overwhelming." He held up his hand. "Ready?" I nodded a bit reluctantly. He raised his hand and drew in a breath, implying I do the same. I followed his lead, inhaling as deep into my belly as I possibly could. His hand stopped right next to his face, and he began lowering it, exhaling. I did the same. As promised, we repeated this exercise twice before he nodded, satisfied. He then crossed his arms in front of him on the table, anchoring himself in place as he leaned forward, looking me dead in the eyes. "You're not where you think you are right now. You're actually..." He paused and considered for a moment. "Well, essentially you're dead." I sat in stillness, my confused frown sinking even deeper. He continued. "Your consciousness is right here, right now, but your body's strapped to a stretcher in the back of an ambulance on its way to a hospital." I kept my frown pointed right at him. I don't think I blinked or broke eye contact for a solid 5 minutes. The only response that felt natural was to just laugh at him. He had to be messing with me after all. Weird and as morbid of a joke as it was. So that's what I did. I laughed. All the while his face remained stern. "Yeah, I know," he said. "Sounds a little Looney Tunes, don't it?" I nodded. "Yeah, dude, just a little Looney Tunes." "Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but it's the truth. And the more time we piss away chatting about it here, is more time we lose getting you out. I'm telling you this because we don't have too much longer." "Too much longer before what?" I asked in a sardonic tone. "A plague of locusts? Raining frogs?" He looked down and shook his head sadly. "Oh, God almighty. You're gonna want me to convince you somehow, aren't you?" My smirk disappeared. "Well," he went on, sitting back in his seat and crossing his arms. "Which should it be, Spud? You want to see a plague of locusts or raining frogs?" The way he said it was off-putting. I knew he had to have been crazy to begin with, whether he was messing with me or not, but the confidence he delivered this threat with seemed so sincere that I couldn't help but feel he believed he could make it rain frogs by simply snapping his fingers. He just sat back awaiting my response with raised eyebrows. "You know, it'd be one hell of a mess, but I could even make it do both if that'd please you," he added. I stared at him, my nerves starting to grow weaker and weaker by the second. I simply had no response. He finally shrugged. "Alright, what color do you want the frogs to be?" At that, I jumped straight up out of my seat and headed for the door, leaving him to sit there alone in the booth. I pointed to him with a shivering finger. "Don't follow me, you're crazy." He just stayed in his seat, a look of mild but unsurprised disappointment on his face. Before I was out the door, I heard him shout, "That's fine. Guess I'll just choose myself." The words struck me in the back of my head, but I didn't dare turn to answer. Just flew out the door. There in the lot sat an old tow truck with "Driscoll's Towing" painted elegantly on the driver's side door. Had to be his. I pondered the coincidence of the name Driscoll, but my feet were insistent on leading me back to my car. Back to safety. I got in, slamming the door behind me. I sat there for a few minutes trying to keep myself from hyperventilating. I dug out my keys while glancing over my shoulder. My nervous and twitching hands failed me as I attempted to put the keys in the ignition, dropping them on the floorboard instead. "Aw, man," I exclaimed. Without hesitation, I dove into the dark after them. I pawed at the carpet with mad determination. When my fingers had finally grazed the keys, thonk, something had hit the hood of my car. I froze. I closed my eyes. A horrifying assumption was creeping up on me. "No," I thought. "You're tired and you're stressed out, and you're imagining things. It's not what you think it is." I slowly lifted my head, clutching the keys in my fist. When I opened my eyes and peered over the steering wheel, I saw the two blinking, beady black eyes of a frog staring right back at me. He was electric blue with black spots. My brain was swimming. It was just a tiny, harmless amphibian, but my mind could not handle what was right in front of me. Just as I was having a hard enough time grappling with the presence of one frog, thunk, another one of the exact same coloration landed on my windshield, right in front of my face. "Oh, Jesus!" I let out uncontrollably. Another moment longer, thunk, another frog, followed by another, and then another, and then another. Christ, save me from this incredibly stupid thing I'm about to type. It was raining frogs. Reality as I knew it was folding completely in on itself. As I sat staring out at the bizarre and unexplainable downpour, a voice rang out with gravelly enthusiasm from the passenger seat. "I always liked blue for some reason." It was him. "Used to have a car that exact shade." He gestured to the frogs. I pinned myself back against the door. He held his hand up. No, please don't go running off again. I'm tired and, as I've mentioned before, we're low on time. Who are you? I demanded. Are you the devil or something like that? He let loose a cool laugh. Aw, the hell with the devil. I ain't no devil. I'm here to take you across plains, you understand? He clapped his hands together, and in an instant the frogs had all disappeared. I tried to slow my breathing as I leered at him. What do you mean by that? I asked. Very calmly he elaborated. I'm transporting you from the land of the living to your soul's place of eternal rest. That clear and purty enough for you? I squinted. So what? You're taking me to heaven? There's tons of names for it, but that suits it fine. If you'd like. Yes, I'm here to take you to heaven. He was starting to get annoyed. I looked around, still trying to get a grip on everything that was happening around me. I looked again at the stranger. How do I know you're not something else? He shrugged. Well, I got no reason to lie to you. Death is death, son. I sized him up again. And what if I don't go with you? You don't want to do that. Trust me, he said grimly. If you just stay here, the darkness will swallow you whole. You'll be stuck in a state of eternal misery, lost and lonely, scouring a plain of anger and sadness until the very end of time. And you can forget about finding a way out. There is none. Right now's the only chance you got. Now let's please get a move on, huh? I stared out ahead. I didn't know what to believe. I couldn't fathom the thought of being dead. I just couldn't. I was just a kid. I'd just started my freshman year of college. I had so much I wanted to do still. I wanted to see my friends and family again. I didn't want to be dead. I looked at the stranger in my passenger seat. Hey, I'm sorry. What's your name? He sat back and glared at me as if it should have been obvious. Driscoll. Come on. Hell, I put it up everywhere. Figured you could have made the connection by now. Yeah, my mistake, I guess, I said. Well, Driscoll, I don't suspect there'd be a possible third option here, would there? He began to roll his eyes and shake his head at me. If I've gone over this with one, I've gone over it with everybody. No, you cannot come back to life. Highly unadvisable. Unadvisable? I leaned forward. As in, it can be done. He stared at me, caught and somewhat embarrassed. I did not say that. Whatever it is, I have to at least try. I insisted. He immediately countered me. Ain't worth the risk. Look, Driscoll, please, man. I was desperate and close to tears. You gotta tell me how to get back. I don't want to be dead. I'm only 19. There's so much I want to see and do still. Please, help me. He narrowed his eyes at me, then turned to stare straight ahead. He sat there mulling it over for a moment before finally sighing. Okay, but I'm warning you. What I'm about to say is not nearly as easy as it's gonna sound. If you really want to appeal your fate, you gotta get out of town. Go back the way you came. I stared at him and repeated. Back the way I came? But the path will be different. Your mind is already on its way out. Therefore, your memory will have a very difficult time comprehending what's actually what, and where it really needs to go. If you can't find your way out in time, that's it. You're stuck forever. I weighed my odds. I looked out at the street and remapped the route I took to get here in my head. My hands tightened around the wheel. I nodded. It's still my mind. I can get there. Driscoll gave me an uncertain look. That's been the attitude of most guys who didn't quite make it. But I will. I put the keys in the ignition and started the engine. I swung the car back out onto the street, pointed in the direction from where I had approached earlier. Resigned, Driscoll turned to face me. You sure? This is what you want to do then? I looked back at him. A ray of white light shone behind us. He pointed to it. It's not too late. I looked over my shoulder to see what looked like a split opening placed perfectly on the horizon. The white light pouring through in alluring rays, like the most intense sunrise you could imagine. I stared into it for a bit longer, wondering if I was making the right choice, but no. I knew what I had to do. I had to at least try. I looked at Driscoll and nodded. This is what I want to do. He gave me a nod. Best of luck, then. I cracked a smile at him. Guess I'll see you when I'm older. He laughed and patted me firmly on the shoulder. Then he was gone. The light had vanished. I drove the Taurus down the desolate streets. A neon violet lightning started to crack and ripple throughout the atmosphere. I kept my breathing as steady as I could manage. My eyes darted back and forth in the darkness. Driscoll was right. The buildings down Main Street had taken on different forms. What were once unkept and familiar-looking establishments were now tall, gangly, distorted caricatures of what they used to be, like something from a surrealist nightmare. They all stretched up and loomed over me, their frames moaning, creaking, and snapping as the windows gazed down at me like plate glass eyes. I stomped on the accelerator, trying desperately to blaze through the decaying insanity, but it was as if it had no end. It was like being on a treadmill. I found the turnoff just towards the first Driscoll station I'd encountered. I could see it in the distance, writhing and heaving and bending down to the rupturing soil like a flower wilting and dying in suspended animation. It was all too much to behold, but I knew now that I was close to entering the outer reaches of town from where I'd come in. I clutched the steering wheel in preparation for the upcoming turn. When I finally got close enough to see where I anticipated it would be, I found a dead end leading to nothing but pure darkness. The brakes screeched as I pounded on them with both feet. The car skidded forward before coming to a complete stop. I rolled down the window and stuck my head out, making sure what I was seeing was correct. I thought, what now? The black inked sky set forth a long, forceful groan that echoed over the twisted, nightmarish landscape like thunder. My confidence was beginning to crumble. It was still my mind, yes, but it was beginning to work against me. I sat back in my seat and backed the car around. I had to find an alternate route. Heading back the other way, I scoured for connecting streets that could possibly serve as a path, gearing me back towards consciousness. No luck. By this time, it was a straight shot in both directions, leading to dead ends. I was beginning to panic again. There was no way out. Everything around me, that was me. Me quickly deteriorating. A strange feeling began to overtake me. It was growing more and more apparent that I was never going to make it out of here. And I was angry. Not just angry, but determined. Determined to break out by any means possible. If I had to bend heaven and earth to do it. I swung the car back around and pointed it towards the east edge of town, where I knew I came from. The ground quaked beneath me. A mad whirlwind was beginning to swirl over the disfigured structures. I looked down at the fuel gauge, the needle just barely touching empty. I put my focus back on the end of the road. I drew in one final breath and stomped on the gas. The engine revved as the car barreled towards the black mass of nothing. It was about then I felt myself begin to let go. Once it picked up top speed and leapt straight ahead into the darkness, I could feel myself being flung through the windshield. I never touched down. I just hung in the air in suspended motion. Zero gravity. Nothing around me but blackness. Nothing more to be heard. I stayed in this state for what felt like 5 minutes, before a blinding light cascaded over me. It was jarring, like staring straight into an explosion. I winced and turned my head away, the intensity too much to stand. Then there was a sound echoing, a high-pitched beeping. It was consistent, almost rhythmic. After a moment or two, it started to become more familiar. It was a heart monitor. A voice echoed over me. "We have movement." I was alive. The name's Malachi, but almost everyone calls me Kai. From 2014 until the fall of 2019, I inspected underground mines. Most people hear mine inspector and picture someone wearing a hard hat while walking through tunnels with a clipboard. That's not entirely wrong, but it leaves out most of the job. I inspected active limestone mines, underground storage facilities, and old tunnels beneath properties where someone wanted to build a house, road, or commercial building. Sometimes I worked up to 1,000 feet underground. Other times, I crawled through openings barely wide enough for my shoulders because a farmer had discovered a hole in his pasture and wanted to know whether his cattle were going to disappear into it, or a wolf's den. My job was to identify unstable roof conditions, failed supports or beams, dangerous gases, flooding, and any evidence that the ground above might collapse. The equipment I carried consisted usually of a gas monitor, measuring tape, camera, marking paint, and a 20-ounce scaling hammer. The hammer was used to tap the roof and walls of a tunnel. Solid rocks usually produces a sharp, clean sound. Loose rock sounded hollow, and sometimes echoes. You learn to hear the difference quickly. You also learn that not every hollow sound came from loose rock, but we can chat about that later. I didn't grow up wanting to inspect mines. I grew up near Fredericktown. My father worked maintenance at a limestone quarry, and two of my uncles spent most of their adult lives in the lead belt. Underground work was just something people did. My father hated that I followed him into it. He didn't expect me to be a doctor, but he sure didn't want me working the mines. He once told me, "The ground didn't care whether you were a good person, whether you had children, or whether someone was waiting for you at home. It only has to make one mistake," he said. "You have to be correct every day." At the time, I thought he was talking about cave-ins. Now, though, I'm not so sure. I began working for a private geological company in June 2014, close to the silver mine that you can find in between Ironton and Junction City. We contracted with mine operators, insurance companies, and property owners. I was 25 at the time, recently married and convinced that my associate's degree made me smarter than the others who had spent 30 years underground. It took about 3 weeks for that attitude to fade. My first supervisor was a man named Dale. Dale was 58 when I met him. He had a gray mustache, a permanent limp, and hands that looked like they had been carved from old wood. He had worked in mines since the late 70s. A no-nonsense kind of guy. He didn't tell ghost stories. That was important. Most miners did. They talked about Tommyknockers, moving lights, and dead men tapping from behind the walls. Most of it was something to pass the time. Dale never participated. If someone mentioned hearing voices in an empty heading, he blamed the ventilation. I'll try and explain terms that I'll be using. A heading in a mine refers to a tunnel that's been driven through to reach a mineral deposit. It allows miners to access ore and set up further workings. If someone saw a light where no light should have been, he called it a reflection. If equipment moved by itself, he said someone had forgotten where they left it. That was one of the reasons I trusted him. The first strange thing happened less than a month after I started, July 2014. We were inspecting an abandoned limestone mine, a small town called Edina. The mine had closed sometime in the early 90s, and a company was considering using part of it for underground document storage. Old limestone mines are often shaped like enormous grids. The miners remove sections of rock while leaving large pillars behind to support the roof. Some chambers are wide enough to drive several trucks side by side. The mine was dry, stable, and boring. That was exactly what we wanted. That was our favorite. Dale and I had been underground for about 2 hours when we reached the northern end. According to the map, the workings ended at a solid wall of limestone. Dale marked our location while I checked the roof. I struck it with my hammer. Sharp. Solid. I struck the wall a second time. Sharp. I moved a few feet to the right and struck it a third time. 3 knocks answered from the other side. I lowered my hammer. Dale looked up from the map. What? Did you hear that? Hear what? I hit the wall again. 3 strikes. We waited. 3 knocks came back. They were evenly spaced. Dale walked over and put his palm against the limestone. Probably another heading behind it, I said. No way. He checked the map. There's nothing behind this wall but 60 feet of rock. I hit the wall once. 1 knock answered. Twice. 2 knocks. I smiled nervously. Somebody's screwing with us. Dale grabbed the hammer from my hand impatiently. He hit the wall 5 times in an uneven pattern. Knock, knock, knock. Pause. Knock, knock. The answer came immediately. It repeated the exact pattern. Dale didn't smile. He handed the hammer back to me. We're done with this section. What do you think it is? Water. That doesn't sound like water. Then it's rock. He started walking away. I followed. As we reached the next intersection, 5 more knocks came from somewhere behind us. The same pattern. Dale never mentioned it again. I did tell my father, though. He listened quietly, and then asked where the mine was located. When I told him, he said, "Don't knock on things if you ain't know what's knocking back." I laughed. He didn't. His eyes seemed to pierce through me as my laugh faded. During my first year, I heard plenty of sounds that seemed strange until someone explained them. Water running through fractures could sound like whispering. The kind that you don't understand but doesn't freak you out either. Air moving through a borehole could whistle like a person calling from far away. A borehole is a hole drilled in the earth that helps allow mineral resource extraction. The roof sometimes cracked with a noise like a gunshot. Metal pipes grew and contracted. Loose stone slid across the floor even when no one touched it. Underground, sound didn't behave the way it did on the top. It traveled through rock, disappeared into open chambers, and returned from directions that made no sense, even to an experienced miner. That was what I told myself about the knocking. In February 2015, Dale and I were sent to an old lead mine in St. Francois County, somewhere close to Farmington. The mine had been closed for years, decades. A landowner had discovered water flowing from an old drainage tunnel and was worried that the workings extended beneath his property. Collapses are often the culprit. We entered through a horizontal opening cut into the side of a hill. The tunnel was narrower compared to the limestone mines I had been inside. Timber supports lined portions of the passage, although most of them had rotted or collapsed. The air smelled like wet clay and rust. We were only supposed to travel about 800 feet before reaching a flooded section. At 600 feet, we found fresh boot prints. The prints were deep and sharply defined in the mud, as if they were just created. Someone had walked farther into the mine. No prints came back out. Dale crouched beside them to get a better look. Could be the property owner, I said. He said he's ain't never been inside. Kids? Maybe. We followed the tracks deeper. They were made by an old-style work boot with a wide heel. The person had taken unusually long steps, as if they'd been running. The prints continued until the tunnel ended at a pool of black water. They went directly into it. I shined my light across the surface. The water filled the passage from wall to wall. Maybe there's a ledge, I said. Dale shook his head. The old mine map showed that the tunnel dropped nearly 30 feet beyond that point. Anyone who walked into the water would have disappeared almost immediately. We called the landowner and asked whether anyone was missing in the towns. No one was reported to have been missing to his recollection. The sheriff's department sent 2 deputies and a dive team. They found no body. They also found no footprints near the entrance except ours. According to them, the tracks began nearly 500 feet inside the mine. The official explanation was that they were old prints preserved by the stable conditions underground. That was possible. What wasn't possible were the prints were filling slowly with water while we watched. Later that year, I started hearing the footsteps. They didn't happen in every mine I was in. They usually occurred in old mines where the air was still and there was no active equipment. I would be walking with Dale or another inspector and hear someone behind us. A slow, dragging step. Another step. If we stopped, it stopped. If we continued, it followed. Whenever I turned around, the tunnel was empty. The first few times I assumed it was an echo. Then, during an inspection near Joplin, I heard the footsteps while standing still. This was a first. Dale and I had stopped to examine a fractured support pillar. Something approached from the darkness behind us. Step, drag, step, drag. It was moving slowly, but it was definitely getting closer. Dale stared through me. "Keep your light forward," he said. "Why?" "Just do it." The footsteps continued. Step, drag, step, drag. Small stones slid behind us. I felt the muscles in my back tighten like a torqued screw. "Is someone there?" I yelled. The footsteps stopped. Dale closed his eyes. From the darkness, my own voice answered, "Is someone there?" It sounded far away, but it was undoubtedly me. The words echoed through the tunnel. Then the footsteps began moving again. Faster this time. Dale grabbed my arm and pushed me toward the exit. We didn't run, because running underground is how people trip. Crack skulls or fall into holes they didn't see. Mines are notoriously dark. But we walked as swiftly as we could. The footsteps followed for nearly 10 minutes. When we reached daylight, Dale made me stay outside while he stood at the entrance. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Listening." "For what?" He didn't answer. After several minutes, he stepped away from the opening. On the drive back, he spoke up. "Never answer something underground unless you want to see who you're talking to." "That was an echo." "No." "You think somebody was following us?" "No." "Then what was it?" Dale looked through the windshield. "I don't know." That was the first time I ever heard him admit that. My wife noticed changes in me before I did. Her name was Kelsey. We had been married for just over 2 years when she told me I had started talking in my sleep. I asked what I said during my dreams. "You count," she replied. "Count what?" "I don't know. You get to 50 or 60 and start over." I laughed and told her it was probably because I spent all day measuring tunnels. A few weeks later, she woke me by turning on the bedroom light. I was standing beside the wall with one hand pressed against it. "What are you doing?" she asked. I had no idea. The wall separated our bedroom from the hallway. I told her I must have been sleepwalking. She stared at my hand. My knuckles were bleeding. There were 3 small dents in the drywall. In 2016, our company received a contract to document abandoned workings beneath a property in the Ozarks. The landowner planned to build cabins near an old mine opening. Nobody knew exactly what had been mined there. Some records described it as an iron prospect. Others called it a lead exploration tunnel. We relied on rumors. The main passage extended straight into a ridge. It was barely 6 feet high and wide enough for one person at a time. Dale stayed outside because his bad knee had been bothering him. I entered with another inspector named Ryan. Ryan was younger than me and had worked for the company for about 6 months. About 400 feet inside, we found a side tunnel that wasn't shown on any of the available maps. It had been sealed with stacked rocks. The wall had partially collapsed, leaving an opening near the top. Cold air flowed through the gap. Ryan shined his light inside. Looks open to me. We're not supposed to enter undocumented areas. We're supposed to document them. He had a point, although I didn't like it. We removed several loose rocks and widened the opening. The tunnel beyond was different from the rest of the mine. The main passage had been drilled and blasted. This means that the drill rigs drilled the walls and then blasted with explosives. They were irregular and scarred with tool marks. The hidden tunnel had smooth walls. Not perfectly smooth, but rounded, almost polished. The floor sloped downward. We crawled through. After about 50 feet, the passage widened into a circular chamber. In the center stood an iron chair. That's the best way I can describe it. It looked handmade. Thick metal plates had been welded together to form a seat. Back and 4 short legs. Leather straps hung from the armrests. Ryan laughed nervously. What the hell? I took several photographs. We would normally take pictures for a few reasons. One is for safety and training. The second is for documentation and progress tracking. There were scratches on the floor around the chair, like someone had dragged it repeatedly across the chamber. The walls were covered in names. Some were carved deeply into the rock, others appeared to have been written in charcoal. Most were too faded to read. Not all of them. Ryan walked around the chair. Don't touch it, I said. I'm not. He leaned closer. There's something underneath. Bolted to the bottom of the seat was a metal plate. Ryan read it aloud. Malachi. I thought he was joking. What? He pointed. My full first name had been engraved into the metal. Not Kai. Malachi. The spelling was correct. People usually spelt it as M-A-L-A-C-H-I, whereas I spell it with I-C-H-I. My mother had used an I because she liked the way it looked. Ryan knew me only as Kai. Did Dale put you up to this? I asked. Ryan stepped away. I didn't do that. I crouched beside the chair. Below my name was a date. September 19th, 2019. At the time, that was more than 3 years away. I took a photograph. The camera flashed. Something moved in the tunnel behind us. A shadow crossed the opening. Ryan turned. Dale? No one answered. Our radios produced only static. Then a man began humming somewhere deeper inside the mine. It was a song my dad used to sing while working on cars. I hadn't heard it since I was a kid. I stood so fast that I hit my head on the low ceiling. Time to go. Ryan didn't argue. We climbed through the opening and replaced the rocks. When we reached the entrance, Dale was sitting on the hood of the truck. He asked why we had been underground for almost 4 hours. I checked my watch. We had entered the hidden tunnel at 10:16 a.m. It was now after 2 p.m. It had felt like 15 minutes. I showed Dale the photographs. The chamber was visible. The chair was visible, but the metal plate beneath it was blank. My name and the date had disappeared. We returned the following morning with the property owner. The side tunnel was no longer there. The wall where we had originally found, it was solid stone. No stacked rocks. Solid, unbroken rock. Ryan quit 2 weeks later. He never told me why, but I had my suspicions. I tried contacting him several years ago, but his phone number had been disconnected. I couldn't find him online. According to one of our former co-workers, Ryan's family claimed he had never worked in mining. They said he had been a school teacher. I still have photographs of him wearing our company uniform. At least, I did. When I checked recently, he was missing from most of them. There were empty spaces where he had been standing, but the gaps were noticeable. Around 2017, I had become a senior field inspector. The promotion came with better pay, a company truck, and the responsibility of training new inspectors. I stopped talking about the eerie things. I learned that from Dale. I didn't mention the footsteps. I didn't tell anyone about the chair. I didn't explain why I refused to enter a mine alone. The job was dangerous enough without people thinking I was unstable. Most inspections remained completely normal. I saw roof collapses, flooded mine shafts, and equipment abandoned so long that tree roots had grown through it. I found animal bones, rusted tools, and old lunch tins. Once I found a newspaper from 1951 that looked as like it had been left there the day before. Another time, we discovered an underground room containing hundreds of glass jars filled with a cloudy and peculiar liquid. We notified the police and left them alone. They turned out to be homemade mineral samples. There was mostly an explanation. Mostly. In August 2017, we inspected a working limestone mine outside a small town in central MO near Branch. That just means the mine operated during the day. Our inspection began after the workers had left, because management wanted us to examine an area near active blasting. There were 4 of us. Me, Dale, a structural engineer named Allison, and a safety technician named Mark. Allison was 32, smart and impatient. She had no time for stories about haunted mines. Mark was nearing retirement and had worked underground almost as long as Dale. We entered shortly after 7 p.m. The mine had electrical lighting in the main corridors for the workers, but the section we were inspecting was dark. At around 10 p.m., Allison stopped. "Who's the 5th person?" she asked. We turned. No one was behind us. "What do you mean?" "I keep seeing another light down the hatch." Mark glanced at Dale. "Where?" "Behind Kai." I looked over my shoulder. The tunnel was empty. Allison pointed farther back. "There." For a split second I saw it. A small yellow light floating near the floor. It looked like an old carbide lamp. Carbide lamps haven't been common in decades. They were the type of flashlight that had a giant lens that looked like an old camera flash. The light moved behind a support pillar. Dale raised his radio. "Control, can you confirm all personnel are accounted for?" The answer came through clearly. "All personnel accounted for. 4-person inspection team underground." Allison walked toward the pillar. Dale blocked her. "Don't follow it." She looked annoyed. "Someone could be down here." "No one's down here." "Then what did we see?" "A reflection." "From what?" Dale didn't answer. The yellow light appeared again 2 pillars farther away. It was moving against us, deeper into the mine. Mark counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. "What are you doing?" Allison asked. "Confirming." We continued working. Every 20 or 30 minutes, the light would glow behind us. It never came closer. It just followed. Before leaving the mine, we stopped for a group photograph near the mine entrance. Management wanted it for a safety presentation. A superior took the picture. The next morning, Allison emailed it to us. There were 5 people standing together. The 5th man was behind me. He wore dirty coveralls and an old metal helmet. Coveralls are different from overalls. They are a one-piece type of clothing that covers the entire body. They help protect the harsh environments of the mine. His face was hidden because he was looking downward. One hand rested on my shoulder. I hadn't felt it. Allison called my cell phone. "Who is that?" I could sense her frustration growing. "I don't know." "Mark says there were only 4 of us." "There were." Dale won't answer his phone. This isn't surprising. I printed the photograph and took it to Dale's house. He studied it from his kitchen table. After a while, he opened a drawer and removed another photograph. It showed a group of miners standing outside a tunnel entrance. The photograph was dated 1978. A younger version of Dale stood near the center. Behind him was the same man, same helmet, same coveralls, same downward tilted head. His hand rested on Dale's shoulder. "We called him the Counter," Dale said. "Why?" "Because he shows up when there's one more person underground than there should be." "What does that mean?" "It means somebody doesn't come back." I looked at the old photograph. "Who didn't come back?" Dale pointed toward a young man standing beside him. "My brother." I had worked with Dale for 3 years, and he never mentioned he had a brother. "He disappeared underground?" "Roof collapse. We never recovered his body." "Oh, what does this have to do with the photograph?" "We saw the extra light for 3 nights before the accident happened." I looked again at the picture from our inspection. The man's hand was on my shoulder. "Are you saying I'm going to die?" "No." "Then what are you saying?" "I'm just saying don't be the last person out." For the next 2 years, I never was. Not a chance. When entering a mine, I made someone go ahead of me. When leaving, I stayed in the middle of the group. I knew it was an irrational fear, but I did it anyway. My marriage ended during that period. Kelsey said I had become distant. Different. She mentioned I woke her at night by walking around the house with a flashlight. I checked closets, the basement, and the space beneath our porch. Sometimes I would count the rooms in my sleep. Sometimes I stood in doorways and listened. I don't remember doing any of it. One morning she found me in the basement tapping the concrete foundation with a hammer. She asked what I was doing. I told her there was a hollow space behind the wall. There wasn't. At least, there shouldn't have been. Kelsey moved out in January 2018. I don't blame her. After she left, I began volunteering for more inspections. Idle hands is the devil's workshop, my grandmother used to say. Being underground was easier than being home. The mind stayed busier that way. This probably sounds strange considering everything I've described, but underground, I knew why I was afraid. On the top, I heard the footsteps everywhere. In store aisles, parking garages, the hallway outside my apartment. Step, drag, step, drag. Whenever I turned around, no one was ever there. In May 2018, Dale retired. I knew I was alone for real this time. There was no ceremony. He cleared his desk on a Friday afternoon and left his hard hat hanging on the wall. Before he went, he gave me a scaling hammer. It was old with a leather-wrapped handle, worn smooth by decades of use. "You'll need this more than I will," he said. I asked him why he had decided to retire. He looked toward the empty hallway outside the office. "I started hearing my brother." "Underground?" "No." He left before I could ask anything else. Our final project together had been inspection of an abandoned mine called Black Hollow. That wasn't its official name, but every local called it Black Hollow. The mine was located on private land. A logging company had discovered several sinkholes near an access road and wanted to know whether the old workings were collapsing. Very little documentation existed. This is pretty normal. The mine appeared briefly on a state map from the 1920s and vanished from later records. We entered through a partially collapsed drift near the bottom of a ravine. A drift is where the entry is horizontal and usually accesses the minerals directly instead of having to walk the whole time. The passage continued straight for nearly 2,500 feet. That part was unusual. Exploration mines normally led toward promising mineral deposits. Black Hollow had been driven directly beneath the ridge without any obvious effort to follow one. The tunnel walls were covered in small square recesses. Each was about 5 inches deep. Some contained rusted nails and bolt anchors. Others contained scraps of cloth, animal teeth, were small bundles of hair tied with string. I photographed everything. Dale didn't. He walked with his eyes fixed on the floor. What were these for? I asked. Not sure. You've been here before? He stopped. How do you know that? You recognized the entrance. Dale looked back the way we had come. I was here once. When? 1978. With your brother? He nodded. What happened? We entered through a different opening. There's only one entrance, though. There was another back then. The tunnel ended at a vertical shaft. We couldn't see the bottom. Cold air rose from it, carrying the smell of soil after rain. There was a steel ladder attached to the wall. It looked new. The bolts showed no rust. Did your former crew install that? I asked. No. I shined my light down the shaft. 150 meters. The ladder continued beyond the reach of the beam. Something climbed beneath us. The rungs vibrated. A faint metallic ringing echoed from below. I stepped away from the edge. Who else is down here? No one. The climbing continued, slow and steady. Dale lifted his hammer. The top of a helmet appeared in the darkness. It was an old metal mining helmet, the same kind worn by the man in the photographs. Dale grabbed my jacket. We ran. Behind us, something pulled itself out of the shaft. I heard metal scrape against stone. Then the footsteps followed. Step, drag, step, drag. As we neared the entrance, Dale began shouting his brother's name. Eddie! The footsteps stopped immediately. A man answered from deep inside the mine. Dale? The voice echoed what seemed like an hour. Dale turned. I grabbed him. That isn't your brother. Dale? The voice called again. I found the way out. Dale wrestled with me. It took everything I had to keep him moving. We reached daylight. For several minutes, neither of us spoke. Then Dale looked at me and said, Don't ever go back in there. I promised I wouldn't. In September 2019, I broke that promise. The logging company had begun clearing land above Black Hollow. A section of access road collapsed, leaving a hole almost 30 feet across. Our company was asked to determine whether the rest of the road was safe. I refused the assignment. My manager reminded me that I was the senior inspector and the only current employee who had entered the mine previously. I told him to find someone else. He said the company would lose the contract. I still refused. The next morning, Allison called me. I hadn't worked with her since the mine where we saw the fifth light. She had been hired as the project engineer for the job. I heard you're afraid of this one, she said. I'm not afraid. Then what's the problem? The mine is unstable. That's why we inspect it. You don't understand. Then explain it. I tried. I told her about the shaft, the old helmet, the voice that sounded like Dale's brother. Allison listened without interrupting. When I finished, she said, You know Dale had early-stage dementia when he retired. I didn't know that, nor believed it. He was confusing places and dates. He probably told you stories that weren't accurate. I listened. I heard the voice. Sound travels underground. I saw someone climbing the ladder. You saw a helmet. You were there when we saw the fifth light. I saw a reflection. What about the photograph? Digital artifacts happen. I almost laughed. Why did you call me? Because I trust your judgment underground, even if I don't trust your explanation. She said the inspection team would include 4 people. Myself and Allison, a safety technician named Rob, and a local surveyor named Thomas. I had heard about Thomas before. Thomas was nearly 60 and had worked around mines his entire life. He knew nothing about my previous inspection. We entered Black Hollow on September 19th, 2019. The date engraved beneath the iron chair. I considered backing out when I realized it. I didn't. That decision has bothered me more than any other in my entire life. The mine looked exactly as I remembered. Same narrow passage, same square recesses in the walls, same bundles of hair. Thomas stopped repeatedly to examine them. Memorial holes, he said. Memorial holes were created to commemorate a significant person, event, or loss. What does that mean? Allison asked. Some old mining communities place personnel items underground after a death. I've never heard of that. Neither have I. He smiled, but no one else did. We placed monitoring equipment near the entrance and continued inward. At roughly 300 feet, Rob noticed boot prints in the dust. 4 different sets. They traveled toward us. What time did the survey crew leave? He asked. There was no survey crew underground, Allison said. Thomas crouched by the tracks. These are fresh. The 4 sets of prints matched our boots. I placed mine beside one. Same size, same tread pattern. The right heel even had the same missing section where a piece of rubber had torn away. The tracks belonged to us. They had been made before we arrived. They continued deeper into the mine. Allison tried to explain them as prints from our previous inspection. I reminded her that she hadn't been there, and I had worn different boots at the time. We followed the tracks. They led to the vertical shaft. The steel ladder was no longer there. A narrow bridge of rocks crossed the opening. The footprints continued over it. I don't remember that being here, I said as I thought back to that night. Allison looked at the map I had drawn in 2018. The tunnel ended at the shaft. Absolutely. Thomas tested the stone bridge with his hammer. Seems to be solid. He stepped onto it slowly. I began to grab his shoulder. We don't know what's on the other side. That's why we're here. Thomas crossed. Rob followed him. Allison went third. I stood alone at the edge trying to gather my thoughts. From the shaft, my own voice disappeared. Don't be the last person. I crossed swiftly. The passage continued beyond the shaft. The walls became more polished as we traveled. Eventually, the tool marks disappeared completely. The tunnel wasn't natural, but it didn't look mined either. It looked worn out, almost as if something gigantic moved through it back and forth for a very long time. The boot prints remained ahead of us, guiding us. After another 100 feet, we found a yellow survey mark painted on the wall. It was still wet. Thomas touched it. That's my paint, he exclaimed. He double-checked the spray can that was on his belt. The cap was still sealed. Farther ahead, we found another marker. Then another. Each had been placed exactly where Thomas normally marked survey stations. The final mark read, End of inspection. Below it included 4 vertical lines. Someone had crossed out the 4th. Rob turned towards me. You've been here before. No. Then who made these? I didn't answer. Allison raised her radio. The signal was filled with static. Then her own voice came through. Station 7 is stable. Moving to Station 8. Allison looked down at the radio. She hadn't transmitted anything. A second voice followed. Rob's. I can hear something ahead. Then came the warning. Kai, don't let it count us. Thomas whispered. What the hell? The radio crackled again. My voice came through last. Leave Allison. She stared at me. What does that mean? I don't know. From farther down the tunnel, someone began screaming. It sounded like Allison. She was standing beside me. The scream came again. Help me. Allison lifted her light. That's not possible. The voice called my name. Kai? I grabbed Allison's arm before she could move. The light appeared ahead of us. A yellow carbide flame floated in the darkness. Behind it stood 4 people. An inspection team. They were about 150 feet away, partly hidden by the curve of the tunnel. One wore a white hard hat like Allison. One carried a survey pole like Thomas. One had Rob's orange reflective vest. The 4th wore my jacket. They were facing away from us. Rob whispered, "That's us." The other team began walking. Their lights moved farther into the tunnel. Thomas raised his camera and snapped a picture. The flash illuminated the passage like a bolt of lightning. For that 1/10 of a second, the figures weren't facing away anymore. They were facing towards us. Their heads were lowered like the previous photos I saw. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew. The figure wearing my jacket had one hand resting on Allison's shoulder, the same way the counter had touched mine. I remembered Dale's warning began speaking in my head. Somebody doesn't come back. "We're leaving," I said. No one argued. We turned around. However, the stone bridge over the shaft was gone. The passage ended at the open pit. Allison looked at her map. "There's gotta be another route." "There isn't." Rob shined his light across the shaft. The opposite side was 20 feet away. Too far to jump. "We crossed here," Thomas said. "I know." The radio crackled. Dale's voice came through. "Kai?" I froze. Dale had retired more than a year earlier. "Kai, I found a ladder." A light disappeared below us. Then another, then dozens. Small yellow flames moved in the shaft like people climbing an invisible staircase. The metallic ringing began, coming toward us. Allison grabbed my sleeve. "What do we do?" I looked along the edge of the shaft. There was a narrow ledge on the right side. It might have been wide enough to cross if we pressed ourselves against the wall. Rob went first. Thomas followed. I told Allison to go next. She shook her head. "You gotta go first." Something struck the wall beneath us. Dust began falling from the ceiling. The yellow lights grew larger. Allison stepped onto the ledge. Halfway across, she stopped. "Kai?" "What?" She was staring into the shaft. "There's someone down there." "Keep moving." "It's me." A woman stood far below us. She wore Allison's white hard hat. Her face was turned upward. "Kai?" the woman called. The voice came from both the shaft and the Allison beside me. The woman below lifted one arm. She was holding Dale's scaling hammer. The hammer Dale gave me during his retirement, the one attached to my belt. I touched it to make sure it was still there. It was. The Allison on the ledge stared back at me. What is she holding? "Don't look at her." The woman below began climbing the wall. She didn't use a ladder. Her hands and feet pressed flat against the stone as she crawled upward. Allison screamed and hurried across. I followed her. The ledge crumbled beneath my final step. Rob caught my arm and pulled me on to the other side. We ran toward the entrance. The footsteps followed. Not one set, 4. Step, drag, step, drag. The radios played different fragments of conversations. Some were things we had said earlier. Others hadn't happened yet. I heard Rob crying. Thomas was praying. Allison saying she couldn't find her face. Then my voice said, "We left the wrong one." The footsteps moved closer. At the memorial holes, Thomas suddenly stopped. "What are you doing?" I shouted. He pointed. Inside was a wallet. His wallet. He removed the one from his pocket. Both were identical. He opened the wallet from the wall. Inside was his driver's license. The photograph showed Thomas wearing the old metal mining helmet. A folded note was tucked behind it. Thomas read the note slowly. His face went pale, eyes glazed over. "What does it say?" Allison asked. He handed it to me. The note was written in my own handwriting. Thomas did not enter with us. I looked at Thomas. He backed away. What is that supposed to mean? I counted. Rob, Allison, Thomas, me. 4 people. Then I remembered when we arrived. Thomas was waiting at the site when I arrived. Allison had introduced him. Rob had shaken his hand. I had watched him put on his equipment. He had entered with us. Hadn't he? The footsteps stopped. A man spoke behind us. 3 came in. It was Dale's voice. Thomas stared into the darkness. That isn't true. 3 came in. The voice repeated. Allison began counting. Kai, Rob, me. She looked at Thomas. Her expression changed. Who are you? Thomas's face collapsed. Not physically, emotionally. He looked like a child who had been abandoned. You know me. No, Allison said. I don't. Rob raised his light. Where did he come from? Thomas grabbed my arm. Kai, you talked to me outside. I remembered it. We had been discussing his survey equipment. He had told me about his first mining job near BurnBurrrnn. I remembered everything, but the memories had started feeling borrowed. Almost as if the stories had been told to me rather than things I had experienced. Thomas looked toward the mine entrance. Daylight was visible in the distance. He ran. The footsteps resumed. They ran with him. Thomas disappeared around the curve. We followed. When we reached the entrance, Thomas was gone. There was no sign of him outside the mine. No vehicle, no equipment, no boot prints. We called the sheriff's department right away. They searched the mine for 2 days. They found nothing. The company that hired our team denied employing a surveyor named Thomas. Allison had no memory of him. Neither did Rob. The photographs from the inspection only showed 3 people. Me, Allison, Rob. In the photograph Thomas took of the figures ahead of us, 4 inspectors stood in the tunnel. 1 was me, 1 was Rob, 1 was Allison. The 4th wore an old metal helmet and looked toward the ground. His hand rested on Allison's shoulder. I resigned the following Monday. My manager offered me a leave of absence. 5 years was a long time in this current market. I told him I was finished. He asked whether my decision had anything to do with the Black Hollow inspection. I asked how many people had been on our team. He said 3. I haven't entered a mine since September 19th, 2019. It was supposed to be a perfectly normal family outing. My mom, my dad, my sister, my baby brother, and me. We were a middle-class family living in southern Manchester in the 90s, in a classic suburban home in the Heatons. I stayed with my parents and siblings, never really moving out of the house or neighborhood while living with them. Usually, my mother woke my sister and me for school. We'd get breakfast and walk to the nearest school district we were enrolled in. The routine was normal. Wake, eat, school, and home. Seldom would we get out as a family to a shopping center, or the piers, where we'd have a relatively good meal of either fried food, fast food, street food, or mom would just propose to cook at home, to all of our dismay. But on one spring evening in February, my dad came home with a big grin. The man rushed to my mother, who was cooking in the kitchen with Troy sitting on a high chair, devouring colored blocks bigger than his mouth. We won the free dinner, Dad said. Oh my God, how's that possible? Dad shrugged. He chuckled to himself before shoving an envelope into Mom's hands. I don't know either. I called them earlier and they asked me a bunch of questions about our food preferences. He had a lot of questions about allergens, but I reassured him nobody was sensitive to anything. This is great news. Orago is extremely exclusive. I hear those snooty shallots in the Revlon counter constantly talking about months-long bookings. Mom held the letter, reading the print on the page, as I tried to keep my attention solely focused on my homework on the dining table. Her grin faltered slightly as she read deeper into the print. Oh, dinner is scheduled in April. Her smile was plastered back on as she looked up at Dad before continuing to cook. I had practically forgotten about that whole conversation until April of that year, when I got home from school disheveled from playing soccer with my schoolmates. Mom wasn't pleased, saying I should have gone home earlier and cleaner, before telling me to get into the bath and wear the outfit on my bed she picked out. "Alan, to the bath, now." Her voice lingered. The outfit looked brand new, or I just never wore it enough to notice, as vests weren't really my thing even then, especially when I wore them over a shirt and under a coat. Time practically moved faster than it usually did when your family is in a frenzy, until we found ourselves in Dad's car, on the way to spinning fields. That part of the city looked mesmerizing from inside the car. We only ever passed by only to get to another point before, but to really see the tall skyscrapers and commercial buildings in its peak bustling hour feels different when you knew the destination was exactly there. "You'd better be on your best behavior when we get there," Mom said. Claire sank into her seat, unhappy with how she looked in her frilly emerald dress. "Tell that to Ivan." "I only fight back when you start it," I retorted, leading to Mom having to tell us both off while Troy sat happily in his car seat in a small but adorable suit. The car stopped in front of the garden-like driveway, where men in velvet blue uniforms waited by a golden revolving door near high-paned windows. After Dad handed the keys and claimed a ticket from the valets, we were led by an escort up to the restaurant, where my sister and I ogled at the entrance. You could see the giant aquarium from the outside, while the nearby wall lit up with the establishment's name and logo, Orago's. A waitress let us in after the maitre d' had a brief exchange with my dad. Claire looked just as mesmerized at the restaurant as I was, never having seen anything like it before. We were used to the yellow and red, ketchup and mustard type of interior from fast food places. To see a fancy restaurant was a brand new experience for us. She led us to a darker spot in the restaurant, which had a Japanese screen keeping privacy between the tables. Our area had 5 seats and a high chair surrounding a round table, topped with a tablecloth that had one too many layers forming swags around the table. I rushed to sit near the window, seeing the entirety of London's skyline from the view. Claire was mad she didn't get to it first, but couldn't do much about it. First come, first served. She knew the rules. "Please get comfortable. I will be back with refreshments and your food cards," the waitress said. Mom was seated beside Dad, while Claire was seated beside me, and Troy was seated in the provided high chair beside Mom. Mom waited for the waitress to be fully gone before pulling out a digital camera to start taking photos of everyone and everything around her. "Meredith is going to fume seeing these photos," she said, jeering behind the camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Dad mumbled to himself. "Honey, what are you doing?" "There are 5 seats." "Yeah, because there are 5 of us," Mom chortled. "No, I already told them Troy needed a high chair instead." "Well, this table was probably made for 5. Dad shrugged, letting Mom's words brush off his thoughts as we all waited patiently for the waitress to come back. She did, not long after, with a cart full of drinks and menus. She asked Claire and me if we wanted sodas or juice. I had a Coke, while she had sparkling apple juice. She gave Troy his own small cup of orange juice. She turned to Mom and Dad, asking which they preferred. "We'll have the red," Dad said, as Mom nodded. The waitress spoke a bunch of wine jargon, talking about how old the wine was before uncorking the bottle in front of us, causing Claire to jolt. "That's scary. I don't think I like wine," she said. "More for me and Troy." She made a disgusted expression as the waitress began to fill the wine glasses on the table with wine. First Mom's, then Dad's, then the third wine glass by the vacant seat. My parents paused, the drink barely touching their lips as they looked at her. Sweetie, who's..." My mom chuckled before putting the drink down. "Who is that supposed to be for?" The waitress glanced at them. Her polite eyes hadn't wavered. "Your guest, of course," she said, smiling before walking away with the beverage cart. Mom and Dad stared at the extra wine glass. I'll drink it," Mom said, brushing off the tension with an outstretched hand. "No, just leave it there," Dad said. Claire was too engrossed in the menu, reading the names off the food card, while Troy suckled on the sippy cup full of orange juice. "Claire," I held my sister's arm as she brushed me off, annoyed. "What?" "Did you put the juice in his bottle?" I asked. "What are you talking about?" She paused as we both watched our baby brother, not noticing the fallen plastic cup that was once filled with orange juice roll under the table. "What on earth did you two do?" Mom said, seeing Troy's baby bottle full of orange juice. "It wasn't me," we said in unison. "Why would you do this? Who did this?" Mom took Troy's orange bottle as he began crying. The table was a bustling cacophony of familiar exchange. For a moment, we forgot we were in a fine dining establishment. Mom was scolding us. Troy was sobbing loudly. Dad drank Mom's wine, while Claire and I tried to convince her we were innocent. "Enough," she snapped, silencing Claire and me. Mom took Troy from his chair to calm him from crying, but even within her arms, he bawled, until she paced, walking around the table, whispering pleas for him to quiet down before we got kicked out of the establishment. People were beginning to stare. Their darkened eyes glared at our table, before whispering to themselves, and the empty seats beside them. Dad sighed, taking another sip from Mom's glass. I furrowed my brows. All of the tables had one empty seat, one singular seat that no one occupied. Troy stopped crying as Mom walked near the empty seat at our table. He laughed, his small hands motioning at the sixth seat. Mom was too relieved to even notice how odd the baby reacted, as she sat him back down on the high chair to rest her feet. Troy didn't take his gaze away from the empty seat, clapping and laughing while kicking his feet. "You drank all my wine?" Mom said, looking exasperated at Dad as her glass sat empty beside her plate. "Yeah, there's another glass right there anyway." He paused. The third glass was empty too. "You drank the other one too?" Mom said, trying too hard not to raise her voice. But Dad couldn't muster up a response to even defend himself as he looked at the third empty glass. No, I didn't," he said, barely forming a coherent sentence. Mom sighed. "You'd better pray that girl brings back the whole bottle." The waitress returned, but not with the bottle. She carted in a whole bonsai tree in a tray before placing it in the middle of the table. The tree had small pockets of food dangling from the branches. Each of us tried it, taking a bite of the round, bubble-sealed food. It was fun. I wasn't sure what to make of it, actually. The shell felt like a thin layer of sensitive plastic, and as I popped it into my mouth, a burst of flavor coated my tongue. Floral, yet savory and sweet at the same time. Claire said hers tasted like lavender mint. "So like laundry soap. You're eating soapy sacks, sis?" I asked, barely containing my laugh as she shoved me. The appetizers arrived one after another, each more ridiculous than the last. I couldn't understand why anyone would pay so much money for food that looked like science experiments, but every time I reluctantly tried the food, it somehow tasted exactly like something familiar. From peeled onions resembling a tapeworm on the plate, drizzled in olive oil and breadcrumbs, to deconstructed burgers. Each component of a burger is turned into a ball before being pierced with a stick. The nugget was the strangest so far. The appetizer was a barely formed duck embryo, housed inside thin, crispy strings forming a nest, blanketed on a toasted wonton skin. Its eyes were pitch black, and from what you could make out was the head still barely separating from the rest of its body. Claire looked as though she was about to burst into tears when I turned to her. She looked at the duck embryo with pity. I can't eat this," she mumbled. Mom looked perplexed before Dad spoke. "It's good to try new things, Claire. You can't appreciate what you don't discover." Dad ate a whole nest as Claire looked mortified. "Dad, don't eat it." "Honey, I think we should just return this. It doesn't look appetizing," Mom said. "Nonsense. It's fine, I'll eat it." Dad practically finished the whole plate as we watched him eat all 8 nests. The 3 of us sat in silence watching him eat, before he gulped down the whole glass of water in one breath. Troy didn't understand what was happening on the table, and quite frankly, we didn't either, although he was more particularly occupied by the empty seat opposite to him. The empty plate with untouched utensils looked proper, ready, waiting. Troy giggled again. Kicking his feet under the table as the waitress came back, she took the used plates before setting down 6 different plates. Claire and I let out a sigh of relief, realizing the food finally looked normal. Mom had what looked like chicken Alfredo. Claire's plate was a plate of lasagna. Troy had a bowl of tepid mushroom soup, and mine was a classic spaghetti with a palm-sized meatball on the top. Dad had a plate of what looked like steak and potatoes. The potatoes looked mashed with gravy sauce on top, but the meat looked red. "Richard, that's too undercooked. We need to return." Mom paused as she watched Dad eat the undercooked steak. It bordered between rare and raw, as each slice he took to put into his mouth juiced with red liquid. Too sheer to be blood, but too red to be water. He happily ate his meal, pairing it occasionally with the mashed potatoes before turning to us. "Go on, it'll get cold." He gestured at our food before we too took bites of our own meals. Mom occupied herself with her food, slightly shifting in her seat to move away from Dad, while Claire helped Troy eat his soup, taking bites off of her own meal occasionally. I ate my own meal as well, though I was better off eating nothing at all, as my taste buds barely registered the food. My mind was occupied with the 6th plate between Dad and me. My fork balanced the giant ball of beef, as my eyes trailed towards the curling heat steaming from the plate a few feet away. The dish looked like a plump pouch of sheer flesh, resting on top of an orange sauce. I jolted back slightly, seeing a seam tear open, a clean, straight slice, before small intestines began to pool out along with a soup of thick cream liquid. I checked the food card I set aside, and right on the main course category, my eyes settled on the Babe, a pound of steamed, milk-fed baby goat intestines, cooked with mushroom raw, wrapped within the goat mother's flavorful rumen, served with the in-house citrus sauce. "Mom?" I muttered under my breath. I wasn't sure if my mother heard me the first time, as I was about to call attention to the 6th plate, but the meatball on my fork finally slipped off as it rolled down onto the floor. A wet slap hit the ground before the sphere disappeared beneath the table. I felt a heated glare against the skin of my nape. When I turned, I saw Dad's eyes towards me, blank, empty as his mouth opened to speak. I caught a glimpse of his bloody teeth, the once white teeth he meticulously maintained, and encouraged Claire and I to do the same. The man who emphasized on the importance of hygiene was a far cry to what I was seeing now. "Put it back on your plate. It's rude to make a mess," Dad said. The red juices from his meal lined the edges of his mouth. I got off my chair reluctantly. Before getting to my knees, lifting the layers of tablecloth, I was met with a darkness bordering on pitch black. I squinted, trying to make out where the ball of meat could have been until I was staring right at it. In front of my face was the meatball clasped within an outstretched hand towards me. My throat practically clamped shut as my breathing halted, my own hand uncurled by itself right under it. As it handed it to me, my eyes never left the dark. It never left the sight of the aged, grayish-pale hand, with nails too long and dull. I felt my hand tremble as the meat slopped against my palm. The black shadow or outline I had been looking at, or what felt like minutes, had moved. And that's when I finally saw light peek from the other side of the table. The heart in my chest dropped. Through the small hole of torn fabric, I saw Troy's feet dangling, wearing only one shoe. As the other had already fallen under the table, he was inching closer and closer. The only thing keeping him held on to the seat was the harness holding him to the chair. Dropping the meatball, I practically jumped from under the table before rushing towards Troy, unhooking the harness and carrying him into my arms. The baby began to cry as I held him close. "There's something under there. We have to leave," I practically yelled out. I didn't care if I was drawing attention from other diners. "What are you talking about? Alan, sit down," Mom said. "No, we have to leave. We have to go now," I said. Dad's face hadn't changed. He wasn't even reacting to a thing I was saying. Meanwhile, Claire was at my side as she cooed to calm Troy. Mom was trying to get a hold of the situation, but as she stood, the table began to shake, while Dad sat on his own, unmoving in his seat. Every unfinished food on the table began to topple to the floor as Mom backed against the wall, holding her purse. The waitress came back while the table shook violently, and she sighed. "I'm afraid you'll be asked to leave. We've been receiving some complaints about the commotion from your table," she said as I rushed past her, with Claire following behind. Mom dragged Dad as we all rushed out of the restaurant and into the elevator. I watched as the waitress and maitre d' stood just outside by the glowing sign, Oragos, before the elevator door ultimately closed the barrier between our family and the restaurant. What was?" Claire muttered, but her words barely made it out as she, too, could barely process what had happened. We waited in the lobby where Mom demanded that the receptionist let her use the phones. Shortly, Granddad came by taxi. Mom told Gran that Dad couldn't drive, that he had too much to drink in the restaurant, to which he scolded him on the hotel lobby's couch for being irresponsible. But Dad barely listened. He just stared at the floor before Mom gave him the ticket from Dad's suit jacket to get the car from the chauffeurs. During the ride, Dad was shoved to the back seat while Mom sat on the passenger seat, and the three of us children were in our usual spots. Claire and Troy had fallen asleep while Mom spoke to Gran about what happened in the restaurant. Gran only listened as he drove, while my eyes trailed to Troy's shoeless foot. I lay my head on him gently, thankful that my baby brother was safe from whatever it was under that table. Though it felt like the storm had passed, I could still feel the lingering stare, the feeling of eyes glaring towards me, at the back of my head, and on the skin of my nape. As weeks and months had gone by since that day, Dad became an alcoholic. After work, he would come home to drink more than 3 glasses of wine. I noticed the strain in Mom and Dad's relationship. They no longer greeted each other with kisses before and after work. Mom would sometimes sleep in Claire's room, and this became the new normal for us, even if it never truly felt normal beneath the underlying feeling none of us could address. It had been years since that faithful dinner, Dad had passed from alcohol poisoning alone after I graduated college. Mom and Dad were already divorced by heart years before he passed, taking us with her to live with Granddad. Claire, Troy, and Mom still lived together in Manchester, while I had to move to London for work. Although many years had passed, and sometimes I do find myself thinking it was all just in my imagination, that maybe I really did make up whatever was hiding under the table. But whether it was real or not, I still found myself checking and peeking beneath other tables from time to time, with a lingering thought that perhaps the vacant seats we ignore were already taken to begin with. Sistine was the love of my life. She was funny, bright, and had a way of cutting through BS that would knock you on your butt. She would crochet a scarf as easily as she could recite a monologue from The Office, and could fix a flat tire, change your oil, and call you an idiot for not knowing how to do these things yourself in one fluid motion. I loved the way she snort-laughed, the way she rested her head on my shoulder when we hugged, the way she strutted in her favorite heels or her boot-cut jeans for my hoodies. I miss her every day. It happened on the 4th of July, or maybe Memorial Day. I just remember the boisterous red, white, and blue wreath on our front door, and that the ER was packed when I brought her in. Sistine was 32 weeks pregnant. She had endometriosis, so the pregnancy was already high risk. When she said she wasn't feeling well one morning, I insisted she see a doctor. She put up a bit of a fight. She did that a lot. She wouldn't do anything she didn't think of first, but she relented when her pain worsened. That said, she wouldn't take an ambulance. I loaded her into my car and drove. "How are you feeling, babe?" I asked. Sistine groaned. "Dee, for Christ's sake, I'm fine." "Is the pain getting any worse?" I began. "On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you—" She interrupted. "Dakota, I love you, but if you keep talking, you will lose the ability to ever father a child again." I did as I was told and turned my attention back to the road. I peeked at the rear view, catching a glimpse of the car seat in the back. I hoped we wouldn't have to use it just yet. When we arrived, they put us in an exam room, gave us some paperwork, and told us someone would be with us shortly. I stopped checking the time after 2 hours. Despite the cacophony of drunks with newly missing fingers outside, Sistine and I remained pretty much silent. Every so often, she would tell me I was breathing too loudly, or that the hospital smells were making her nauseous, or that she would have brought her crochet with her if she'd known she would be waiting so long. Occasionally, it was just an exasperated sigh or an eye roll. You'd think for someone who feigned nonchalance so much, she'd be better at it. Eventually, a team came in to take a look at her. They took vitals and asked questions. Sistine asked what took so long while fiddling with her red yam ring, enough to make it fray. She leaned back to look at me through the people examining her. "Dee," she asked, reaching her hand out to me. "Can you get me some water?" "Sure thing, babe." I took her hand, squeezed it, and shuffled into the hallway. I wandered for a little while before finding a couple vending machines. As I retrieved a water bottle from the compartment on the side, there was a commotion. Codes called, yelling, the squeaking wheels of gurneys and crash carts. I glanced behind me, only to see Sistine being wheeled away. My feet pounded against the linoleum floor as I ran after her, only to be stopped by an orderly. "Sir," they put their hands on my chest to prevent me from going further. "Sir, you can't go back there." "Where are you taking Sistine?" I craned my neck to locate her, but she'd disappeared around a corner. The orderly spouted a stream of jargon, rambling on about D-cells and hemorrhaging. It all boiled down to the woman I love and our child were in peril, and I was powerless. They brought me to the waiting room and sat me down in the corner between a screaming baby and a television playing some soap opera. All I could do was close my eyes and lean my head back. Sistine and I met a little over a year ago. She helped me find charcoal pencils at a craft store, in exchange for my number. Within weeks, she had a toothbrush and a set of crochet hooks at my place. And I had half a sketchbook's worth of drawings of her. When she did properly move in, suddenly my entire apartment was covered in granny squares, colorful paint and sip canvases, and half-empty bottles of Mod Podge and glitter glue. I complained about it then, but I would give anything to live in that mess again. It was maybe a month in that I told her I loved her. We were on a commercial break during a rerun of Scrubs. She just smiled, shrugged, and said that she figured as much, while fidgeting with the tassel on the throw pillow beside her. Around the time of our 6-month anniversary, Sistine slipped the news of her pregnancy between passing the salt and asking if it was butter or margarine in the potatoes. She kept her eyes on the plate, but she couldn't hide her beet red face or raw cuticles, and she certainly couldn't hide the tears streaking her face when she finally broke. "Please don't run," she begged, as I came around the table to comfort her. "Please don't leave me." I went over to her big pile of yarn and cut a few inches of her favorite, a crochet thread of variegated red, and tied it around her finger. "Called an engagement ring," I said, holding her hand in mine. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Sistine whispered, "I always knew you were cheap." "I love you." I wrapped my arms around her and she melted into my chest. "Wait," Sistine backed up. She cut another piece of the red yarn and tied it around my finger. "Here, so no one goes getting any ideas." I held up my hand to admire the ring, but I was looking at her. Perfect. The weight was excruciating. I counted the ceiling tiles, paste enough to leave a dent in the carpet, and bummed smokes off anyone I could. After the 3rd hour, I finally approached the front desk. "Excuse me?" I sighed. "Can you give me an update on my girlfriend? I still haven't heard anything." "Sure thing, honey." The older nurse gave me a warm smile and turned to her computer monitor. "What's your girlfriend's name, sweetheart?" I gave her Sistine's name. She cocked her head. "I'm sorry, my love. I don't see her in our system." "What?" I asked. "What does that mean? Is she out of surgery, or is she..." "No, her name isn't even in our system." She put her hand on mine. "I'll tell you what, baby. Have a seat. I'll call you up to the surgical floor and see if she's up there. If maybe she just got missed. It can happen." I returned to my seat and watched her make the call. I watched her speak to the person on the other end and furrow her brow. I watched her stumble over her words and nod before hanging up. I watched her repeat the process several more times. Sistine wasn't in the operating room. She wasn't in recovery. She wasn't getting prepped. She wasn't even in the morgue. She was just gone. Sistine couldn't just be gone. It's not possible. I stumbled out of the hospital waiting room like I had a bullet in my gut, and my ears rang accordingly. I slid into the driver's seat of my car and buried my head in my hands. When I was able to compose myself enough to drive, something caught my eye. My air freshener. It was a little black pine tree dangling from my wiper switch. Sistine never liked black ice. She said it was a guy scent, and that it didn't smell like anything. When I told her that I didn't care for the vanilla or cherry or peach ginger spritz scents that she used, she told me that she'd meet me in the middle. She bought me leather, bourbon, and fresh shave. They were still guy scents, but they smelled like something. I haven't used black ice in over a year, and I took the air fresheners out of my car altogether when they started making Sistine nauseous. But there it was, black ice. I figured I must have left it in there without realizing it. Maybe I put it back when Sistine wasn't with me. That sounds like something I might do. As I drove home, I checked my side mirror to see someone riding my tail. People drive crazy here. I looked into my rear view to get a look at this guy, but instead, I saw my empty back seat. I slammed on my brakes, making the guy almost hit me. He laid on his horn as I pulled over and climbed into the back seat. It was empty. Just a few fast food wrappers and an ice scraper. My hands were grease-stained for days after installing that car seat. It couldn't have just... I got back into the driver's seat and sped all the way home. Racing to my apartment, I could already see the plain front door, and as I entered, I fell to the floor. The walls were bare of paint by numbers and diamond arts, and the couch held nothing more than its gray cushions. My sketchbooks were blank. My bedroom was devoid of color, only a black comforter and navy blue sheets. My closet didn't have a speck of glitter or lace in sight. The worst of it was the nursery, or what was the nursery. Sistine and I spent weeks rolling the walls with soft blue paint and dabbing sponges of white across the ceiling. We spent hours researching cribs and changing tables and rocking chairs. We'd had dang near knockdown, drag-out fights about what should be close to the window and what should be close to the door. Now it was empty. It was the home office it used to be. A desk, a chair, a laptop. I could barely keep myself erect. I slammed my back against the far wall and slid down to the floor. I stared at the yarn ring on my finger. Hot tears crawled down my cheeks. I hadn't cried like that since I was a kid. Maybe not even then. I have been grieving every moment since. I tried to call her family, but their contacts were gone from my phone, along with her pictures. Even the ultrasound image framed on my desk at work was gone. I can't even have a funeral for them. There's nothing to bury and no one to mourn. So I'm eulogizing them. Sistine was the love of my life, and I have not experienced joy since she left. I would give anything to have the life we were supposed to have. One with the two of us and our baby. I still wear the ring, and I don't plan on taking it off. As a born and raised Iowan, I'm no stranger to tornadoes. Most Midwesterners are accustomed to tornado season. It's just a fact of life here. We tend to be pretty blaze about tornadoes since we're so accustomed to experiencing multiple tornado warnings every spring and summer. Yet it's exceedingly rare to actually see a tornado in person, let alone have one strike your home. That being said, I'm one of the unlucky few. The year was 1994, and I was an obnoxious college freshman at a small private university, about 2 hours from my hometown. Close enough to feel familiar, yet far enough to feel new. It was the second semester, and I had just moved out of the cramped dorms and into a shabby, yet surprisingly spacious two-bedroom house on the outskirts of town, with my new roommate, Muyo. Muyo and his parents were Bosnian refugees who had relocated to Iowa the previous year to escape the Bosnian War. Muyo's father was a doctor, and his mother a teacher, and they were brilliant people. But since neither of their licenses were valid in the US, they found work where they could, in one of the many meatpacking plants. Muyo was a pre-med student, following in his father's footsteps, with a brain to match. Not gonna lie, I was jealous of his work ethic. 2 semesters in, and my major was still undeclared. I was less concerned about figuring out what I was going to do with my life than I was with beating Mortal Kombat and finding upperclassmen to buy booze for me. I was a bit nervous moving in with Muyo, coming from small-town Iowa and not knowing a thing about Bosnia or its culture, but Muyo and I were fast friends. The catalyst being our shared love of video games. Back home, all Muyo had was a knockoff NES called a Pegasus. He was enamored with my SNES, and I was more than happy to show him the ropes. When he wasn't studying and I wasn't partying, we'd spend our free time combing through flea markets for discount games. I helped him practice his English in exchange for him helping me with my chemistry lab reports. Doing them for me. and his mom was always bringing over homemade burek. I helped loosen him up, and he helped keep me accountable. Overall, it was a great arrangement for both of us. It was a typical Friday in late April, a bit chilly with a pleasantly warm breeze. I generally don't keep a close eye on the weather, but I do recall seeing on the local news that there was a moderate risk of severe thunderstorms that evening, including the possibility of tornadoes. It was a pretty typical day of classes, one that wasn't especially memorable. I overheard chatter about the incoming storm, but mostly in the context of classmates debating whether they should hit the bars after class or stay in. No one seemed especially worried about the threat of severe weather, just trying to plan around it. 'Twas the Midwestern way. Muyo's final class ended an hour before mine, so it was no surprise that he had beaten me home. Muyo gazed out the living room window at the sky. The soft jazz of the Weather Channel emanated from the TV. I glanced at the screen as I sat my bag down. Severe thunderstorm watch until 2 a.m. Tonight, thunderstorms. Some possibly severe with tornadoes. Lows in the upper 40s. Chance of rain, 90%. It's probably going to be a bust. I said before taking in a deep breath and blowing methodically into our copy of Super Mario Kart before sliding it into the console. No one else seems all that worried about it. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best, Muyo grunted, plopping down onto the couch beside me. We played a few rounds, ordered a pizza for dinner, and eventually made our way to our own rooms. By 9:30, there was a light drizzle outside, and the sound quickly lulled me to sleep. It felt like I had just fallen asleep when a loud crack of thunder made me shoot up in bed. As my eyes peeled open, I was flashbanged by a brilliant bolt of lightning, followed by another immediate crack of thunder that shook the house. I groggily sat up, peeking through the blinds out the window behind my bed. Outside, the wind raged, the trees surrounding the house bending and buckling as the rain seemed to fall sideways, blown by the gusts. There were no streetlights this far outside of town, but the strobe-like lightning illuminated my view. I tried to turn on my bedside lamp to glance at the clock, only to be met with darkness. Crap, I thought. Power must be out. Almost immediately, a low drone was audible beneath the cacophony, which quickly grew in pitch and volume, a discordant, wailing moan. The tornado sirens were going off. As soon as I sat up and prepared to get Muyo, I heard a frantic knock on my door. Before I could respond, the door swung open, revealing a pale, trembling Muyo, flashlight in hand. I could see tears welling up in his eyes as he stammered. Whoa, 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 what's going on, man? I asked, putting my hand on his shoulder. It's okay, it's just the sirens. Sirens. Something so ubiquitous, with severe weather to me. But to Muyo, they meant something different. My heart dropped when I realized why he was so distraught. Hey, I said, not really sure how to handle the situation. It's alright, you're safe. We're safe. Muyo buried his face in his hands, choking back a quiet sob before nodding slowly. Christ, the stuff this guy must have gone through. It's just a tornado warning. It doesn't mean there's actually a tornado, just that there could be one. Muyo tensed, his voice agitated and panicked. Sirens don't sound for no reason. I couldn't help but flinch slightly, startled by the sudden outburst. It was clear that Muyo was deeply troubled by the situation, and I honestly couldn't blame him. Muyo took a deep breath, his gaze locked to the floor. Sorry, I didn't... Nah, man, you're good. Let's head down to the basement. I pulled the top blanket off my bed, slinging it over my shoulder. I reached into the nightstand drawer and grabbed my hand crank weather radio. With the power out, it was our only way to know what was going on out there. I kept my hand on Muyo's shoulder, sort of pushing him along as we crossed the house. As we descended the basement stairs, the sirens became more and more muffled, and Muyo seemed to relax a bit. The basement was small and unfinished, grimy, dusty, and spattered with spider webs. The boiler was stationed at the center of the basement, and besides the circuit breaker, was the only thing in the room. We seldom went down into the basement, pretty much just on the rare occasion that we needed to flip the circuit breaker. I spread the blanket across the floor in front of the boiler, giving us a more comfortable place to sit. Muyo propped the flashlight against the boiler and began to turn the radio crank. The radio slowly came to life as Muyo fiddled with the dial, scanning for an audible station. Baseball-sized hail and damaging wind gusts exceeding 75 miles per hour across the region. Radar indicates... The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for... The robotic voice proceeded to slowly list multiple counties, including ours. In Iowa, until 3:45 a.m. At 2:37 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located east of our town. Take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If in a mobile unit, a vehicle, or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If no shelter is available, lie flat in the nearest ditch or other low spot. Doppler radar has indicated this storm may contain Pa told us all to go inside. The size of baseballs or larger. Take cover now. There was no pause or change in cadence or tone when the voice deviated from the script. As the local weather broadcast resumed, Muyo and I exchanged confused glances. Pa told us all to go inside? Muyo slowly repeated. What do they mean by that? I shrugged. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It was probably a mistake. I suggested. Maybe someone at the station hit the wrong button. Muyo didn't seem satisfied, but slowly nodded. We continued listening to the local weather reporter as she detailed the storm heading towards us. Wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour may cause... Another one? I scoffed. Christ, that was fast. As the robotic voice began its spiel, I quickly realized that the message was identical to the one that had been broadcast a few minutes ago. At 2:37 a.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located. The sky was green. The roosters were crowing. Cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If no shelter is available, lie flat in the nearest ditch or other low spot. Doppler radar has indicated this storm may contain destructive hail the size of baseballs or larger. Take cover now. The voice interrupted itself, then continued without missing a beat. Something's wrong, Muyo muttered. Should we call the station? I think they've got their hands full right now, I said dismissively, trying to mask my own sense of unease. I bet the signal's jumbled or something. I don't know how it works. Probably best not to leave the basement now anyways, Muyo observed, clearly a bit dissatisfied but preoccupied with listening intently to the broadcast as the storm intensified. The wind howled outside, punctuated by crashes of thunder. Based on what the weather report was saying, the worst of the storm had reached us. We were in the middle of it now. I stared at the concrete wall, aimlessly tracing shapes with my finger on the blanket as the reporter discussed the wind speeds occurring in various communities. It sounded as though our town was in the lead. Muyo remained tense, slowly nodding as though he were chewing and digesting every spoken word. Meanwhile, just a few miles south, we've received reports of wind gusts reaching... And then it made a lot of loud sounds, and a loud beep sound. What the hell? I exclaimed with half a laugh. What is it this time? Same as before. Severe thunderstorm, take cover, yada yada. If no shelter is available, lie flat in the nearest ditch or other low spot. Doppler radar. Ma put me in the cellar. She said I had to pray. I prayed we'd be safe. Destructive hail the size of baseballs or larger. Take cover now. The look of discomfort on Muyo's face echoed my own feelings. Is someone pranking us or something? I said with a chuckle that hardly masked my nervousness. What's the joke? Muyo challenged, and I had no response. The broadcast resumed, muffled by the sounds of hail pelting the roof. Radar indicated Hook Echo just east of... And then more beeping sounds. Ugh, I rolled my eyes, dramatically flopping onto my back. Can they please stop with that tone? In all honesty, I was thoroughly unsettled and confused. Why did they keep interrupting the broadcast with the same alert message? And why was the narrator interjecting random statements? I almost had to laugh it off to keep myself from getting freaked out. If in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter. The chickens were screaming. Ma was crying. The wind smelled like dirt and metal. Lie flat in the nearest ditch or other low spot. Doppler radar has indicated this storm may contain destructive hail the size of baseballs or larger. Take cover now. I felt a chill run down my spine. As the storm intensified outside, the sirens began to sound once more. I looked at Muyo and saw him swallow hard, his eyes fixated on the wall. It's just a storm, I reminded him, keeping my voice soft and low. And by the sound of it, the worst is almost past. Then we can get back to bed. With a slight smile, I quipped, if any of my professors count me absent tomorrow, I'm suing. I need my beauty sleep. The corner of Muyo's lip curved slightly, but I could tell that he was troubled. Troubled by the sirens, troubled by the storm, troubled by the odd emergency alerts. He knew something was wrong, and I think I did too. I was just too scared to accept it. Surely it was just a station error. Surely. Do you think there's actually going to be a tornado? Muyo asked. Statistically, nah. Personally, he glanced at me. I smirked. No. More beeping noises. Speak of the devil. The National Weather Service has issued a tour... It all went quiet again. I knew God would help. I ran outside to tell Ma and Pa. Take cover now. It was only a few minutes later when the sirens finally stopped. The thunder no longer shook the house, and the hail had slowed to a lazy, rhythmic thudding. The reporter announced that all tornado warnings had expired, and the broadcast promptly came to a close as pre-recorded talk show segments began to play. It was almost 4 in the morning, and despite the fact that I was definitely going to be using this as an excuse to skip class, I was eager to get back to bed. The instant I stood up, the radio blared. More beeping noises. What the... After the long tone, there was silence. Nothing but faint static for around 10 seconds. Then the voice spoke. I saw Ma sleeping in the old oak tree. Her dress was tangled on a branch. One of her shoes was higher up than she was. The chickens were spread across 3 fields. I thought somebody had taken them apart. I found Pa in the cornfield. I knew it was him because of his suspenders. He wasn't put together right anymore. The wind started to howl again. I tried to carry Pa to the cellar, but he was too heavy. I was too slow. Take cover now. At this point, I was over it. I turned the radio off and motioned for Muyo to stand. Come on, I said, picking up the blanket and shaking off the dust. Let's go back upstairs. We're good now. Wait, Muyo interjected. If it's saying take cover, shouldn't we... Take cover from what? It's over. Thing is just glitching or something. Muyo opened his mouth slightly as though he wanted to say something. I spoke for him. Look, I don't know what kind of pretentious art project that was, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to slam poetry at 4 a.m. Let's go. But it doesn't make sense. Exactly. My mind was swarming with questions, and surely so was Muyo's. But I was too tired to question anything, too tired to care. I tucked the radio into my hoodie pocket and started up the stairs. Take cover now. I stumbled, barely catching myself. What the hell? I pulled out the radio and checked to make sure I had turned it off. And sure enough, I had. Any sense of unease I had been feeling was now overtaken by annoyance. You know, I'm just gonna leave it down here, I said less than graciously, tossing the radio onto the concrete floor. The plastic casing cracked on impact. I couldn't care less. I was going to bed as soon as my foot hit the first step. Take cover now. Take cover now. Take cover now. Take cover. At this point, I screamed in frustration, banging my fist on the wooden banister. Jesus Christ, can you shut up? Muyo grabbed my shoulder hard, snapping me out of my rage. I spun around and his eyes were wide. Shh, listen. The radio stopped, and as my ears acclimated to the silence, I could make out a faint, distant sound, like a car driving up the road. No, more like a semi. Actually, as the sound grew louder, it was distinctly recognizable as the sound of a train. My heart stopped as Muyo and I exchanged a look of horror. Take cover now. I barely remember what happened next. Adrenaline took over. I remember Muyo and I huddling beneath the stairs, throwing the blanket over ourselves and shrinking as small as we could. What was once a faint rumbling was now becoming an unbearably loud roar. I felt a sharp pain in my head as my ears popped. For a brief moment there was deafening silence, followed by a cacophony of shattering glass, splintering wood, warping metal. I felt my brain rattling against my skull. My flesh pulled taut as the wind tried to rip it from my bones. And then, merciful nothingness. The house had endured a direct hit from the tornado. All that was left was a pile of rubble, obscuring a miraculously pristine basement. I believe 2 or 3 other homes endured minor damage, but thankfully no other parties were injured. And as miserable as the recovery was, my body was effectively one giant bruise. Muyo and I both got off about as easily as someone hit directly by a tornado could hope for. If I hadn't listened to Muyo, I wouldn't be alive to tell this story. But more perplexingly, neither of us would be alive if we had not heeded the mysterious warning. Over 30 years later, I find myself hunkered down in my basement with my wife and month-old daughter as the sirens blare outside. She gently rocks and hushes the baby as I shoot out a quick text. Yo, Doc, you in your safe place? An almost instantaneous response. LOL, Rich coming from you. Yeah, we're in the basement. Tell the baby I said hi. I chuckle, leaning over to kiss my daughter's forehead. The sirens don't last long, leaving only the soft rumbling of thunder in the distance and the rhythmic tapping of raindrops hitting the roof. It's rather cozy. Think we're good to head upstairs, babe? Looks like we're in the all clear. My wife holds up her phone with the weather radar app open to show me, and the silence is broken by the harsh screech of an incoming emergency alert. Our daughter startles awake and begins crying as we fumble with our phones to silence the blaring. As my wife shushes the baby, I glance down at the screen. Emergency alert. National Weather Service. Tornado warning in this area until 8:30 p.m. CST. Take shelter now in a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you are outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. I sat in the basement with my wife and month-old daughter. I already knew what came next. I stared in disbelief as my hands began to shake so hard, I almost dropped the test. 2 pink lines. Sam, we did it. We finally did it. We're going to be parents. I screamed with joy. We had been trying for over 6 years. 6 years of tears and heartbreak. 6 years of seeing those around us start their own families, leaving us behind. And now, after all this time, it was finally our turn. The pregnancy was relatively easy. Minimal morning sickness, minimal weight gain. It was truly every woman's dream. As the 9 months of anticipation and anxiety were drawing to a close, our excitement grew. We finished up all our last-minute projects, from building the crib and decorating the nursery, to packing our bags and installing the car seat in place. We had taken all the classes, read all the books, and bought every single one of the little gadgets marketed to new parents. We were ready to bring our baby home. In the early hours of March 13th, Damien Michael entered the world. He let out a loud cry, as if he were claiming victory over the 6-year war we had fought. Our little family was finally complete. After cleaning him off, the nurses brought our baby boy back over to us. "He's beautiful, Liz. He even has your blue eyes," Sam said, with tears filling his own. I replied, "He's perfect. Absolutely perfect." Our hearts felt so full of love, they could burst. For hours upon hours, we just stared at him in awe. We obsessed over every detail, from his cute little chunky cheeks and baby soft skin to his little fingers and toes. I marveled at this bundle of joy lying before us, sleeping without a care in the world. Even though today marked the first day of our lives together, I didn't feel like I was staring at a stranger. It felt as though we knew each other, like I had known him my whole life. We quickly traded our infatuation for exhaustion. The reality of having a newborn set in quickly. The first 6 weeks were rough. I hadn't slept or showered in what felt like years. Naps were pointless. When I was actually able to rest, I would wake up feeling even more sluggish than before. Chores were neglected, filth gathered in all corners of the house. Burp cloths, dirty diapers, and takeout boxes all piled together. Eventually, though, we started to get the hang of this parenting thing. The mountains of dirty diapers and laundry disappeared. Entire populations of dust bunnies were decimated, and I started smelling more like cherry blossom soap and less like a sweaty cow. For a while, we had peace. It was little things at first. Some nights the baby monitor would just show static or make weird noises like unintelligible whispers. Other nights, I would open the door to his nursery, and it seemed as though the shadows fled from view, huddled together in a corner out of sight. Then it escalated. For a few nights in a row, toys that Damien wasn't old enough to play with would be out of place. At first, they would be scattered around the nursery floor. I would pick them up and hide them away, hoping to fool whatever invisible force was moving them. I had no luck, though. The next day, after I managed to get Damien down for a nap, I tiptoed out and quietly closed the door. I was met with an obstacle course of building blocks. Blocks that weren't there when I entered the room. The following night, at 2 a.m., I woke up to find a stuffed teddy bear positioned upright at the end of the bed, the lifeless plastic eyes looking directly at me. I really need whatever it is going on to stop. I sighed with exasperation. I threw a blanket over my head and prayed sleep would come to me once more. I tried to explain these things away, to rationalize them in my head so that I could sleep easier at night. Maybe Sam was just trying to mess with me. Maybe I was just so sleep-deprived that I was having lapses in memory. I settled on the latter explanation. But much like a rubber band, it could only stretch so far before it snapped. One evening, after what felt like an eternity, Damien was finally asleep. Despite my desire to jump into bed and call it a day, chores still had to be done. I looked at the clock. 9:46 p.m. I guess Sam must be working late, I muttered to myself. I propped up the baby monitor and started on the dishes. They felt never-ending. I was trapped in a purgatory of suds and dirty dishwater. Scrub, rinse, repeat. I checked the clock again, thinking surely hours must have passed. 10:07 p.m. Maybe I should just head to bed and finish this up tomorrow, I said, feeling defeated. I dried off my hands and picked up the baby monitor. That's when I noticed that it kept on cutting to static, despite showing full bars on the screen. This is what happens when you go for the cheapest option. I sighed, smacking the side of the monitor. I must have broken it because then the audio went dead. I smacked it again, hoping for a better result, and when the audio came back to life, it began to emit an eerie lullaby. That's weird. I know I didn't turn on the sound machine. Trying to brush off the feeling of unease, I turned the kitchen light off as I headed towards the hallway. I didn't make it 3 steps before the light flicked back on, then off. On, off, on, off. Before I could decide what to do, the living room light started to do the same thing. On, off, on, off. Every single light in the house soon joined in on this cruel joke. Pop. I tried flicking them back on. No luck. Hello? Nothing. I was entirely alone. I tried to carefully make it out of the kitchen, using the light from the baby monitor to guide my way. Hello? Hello? I stopped in my tracks. The voice was coming from the monitor. The voice that replied was my own. Slowly, I turned the monitor over, hands shaking. There he was. Damien. The baby who could barely hold up his head was holding on to the wooden slats of the crib. He looked directly into the camera, directly into my soul. Frightened, I dropped the monitor onto the ground, sending the house into darkness. The sound echoed down the hallway, followed by cries not long after. When I picked it up, he was lying in bed, as though nothing had happened. I desperately need to sleep. I entered the nursery and scooped him up out of bed, heart still racing from earlier events. I sat in the rocking chair and looked around. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The sound machine was off, nightlight on, no mysteriously placed toys. You need to get a grip, Liz. You're a mother now. You must be brave. I tried to calm myself as we rocked back and forth. I pulled Damien close and whispered in his ear. It's okay, baby. Mama's here. You're safe. We rocked some more in peace and quiet, both of us fighting off sleep. Breaking the silence, something whispered. But you aren't. My heart stopped. I couldn't breathe. The voice was coming from the bundle in my arms. Fighting the urge to run, I forced myself to look at Damien. He was quietly sleeping, his chest rhythmically rising and falling. Of course it didn't come from him. He's just a baby. Geez, Liz, you really need sleep. I said to myself, not exactly helping my case. I stared off into space trying to make sense of everything that had happened. I'm not a particularly superstitious person, but it was hard to find a logical explanation for everything. Was there a power surge? No, the nightlight was unharmed by whatever happened. What about what I saw? What I heard? I had no clue how to even begin to comprehend that. Breaking me from my trance, I heard the front door creak open. Sam's home. Thank God. After carefully laying Damien down in his crib, I tiptoed out and closed the door. I needed to tell Sam everything that happened. Before he could fully make it through the door, I relayed everything that had just happened in a single breath. Whoa, slow down, babe. What's going on? Something's not right, Sam. First the lights, then the voice. Something's going on and it's really scaring me. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with the lights, he said. Reaching out, he flipped on the kitchen light. The light bulb glowed as it illuminated the room, with a gentle hum that seemed to mock me. But they were going off on their own, I swear. Well, they're working now, Sam said, gently kissing my forehead. We walked to the nursery so Sam could see Damien before bed. Quietly sneaking in, he walked over to the crib and whispered goodnight. See, Sam said, walking out. There's nobody there, Liz. As we walked back to our room, I felt foolish, like a kid making their dad look under the bed for monsters. I could have sworn I heard a voice in there. Sam broke me from my thoughts. Is everything okay, babe? I'm a little worried for you. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I'm just exhausted. It's nothing, really. He sighed. Okay, if you say so. I could tell he didn't entirely believe the excuse I gave him, but he didn't push. He kissed me goodnight and turned off the lights. I could hear him snore as I was ruminating over everything that happened in the last few hours. I couldn't explain things away anymore. I was at a loss. I know I heard a voice tell me I wasn't safe. I know I saw Damien standing in his room. All the weird stuff that had been happening, it started when we brought Damien home. I couldn't tell Sam the truth. I couldn't tell anyone the truth. If they knew, they would think I really was going crazy. I had to find some way to prove I wasn't just imagining things. I tried to quiet my mind and go to sleep. When I awoke, Sam had already left for work. I wanted to push the events of the night before out of my mind, but I wasn't having much success. It was all I could think about. I laid in bed and tried to brainstorm ways to come up with proof. Maybe I could record the monitor, or start taking pictures when things are out of place. I thought. All I wanted is for someone to believe me. I looked for answers on Reddit for over an hour, but my searches brought up nothing. I swung my legs off the bed and stood up. I reached for the door handle but paused when I noticed light shifting under the door. There was something, or someone, waiting for me on the other side. Unsure of what to do, I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would go away. "Mama? I see you, Mama." This can't be happening. This isn't real. I held my eyes closed so tightly that my eyelids started to ache. "Why are your eyes shut, Mama? Are we playing hide and seek?" It said in a sweet, innocent sort of way. "I don't think I want to play with you right now," I said. I attempted to sound confident, but my voice betrayed me. "But I want to play now. I'll hide first," the voice said in an angry growl. As the shadow disappeared, I heard skittering across the hardwood floor. My heart pounded so loud. It felt like each beat shook the room. Cold sweat droplets formed on my head. I felt dizzy. I needed to find Damien. I needed to know the truth. Was all of this really his fault? Surely it couldn't be. Unless that thing wasn't my baby. Could a monster have really taken Damien and replaced him? If that was true, that meant my son was out there somewhere, all alone. I had to find my baby. I needed to know the truth. Still terrified, I slowly opened the door. I knew I had to get to the nursery to see if Damien was still in his crib. That would give me the answer I was searching for. I tried to creep down the hallway, having to remind myself to breathe. I was close. I could feel it. I would finally have my answer about the voices, the toys, the baby monitor. Everything. I opened the door and to my surprise, Damien was awake in his crib just staring at the ceiling. "Thank God it's not you," I said, with a small sigh of relief. I'm not sure what outcome would have been better. On the one hand, this meant something else was responsible for all the supernatural occurrences. On the other hand, at least I still had my baby boy. I stared at him, admiring my creation, my little lighthouse in this dark sea of torment. That's when I saw them. His eyes. Staring back at me were two hazel-colored eyes. My stomach turned. I felt like I was going to be sick. No, this can't be. Damien always had blue eyes. I cautiously walked away from the crib. I didn't want to agitate whatever creature had replaced my baby. I don't know what you did with my son, but I will find him. I know the truth now, I whispered. I needed to get out of there. Slowly his head turned. Those two soulless hazel eyes were now locked onto me, its face cold and expressionless as it watched me sneak out of the room. I sprinted to the living room, trying to be as far away from the nursery as possible. "Pick up, Sam, pick up," I said desperately. Straight to voicemail. I tried again. "Please leave your message." I redialed. After the fourth try, Sam finally picked up. "Liz, is everything okay? You don't normally call me when I'm at work." "No, Sam, nothing is okay. I need you to come home right now. Whatever this thing is in our house, it's not Damien. I have proof," I said in a harsh whisper, praying it didn't hear me. "I can't come home just yet. I'm sure everything is fine, Liz. Just keep an eye on Damien until I get back, he replied with worry in his voice. That thing is not Damien. What don't you understand? Why don't you believe me? He sighed. It's not that I don't want to believe you, babe, but do you hear yourself? What you're saying really seems like a stretch. You think I don't know how all this sounds, Sam? Do you think I'm making this up just for fun? I said, choking on my emotions. Its eyes, they're different, Sam. They're hazel. Damien's eyes were blue. He was quiet on the other line for a moment, seeming to gather his thoughts. Liz, I think we need to talk to someone. Maybe a counselor or a therapist or something. You're really starting to worry me. What about his eyes? Babe, don't you remember from the books? All babies start out with blue eyes. He's just starting to develop his true eye color. Look, I will tell my boss that I need to get off early and see what I can do. Just please don't do anything stupid. I don't want you to hurt yourself or Damien. Promise me. I had never heard this tone from Sam before. He sounded nervous, not afraid of what I said being the truth, but rather afraid of me. Afraid I would hurt our baby boy. I promise, Sam. You know I would never hurt Damien. Just please come home quickly. I'll try. After hanging up the phone, I plopped down on the couch, staring off in the distance. No one believed me. I was all alone. I held my head in my hands. I just wanted all of this to go away. Why me? Why did the universe decide to give us an angel, just to replace him with this creature? This demon. All I wanted was to have Damien back. Get it together. You have to figure this out. You have to find your son. I got up off the couch and started pacing around the living room. I had to think. Whatever this thing is, it chose to replace my son. That meant it was probably safe to assume it was hiding its real identity. I just needed to find a way to show Sam. I knew what I had to do. I had to cause hurt. It's hard to keep up an act when you're bleeding out. I thought back to my call with Sam. I thought back to his plea and my promise. I meant what I said. I would never, ever hurt Damien. But that thing mocking me, wearing my son's face and mimicking his cries, I had to kill it. I went to the kitchen in search of something I could use as a weapon. I'm not sure what I needed to kill a creature like the one lying in the crib, but I prayed my sharpest knife would do the trick. I held the knife up, looking at myself in the reflection. My eyes were sunken into my face, cradled by dark circles. My face so pale, it was as if it were translucent. The highways of veins visible just beneath the surface. I looked frail and weak, like the life had been sucked out of me. This monster not only took my baby, but it was trying to take me as well. I refused to let that happen. I had to end this. I crept down the hallway, holding the knife so tightly my knuckles turned white. Deep breath. This is it. Just kill it and then everything can go back to normal. I grabbed the door to the nursery, throwing it wide open. The crib was empty. It was on to me. I searched the nursery high and low, my heart slowly climbing its way into my throat. Where are you? I shouted. I know you're not my son. No response. The house was completely quiet, but I knew I wasn't alone. I made my way to the living room. When it started to laugh, the sound made my skin crawl. What had started as a baby's laugh slowly turned into a deep, raspy chuckle. I stood scanning my surroundings and trying to hold the knife with all the confidence I could muster. I won't let you do this any longer, I shouted. It appeared in the doorway. Despite the fact it stood no more than 3 feet tall, the sight sent fear throughout my body. It still looked like Damien, but it stood like a puppet. Little arms hung to the side unnaturally. Chunky little legs bent in ways that should be impossible to support any weight. Its head rested on its shoulder, drool pouring out of its mouth. After I kill you, I will find my son. Its mouth curled into a grin too big for its face and let out a laugh. "If there's anything left for you to find." My knees felt weak. "Did you kill him?" I said, my voice faltering. "I can't tell you. It's a secret." It giggled in response. Out of nowhere, its little body began to twitch. Fast. It jerked its head around so hard I half expected it to tear right off and fall on the floor. I watched in horror as needle-like teeth began to poke through its soft, pink gums. Its bones started to crack and bend, creating unimaginable angles and shapes. Pieces stuck through the skin everywhere, creating a puddle of drool and blood. They would take on a new form before breaking again, the sound making me feel sick to my stomach. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its 10 little fingers and toes grew longer and longer, turning into razor-sharp claws. The skin of its previous form was too small to withstand its transformation. I heard the flesh pop and rip, revealing organs that squirmed like maggots. It began to patch itself back together with skin that came in all different shapes and colors. Is that the skin of all the people he imitated before Damien? I shuddered at the thought. I beheld the atrocity standing in the doorway, coming to the realization I was very unprepared to attack what was in front of me. At most, I would be lucky to survive. Before I had time to think, it swung at me, throwing me into the wall. I dropped the knife as I cried out. The impact sent pain ricocheting throughout my body and evicted the air from my lungs. Fumbling around, I tried to grab the knife as it charged at me again. I had just managed to wrap my fingers around the handle when it pinned me down. I could feel a claw sinking deeper and deeper into my shoulder. It held up my arm and sliced it with surgical precision, slitting my wrist. I managed to reach up and stab its abdomen, a trickle of black liquid pouring out. It didn't seem to faze it, though. I tried again and again, but the warm fluid made it difficult to keep a grip on the knife. It grabbed a fistful of my hair and dragged me into the kitchen. "Let me go," I screamed. "I can forget this ever happened, and you can keep playing pretend." Tears filled my eyes. It said nothing as it began to examine our utensils. Instead of choosing a sharp steak knife, it picked up a spoon. It admired its choice before lifting me up to meet its gaze. I screamed and thrashed as it slowly moved the edge of the spoon to my eye. My mind was racing. Is this how I die? Is this the end? I held my eyes shut as tightly as possible, knowing it wouldn't stop the inevitable. I prayed that Sam would find Damien after I died. If he was truly gone, though, at least we were about to be reunited. A car door slammed shut. I dropped to the ground. "Sam, help me!" I screamed, hoping he would hear me. He threw open the door, taking in the scene. Color drained from his face. The living room and kitchen had splintered wood and broken picture frames littering the floor. Blood was spilled everywhere, most of it my own. He ran over to me and grabbed a dish towel, trying to put pressure on my wound. "Liz, what happened? Where's Damien?" He got up with a sense of urgency and started to search the kitchen. "Thank God you're home," I said, trying to catch my breath. "I was right. That thing replaced Damien. We have to find him." "What thing? Liz, where is our son?" Sam said. He was rummaging through cabinets and the trash can, only adding to the chaotic scene. "I don't know, Sam. We have to find him." I reached out my hand and waited for help. It never came. Ignoring me, he moved room to room, turning the whole house upside down. "Sam, what are you doing? Damien's not here. We have to..." He stopped in his tracks and finally acknowledged me. "Elizabeth, what have you done with him? Where is our son?" I was taken aback. Why didn't he understand? Why didn't he believe me? "Tell me where he is or I'm calling the cops," he said with a mixture of heartbreak and hatred. "Sam, I told you I don't know. I promised I would never hurt our baby. I mean, look at this place. Look at me. Do you really think I did this myself?" I cried out, begging to be believed. He stared at me and tears began to fill his eyes. I don't know, Elizabeth, but what I do know is that Damien is missing. And all that blood out there, there's no way it's just yours. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. Please, no. I was at a loss for words. In a matter of days, my whole life had fallen apart. Our miracle baby was gone. Or worse. My husband believed I killed him, and I was about to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit. Red and blue flashed through our windows. Please find our baby, Sam. Please don't stop until you find him. I pleaded as they put me in the back of the car. He said nothing, turning away from me. In the following weeks, I was interviewed by numerous detectives and psychiatrists. Eventually, it was determined that I had experienced an extreme case of postpartum psychosis. I was found not guilty by plea of insanity, and as a result, they committed me to the state's psychiatric hospital. Sam visited me the day I got admitted. Have they found Damien? I asked as soon as he was seated. No. Not yet. They're still looking. That's actually why I'm here, he said, refusing to meet my gaze. Do you have any idea where you might have hidden him? I just want to put Damien to rest. Please. Sam, I told you I didn't do anything. I don't know where he is. I sighed. Okay. If that's all you have to say. He nodded to the supervisor, indicating he was ready to leave. Before he walked out the door, he turned back to me. I could see the tears in his eyes. Goodbye, Elizabeth. I never saw him again. I'm not quite sure how long I've been in here. They have me on a heavy medication regime, so it's hard to keep track of time. It doesn't stop the nightmares from coming, though. I know what happened was real. I know what I lived through. I know Damien is out there somewhere, growing up without his parents. All I can hope is that he's had a good life. Most importantly, I know that creature is still out there somewhere, impersonating someone new. I just pray they put things together before it's too late. Log entry 00333-0600 0401 2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Session 3/4. Impacts. A wound in accordance with time will crust relative to the quality of the body it occupies. This attempt to seal a moment of weakness deprives the afflicted of the experience it would otherwise be subjected to. The art of articulation and urgency to calibrate becomes exacerbated by the persistence of natural healing process. For some of us, the drive to perfection and addiction to improvement might also function as an impairment to the quality of natural organisms and their limited means of existence. Rhythmic tonal pings of medical terminals. The sterile white of the fluorescent light swells into my field of sight again, and I am overwhelmed by a sense of lost time. Good morning, my little child. How are you feeling? Did you enjoy the session? Who are you? I ask wearily. The lights fade, and I am swallowed by darkness once again. I retain my consciousness, yet there is another jarring sense of lost connection. My parents decided it was best to send me here for treatment for a number of behaviors I had been exhibiting at home that they found concerning. I had heard this institution is one of the first of its kind, and is on the cutting edge of this type of corrective treatment. I know my parents love me, and I trust them to do what's right, even though things at home aren't always easy and I am the cause of a lot of conflict. I trust that they know this place is best for me, despite how nervous I am. After all, I just want to grow up to be a normal man and make them happy. After all, it is what nature wants, right? My head is still shaking. I realize I am floating in a big black void. Have I been here before? In a dream? A memory? My body tingles with a warm fuzz, as if all the hair on my body is moving, hypnotically entranced by an electric current. I feel the goose flesh rise, pulsate, and fall as this feeling washes over and through my body. I raise my arms to look, but I can't see them. I try to touch my face in an attempt to gain some orientation, but I realize, despite a sense of motion, I can't physically feel anything. Am I dead? A red light flickers. The rhythm enters rapidly, like the ascendant wings of an insect. Each pulse is accompanied by a feeling of intense emotional swell, fading just as rapidly as it arises from within me. I don't have many words to describe this experience. The best way I can articulate the feeling is as if every aspect of who I am were being sliced into fine layers rapidly before me, like deli meat. Each layer, following the first, is pulled forward, disjointed from me, and simultaneously removed, falling lost into the infinite blackness in which I find myself. As all the memories and familiar emotions rise and fall within me, I notice a separate, overarching sensation slowly welling up inside myself, a repulsion rising with significant intensity. The disgust in my head crescendos. The emotion becomes more like an intense heat centralized around my head and neck, and a raging fire that trickles down my shoulders and arms into my fingers. The intensity of the pain fully eclipses my thoughts and bodily sensations, and it's as if my body and mind are being actively reduced to cinder. I am unable to move, and my heart trembles. Suddenly I feel myself drop into the darkness. Log entry 00342-536-09-10-2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Session 4/4. Integration. The measured success of introducing a foreign body transplanted into an organism can be anticipated, in part, by the rate and quality with which the tissue meshes with the surrounding environment. There is a level of expected infection and, hence, a loss of mass in the transplant. However, it is essential that enough of the core elements of the composition of the foreign mass be preserved in order for the lost tissue to regenerate and reintegrate into the whole of the surrounding body. We have curated an approved list of qualifying medications to facilitate this essential preservation of mass, allowing a higher rate of successful integration. Good morning. How did you sleep? A familiar voice chimes. I open my eyes and immediately close them. The rhythmic, metallic chirping of squeaky casters ushers a figure into the room. For some reason, my head is in intense pain, and the bright lights in the room are unbearable. Hello? Who's there? I ask. The figure responds, Don't worry, I won't be long. I just want to take some vitals, then you can go home. The sound of the metallic chirping pivots and stops at the right side of my bed. My head hurts so bad. I groan, and attempt to raise my arm to touch my forehead, realizing my hands are paralyzed, locked to the bed. That's a normal experience. The figure replies. The voice is soft and sweet, with a slightly groggy strain that quivers. I feel like I've heard it before. I'm just going to take some readings on your arm. I'll be quick, I promise. The figure mutters, and I feel a gloved finger caress the crook of my right arm. This will be cold, it says, and I feel something small and wet swirl on the inside of my arm. I grimace at the intensity of the feeling and feel the hair on my skin stand on end. As I feel the small wet thing retract, I realize the pain in my head is beginning to subside. I muster the courage to open my eyes again. I breathe in deeply and see her hunched over me, backlit by a searing white light. I feel like I've seen her before, and feel a sharp sting in the crook of my arm. She and the light swiftly fade. Acquired journal of the subject 00001 dash undefined 24/12/2043. Subject 536,000/740,000. Christmas Eve. Example of problematic behavior 300/682. Dear Mom and Dad, I am so sorry for all the shame and embarrassment I've caused you these past few years. High school has been difficult for me, and I know it's because of how I look and act around the other kids. I don't know why I stole Mom's lipstick, or tried it on. That was dumb of me. But I wanted to look cool for once. My best friend Kier wears lipstick, and I thought it would maybe help me gain some confidence at school if I was a little more like her. I really feel like no one sees me, and I am so tired. So tired. I feel like something is deeply wrong with me, and I know you can probably guess what it is. I've given a lot of thought to going to that treatment facility Dr. Meng recommended, and I've decided it's the only option for me at this point. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet other kids like me there. Mom, Dad, I love you, and I'm sorry for everything. I promise I want to get better this time. Love, Eric. The piercing, repetitive screech of an alarm rips me from my sleep. My heart is pounding in my chest and my sheets are soaked in sweat. My eyes rise to the ceiling above me and fixate on the dust-covered fan mounted above my bed. I wonder if that's mold on the blades. Think to myself. I guess that would explain the intense nightmares I've been having. I hoist myself up to a sitting position, and my field of vision blurs for a moment, then refocuses on my bookshelf across from my bed. I notice it seems less cluttered than I remember. I hoist myself out of bed, get dressed and showered, and head downstairs for breakfast. The smell of burnt toast and bacon drifted through the kitchen. My mother stood at the stove, unusually tense. She was whistling under her breath. The tune sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. "Morning, Eric," I responded hesitantly. Morning, Mom." She turned and smiled. For just a fraction of a second, her smile evoked a feeling of strangeness inside me. Was the woman beneath those impossibly white lights really my mother? "Good morning, son," my father bellowed from the living room. "You all right, Eric?" my mom asked. Yeah, I'm fine." "You look pale." "I just had a weird dream." She laughed gently. "Well, you're home now." Home? The word felt distant, as if I had lost my connection to what it even meant. But I didn't think much of it. Days passed quickly. Everything seemed smaller and more removed, like I was living in a waking dream. My bedroom, the neighborhood, even my own parents, they kept staring at me with an expression I couldn't place. Maybe it was relief or apprehension. I felt different, but I can't really describe the feeling as good either. I once asked where all my books went, and my parents exchanged glances before answering. Apparently we'd thrown them away before I went into treatment. I felt like they were treating me as if something was wrong, but I couldn't quite place what it was. I guess it came off as odd that I didn't remember where my books had gone. My relationship with my parents was always distant, which I understand will take time to mend. Whenever I forgot conversations from earlier in the day, they insisted I was still recovering from treatment, and that the side effects would resolve over the next few weeks. Yet every morning I woke up exhausted and drenched in sweat. I think something odd might be happening with my short-term memory, but it seems to be getting a little better each day. One morning, I was walking to the bus stop with my father, and he asked how I was feeling after going to treatment. We talked about how excited we were to start fresh, and I apologized for the things I'd done to upset him in the past. I can barely remember the fights that used to break out between us, which honestly was pretty nice. As we walked past the park, I felt strange. a bad feeling inside me, a deep, overwhelming sadness. I felt like I needed to cry, but couldn't. My father grabbed my arm and pointed to a dead squirrel near the oak tree by the bus stop. "Whoa, would you look at that?" he exclaimed. The animal had been ripped into many pieces. Its head, arms, and legs had been torn violently from its torso, which had also been disemboweled. The entrails dressed the protruding stump of the tree. My father muttered, "Raccoons are vicious little guys, huh?" I agreed and chuckled. We might actually be lucky not to have any pets to worry about. I've always wanted a pet. Maybe a dog, but I'd also be okay with a cat. I love all sorts of animals, but my parents would never let me get one. They said a pet would mess up the carpets. Later at school, my old friend Kier approached me at lunch. He sat next to me without asking, and I felt odd about this. I normally enjoyed his company very much, but today I just noticed the sickly sweet floral perfume he was wearing, and it was ruining my appetite. Kier always dressed very flamboyantly. Fishnet shirts, crop tops, heavy eye makeup. I used to think he was very stylish, but today I felt embarrassed to be seen with him. Maybe it was the particular vest and fishnet combination he was wearing. I'm not sure. I couldn't really put my finger on it. "Eric, how have you been, Eric? It's great to see you," Kier exclaimed. I've been okay," I muttered. I noticed for the first time the sneering eyes of the people in the lunchroom around us. I could see Jake, the star quarterback of the football team, pointing and jeering with his friends at the table across the room. What were they saying about us? I wondered. I hope they don't think I'm gay or something for sitting next to him. Kier cut into my silence. "What's going on? You've been out of school for months and you're barely saying anything. You really seem out of it. I heard you were sick. I was really worried about you." I'm good. I just haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Hey, would you mind if I ate alone today? I'm not feeling super great, and your perfume is kind of ruining my appetite. Not going to lie." "Oh, sorry. Sure. Sorry. I thought you liked Angel. But yeah, I guess that stint in the hospital must have done a number on you. I'll eat lunch in the homeroom today. Hey, I hope you feel better. Eric, I'm really happy you're back." Kier raised his tray, a broken look on his face. Or maybe, thinking back on it, it was more concern than anything. As soon as Kier left, I became refreshingly more at ease, and the eyes of the people sitting around us seemed to grow lighter. The fear of being gossiped about immediately left my body. After I got off the bus to go home that day, I noticed another ad for a missing pet. They had been accumulating on the bulletin board near the bus stop ever since I started back at school after my treatment. I would always stop to check whether I could spot any of them around, and maybe even claim some reward money. Wow, people really are careless about letting their animals outside, I thought to myself. If I had a pet, I'd never let it out of my sight. I couldn't shake a funny feeling I got when I looked at these ads. I'd never met any of these pets, but I felt a deep connection to them. I couldn't tell you why, but I felt an overwhelming sadness whenever I thought about them. I figured it must have been because I'd been keeping a passive mental note of what they look like, in case I ever came across one. Like I said, I've always wanted a pet, and I hate seeing animal owners be so careless. A few weeks went by and I had been dreading going to school each day, having to think of new and creative ways to avoid Kier so people would stop gossiping about us. But then one day, while I was gathering my books from my locker to head home, he approached me. "Hey Eric, we need to talk." "What's up?" I asked. "I feel really bad and I feel like you're avoiding me. You've been weird ever since you got back from the hospital, and I'm really worried about you. Please tell me what's wrong." Kier is really starting to get to me and he really can't take a hint, can he? I thought to myself, maybe I should just tell him off. Suddenly Jake approached us. "Aw, look at the she-male and its boyfriend." Jake sneered. "Hey Eric, Are you still a cross-dresser? That's why you were in the hospital, right? The she-male was contagious? Kier got in Jake's face and shoved him. Screw off, Kier exclaimed. Jake punched Kier so hard he hit the floor. I saw Kier lying there whimpering, blood starting from his mouth. I swear to God, if you tell anyone about this, I will kill your homo ass. Jake muttered and ran off. Suddenly my vision blurred so badly I thought I was having a stroke. I felt myself fall through the floor and everything went black. The flashing red lights came back and a high-pitched screeching tone filled my head as I floated in the darkness. I remember this place. I've been here before. He's waking up. Perfect. Read him his rights. You have the right to remain. You have the right. You have the right to it. My head was killing me, and I slowly opened my eyes. The fluorescent light illuminated the blurry figures across from me, and slowly they came into focus, their gruff, disembodied voices muttering to each other. I realized I was sitting upright and couldn't move my arms or legs. I blinked and my vision cleared. I was in a small white room, at a table across from 3 police officers. "Son, can you hear me?" one of them demanded. What's going on? Where am I? How did I muttered groggily. "You know you're going to be charged as an adult. What you did is disgusting. Now answer the question," the officer shouted. What question?" I stammered. "Do you recognize her?" The officer shoved a picture of Kier in my face. Well, what used to be Kier. Yeah, I stammered. "I think I've seen that squirrel before." Log entry 00345-620 11-12-2047. Subject 536,000/740,000. Eric. Abstract. Corrective identity integration successful. Contradictions and side effects. Subject presents non-union integration via extreme violence. Revisions needed. Dr. Meng, PhD. I don't even know where to start, but I need advice right now because I feel like I am completely losing my mind. I'm watching Mark sleep on the baby monitor while I type this. For 3 long years, my life has been reduced to the 4 walls of this room. Mark used to be a 6'2" construction foreman, but a drunk driver changed all of that in a fraction of a second. Now he's just a silent, uncooperative weight. Paralyzed from the neck down. He can't feed himself. He can't hold my hand. He can't even roll over to stop the bed sores unless I, physically, haul his heavy body onto his side. My wrists ache constantly. My back is completely ruined. Being a full-time caregiver is a special kind of hell, but I do it because I love him. I had to move to the West Coast about a year ago for work. I'd heard about how awful the situation was with rent and all, but I hadn't given it much thought until I actually had to start looking for apartments. Pardon my language, but it's frickin' ridiculous. My job requires a graduate degree, and the rent alone in some of these places is more than I make in an entire month. Then you factor in food and whatever else, which is also expensive as hell. And the whole thing's messed up. I'd basically resign myself to a diet of rice and beans. Maybe 1 chocolate bar a month if I was feeling particularly extravagant. I'm one of those guys that can sleep on airplanes. So if the place I found didn't have enough space for a bed, I was totally fine with just sleeping inside a closet or something. Anyway, point is, I was ready to suffer. And yet, in my moment of desperation, A light appeared in the darkness, a light in the form of a Craigslist ad. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, a listing with a rent of just $200 a month. From the photos, it was clear that the place was far more luxurious than anything else in my price range. There was a bathroom, there was a kitchen, there was even a balcony. You see something like that, your first assumption is that it's a scam. But when you're in a situation like mine, you've got to take any chance you can get. I contacted the person that had posted the listing and told them that I was interested in seeing the place. I also threw in some of my background, explained that I lived on the other side of the country but was currently in the area searching for an apartment due to work. Basically tried to come off as slightly desperate and also a bit pitiful. I got a response less than a minute later asking if I could come to the apartment for a tour. Naturally, I said yes. There were a lot of people at that apartment building for the same reason as me, so they had this whole system set up with numbered tickets like it was the frickin' DMV. I had to wait for about an hour, but when it was my turn, I was directed into the apartment, which I was greeted by a large man who introduced himself as the landlord. The place looked exactly like the photos, and I had to confirm a few times that the place of rent I'd seen online was the actual, factual rent that I'd be paying. The landlord seemed almost amused by my disbelief. There was, however, a single caveat. He explained, a reason why it was possible to offer such a nice apartment for such an impossibly low price. Microtenancy is what he called it, a new system that they were trying out. Essentially, while I would be the primary occupant of the apartment, it would be possible for other people to pay to rent out smaller portions of the place for a short period of time. If somebody really needed to take a shower, for example, they could pay money to use mine for 30 minutes. With enough of these microtenants, the apartment would make more than enough money to offset the ridiculously low rent. Basically, the whole deal was mutually beneficial. The landlord makes a crap load of money, and I get a cheap apartment as long as I can handle disturbances every once in a while. The whole concept sounded absurd, but I wasn't about to complain. If the landlord thought an arrangement like that would make him more money than just renting out the place normally, well, that wasn't my problem. I told the landlord that his idea was brilliant, and that I was more than happy to share the apartment with others. After recording some of my personal information and asking a few questions, the landlord told me that he'd get in touch if I was selected as the primary tenant. Well, I spent the rest of the day dawdling around, touring other apartments, all of them demanding at least 20 times the money for a quarter of the space I'd get from the place with the micro-tenancy deal. I told myself that, considering the sheer number of applicants, I needed to face reality and accept that I was probably going to have to settle with one of those crappy Chinatown apartments, where the shower head is directly above the toilet. And yet, that very next morning, I received the call I'd been waiting for. The landlord, it seemed, had been particularly impressed when he'd met me. The moment he shook my hand, he knew I'd be the perfect fit for the place, is essentially what he said. And so, I had my apartment, and a month later, I moved in without any hassle. The visitors began to arrive around a week into my lease. They would show up to use my bathroom, take a nap in my bed, work out on the elliptical trainer I'd brought over. It felt strange at first, but the visitors seemed to be getting something out of being in my apartment, so it wasn't too hard to get used to. Still, it always surprised me to come home from work and be greeted by a stranger sitting on my couch. Sometimes I would try to chat them up, but all I'd ever get was a strange look. Like maybe they realized how awkward the whole deal was as well as I did. Those were the normal ones. As the months passed, the number of visitors grew, and for some of them it was difficult to figure out what exactly they were doing in my apartment. People would show up while I was working out and then just stand there watching me. Others brought sketchbooks with them and drew pictures of me while I was eating dinner. I caught one trying to steal my socks. Another walked into the bathroom and started tapping on the glass while I was taking a shower. You get the idea. At times I considered bringing these things up with the landlord, but I was worried that doing so might get me kicked out onto the streets. So I didn't. Ultimately, I reasoned, none of these visitors were doing anything directly harmful. Annoying, sure. Strange, yes. But that was about it. I was sleeping one night, as I tend to do, when I awoke to a strange feeling in my cheeks. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized that someone was standing over me and rubbing my face with their hands. I sat up suddenly and the visitor yelped, then began to retreat towards the door. I was still groggy from having woken up less than a minute ago. Plus, I was totally nude, so by the time I managed to get out of bed to chase after them, they were already long gone. Whether or not I locked the door didn't matter, since the visitors always had a key, so I sat in front of the door until sunrise, completely unable to sleep. As soon as I got off work that day, I marched into the landlord's office and explained what had happened the night before. The landlord, for what it's worth, turned bright red and began apologizing to me profusely, saying that what had happened was totally out of line and would never happen again. He even offered to give me a 50% discount on rent for the month, which wasn't that significant considering how little I was already paying, but I suppose $100 is $100. Although the landlord had sounded sincere, something about the whole incident had planted a sort of seed in my mind, a thought I couldn't quite shake. I bought one of those night vision cameras off Amazon, set it up in the corner of my bedroom, and let it run for a few days. When I checked the footage, my suspicions were confirmed. The visitors were there at night too. As I slept, they would enter my room and watch. Nothing more. Just stand there and watch, sometimes for hours at a time. I tried to ignore it. I tried to tell myself that whatever these people were doing, it was totally all harmless. Reminded myself that I was paying 200 buckarooskies a month in rent. That night I just laid in bed, pretending to sleep, but in reality I was listening very carefully. Around 2 a.m. I heard it, the door unlocking as the first visitor of the night arrived. I heard them shuffling towards me and then stop. I heard the door again, more shuffling, more and more of them crowding into my room. At some point I finally snapped. Rent be damned. I leapt out of bed and shoved my way over to the door, blocking the way out. When I flipped on the lights, I was greeted by the stares of 10 or so strangers. None of them moved or made a sound. I addressed the crowd with a hearty, "What are you guys doing here?" hoping that I might sound intimidating despite being only 5'9". None of them so much as flinched. It was then that I noticed something peculiar. The face of one of the visitors, who appeared to be a woman in her late 30s, was sagging at the eyes, far more than the face of even a woman that age ought to. It was as if part of her skin had simply come loose from her skull. I quickly scanned the faces of the others, but couldn't see anything off about them. It was only that particular woman. Not thinking too hard about the legal implications, I lunged towards the woman and grabbed her by the cheeks. Seizing the opportunity, the rest of the visitors slipped past me and ran out the door, while the one I had grabbed began to struggle and yell at me in a language that sounded like Italian but probably wasn't. While I haven't touched many women, I could immediately tell something was wrong with this one. Her skin was so loose, and as she tried to escape my mannish grip, I could feel something beneath her skin. Something wiggling. Something inhuman. I pulled then, and the woman's face, no, her entire head came off, and I realized that what I was holding was one of those rubber masks like they used in Point Break, only more realistic. I was stunned, shocked, like a dog that had tried to move out of its bed, and while I was in that state, the woman used the opening to circle around me and escape through the door the rest of her compatriots had used. As she did, I managed to catch a glimpse of what had been under the mask, a great mass of worms where her head should have been, all wet and wiggling and alive. Unsure of how to proceed from there, I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and spent the rest of the night sitting in front of the door, but nobody else appeared after that. The next morning there was a knock on the door, and I would have crapped myself then and there, if said knock hadn't immediately been followed by the landlord's voice announcing his presence. I quickly put on some clothes and then let him in, hopeful that he would explain to me what had just happened a few hours prior. Instead, he handed me an eviction notice. I played dumb, asking what the issue was, and what I could do to resolve it. "You attacked one of the micro-tenants," was his response. Now that I was on the chopping block, I found myself regretting everything I'd done the night before. I told the landlord that the people visiting my apartment weren't actually people, and that something messed up was going on. I thought maybe he would turn the tides a bit in my favor, but the landlord just nodded and smiled at me, sensing that things weren't looking good. I got on my knees and told the landlord that okay, maybe they weren't human, but that was fine. Now I knew there wasn't anything to be afraid of, so please just let me stay in this apartment. The landlord looked at me with a queer glow in his eyes, possibly cataracts. "That's the issue," he said, more or less. "You know too much, and now that you know, you're going to behave differently, unnaturally. Can't have that." With that, he turned and waddled out of my apartment. As the door closed, he called out to me, "It's a shame. You were quite popular." That was a few days ago. 3 more and I have to be out of here. There haven't been any visitors since that night. And yet, when I look out the windows, sometimes I can see people out there, staring in. I swore one of them was wearing a shirt with my face on it. Maybe I'm just imagining things. Anyway, I'm still looking for a new place to live. Had to sell the elliptical trainer, since I might be living in a box under a bridge somewhere for a while. Once I'm gone, I reckon that ad will go up again. If you're lucky, maybe you'll find it. Maybe you'll even become the next tenant. And if you do, play dumb, and remember that they're only there because of you. Let me start with, I realized that maybe I should have been alarmed at accepting a job at a motel in this day and age. Motels in the first place are not the prim and proper hotel management job that I had envisioned for myself after completing my degree. Like every 25-year-old that had spent the greater part of their college experience partying and getting absolutely drunk. I had gotten a rude awakening after graduating that it was all over. The sorority girl that had aspirations of becoming a chic hotel manager in Paris fizzled quicker than a flat soda. All in all, I suppose it could have been far worse. Everything considered, I had landed a job at least. Even if the job took me out to the middle of nowhere, at least nowhere paid. To be honest, up until about a month ago, I had been surfing the internet and trying my best to become a viable applicant. It was not going stellar, but finally in the middle of the night after watching far too much reality TV and eating a bag of Twizzlers, it arrived. The email that brought me to my current place that I called home/work. Actually, I have that email saved just to show you all how odd it is. Bear with me as I copy and paste it to the post for your reading delight. "Hello, Miss Wallacott. We at the motel are reaching out about a position at our establishment. It's come to our attention that you are seeking full-time employment and have a degree in hospitality. Your credentials are suitable for our needs, and we're curious if you'd be open for a phone interview. The details of the job, along with the salary, can be discussed then. We'll be waiting to hear from you. May the light be with you." Nemen, owner of the motel. And then their phone number. Please understand, I omitted the number for y'all's sake. You have to understand that it's best if you don't know the name or phone number of the motel. It'll be safer that way. At least I think it'll be safer that way. Now I had at that point been desperate for a job. Most of the ones that I had interviewed for were crap, and didn't want to pay me for my qualifications. Which, hey, I understood it was the economy. It was something or another. Well, fine. But I couldn't survive off of what they were paying, so I decided to call the man Mr. Nemon. Worst that could happen was it's a prank. Or the pay was horrible, or the job was undoable. Positives being that I got a job and could afford to pay back some loans that were knocking on past due. So I did what any college graduate who needed a job does. I called. Ring, ring. 2 rings and I heard the receiver pick up and I waited. Hello? An older man's voice sounded through the receiver. Good afternoon. I'm Wallacott. You sent me an email about a position at your motel. I said, halfway holding my breath as I waited for the punchline or answer. Because to be honest, I really didn't think that this was a serious job inquiry. More likely an elaborate prank by someone bored, or one of my sorority sisters. Of course, Miss Wallacott. The old man's voice took on a lighter tone, evidently pleased by my call. Delightful of you to call. I'm Mr. Nemon, the owner of the motel. His raspy voice was becoming less jarring and more jovial by the second. Yes, thank you again for reaching out to me first. Of course, your credentials make you a very promising candidate. Not to mention I have an eye for people. He continued. There was a slight pause on my part and his. It seemed that he had made a joke, but as far as interviewing went, it was a bit odd. Then again, based on his age. He was probably well into his later years. Different generation had far different metrics in terms of what they viewed as appropriate in the workplace. Not losing speed, he continued on. There would be a sign-on bonus, and then a very competitive salary for you. I'm getting too old to manage the motel's daily activities and guest welcoming. You wouldn't be expected to perform any of the cleaning services or laundry, but I would like you to manage the accounting, ordering of supplies, and management of staff. The position itself is a live-in. You'd be expected to stay on the motel's premise. There was a pause and I scrambled to grab my planner. Flipping to the notes section of the planner, I quickly jotted down the information. Did you happen to do some research on our establishment? A little bit, but there wasn't much information to be found. I hope that you would be able to shed some light on the specifics. The motel's a little-known spot. It's not surprising. We've been established since the late 1880s. It's been in the family since then, and we have been servicing the area since that time. It's honestly a beautiful part of the country. You'll be up in the PNW, he said, his voice radiating warmth. My hand stilled. That was one of the factors that I hadn't completely mulled over. I was located on the East Coast, and I had to head all the way to the West Coast, leaving everything and everyone that I knew. But at the same time, this was the first job that actually left me in charge of a property, rather than being in the beck and call of someone else. So after continuing the phone call with the old man, Mr. Nemon, and getting more specifics on the requirement and the salary and sign-on bonus, I found myself calling my parents and letting them know that I had gotten a job. Also telling them that I had to move and that it was on the other side of the country. They had been supportive and told me they were proud of me, and I found that I was happy about it all. Packing and moving took a lot less time than I had expected. I managed to pack everything in a week. My whole life sealed up tidily in a week of packing. Mr. Nemon had sent over a welcome package via email that had detailed out a list of specifics that I was to follow, along with rules. That was typical of any job. There were always going to be rules that they wanted you to follow, but these were on a different level of odd. These are the rules as listed to me. 1. Never follow a guest into their room. Contact housekeeping if they need help. 2. Be sure to never tell the guest your first name. They should refer to you simply by your surname. 3. Always keep the key ring on your person as you move about the motel. It's best if they are kept on silver chain and either tucked into your pocket and fastened to a belt loop. If you choose to wear a skirt or a dress for the day, they should be attached to a silver ring that can be worn as a bracelet. 4. The motel has a long history of a mascot. The current mascot for the hotel is Graham Cracker, a Great Dane. She had been trained to accompany you throughout the hotel. Please make sure that you have treats on your personage for her. These treats are provided by the motel. 5. Remember to promptly shut the doors of reception at 9 p.m. They are to be open promptly at 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. No guests should be allowed entrance after close or before opening to check into the motel. 6. Do not accept gifts from the guest. Under any circumstances. I had looked them over multiple times, both when I first gotten the email and then throughout the flights. I tried to find some reason for them. I understood the specific check-in times and stay on schedule, along with the other nuanced rule about keeping Graham Cracker happy and accompanying me. That was not a problem. I love dogs, and the fact that I was to be accompanied by one was a bonus. But still, as I read and reread them, I felt an odd sense of dissonance. However, I still found myself navigating my way to the motel, seeing as I was heading out to a relatively small town that was located deep into the woods. I had a limited choice of transportation. However, that was also clarified in my welcome package. As I stepped off the second plane, I arrived at the small local airport. I was greeted with a sign that had my name on it, being held by a rather round woman. Now please understand, I'm not judging her by any means. It's just the best way to describe my initial observation of Hilda. She was a hearty, round woman, with shock white hair and a lopsided smile that reminded me of a kid that always had a joke brewing on their tongue. Hilda wore a simple outfit that was rather homely but suited her just fine. The simple dress paired with a jacket that was rather fluffy given the weather, not to mention the muck boots that were paired with long brown wool socks. "Hello," I said softly. She looked up at me. It was then that I noted her one lazy eye that was also a foggy gray, while her other eye was a light blue. I tried not to stare, which was easy enough because she was looking me up and down. This continued for a minute or so, then she finally returned my stare, her good eye piercing as she began to smile, half her lip pulling up into a rather menacing grin at first. "Welcome, dear, to Pine Hollow. How was your flight?" "It was good. Not too much turbulence." She nodded her approval. Then she extended her hand. I looked down at it before taking it with my own. Her handshake was firm and resolute, a stark contrast to her appearance, but it felt normal enough. "You can call me Hilda. I'm a longtime friend of Mr. Nemon, and the owner of the grocery store in town," she explained easily. "Pleasure to meet you, Hilda, and thank you for coming to pick me up. I hope it wasn't too much of an inconvenience." "Don't worry about it. I had some things I had to pick up, and there aren't many people that come and go from the town. If they do, they're mainly guests of Mr. Nemon's establishment. We can't have you catching a ride with them now." She chuckled, releasing my hand as she went to pat my shoulder. Her hand had felt like ice from the handshake alone. Once it touched my shoulder, it felt like my entire arm was going numb. She didn't let it linger for too long, but it was enough that I mentally noted that I shouldn't casual let her touch me. Withdrawing her hand, she tucked the small sign that she had under her arm and led me towards the small baggage claim. The whole airport was quiet, eerily quiet. I tried to not let it bother me. However, it was hard to not notice. The flight I had been on had less than 10 people, 1 flight attendant and 2 pilots, leaving only 7 people actually flying into the airport. Each was odd, and I saw them lined up around the simple yet archaic baggage claim. Hilda's hand touched me yet again, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turning, I found the round woman was trying to get my attention. "I'll be over there. I've got to collect my boxes and have them loaded onto the truck. You can't miss me, dear," she explained, all the while pointing towards the double doors that led out into the overcast outdoors. There was a man standing at the door dressed in some dirty overalls. along with a bright orange safety vest that was over top of a warm but worn jacket. He had a wide-set stance and was looking over at Hilda with expectant eyes. Swallowing the lump in my throat and feeling moderately abandoned by Hilda, even though I knew she wasn't my tour guide, the squat and round woman knew that I was there to work for her friend, but she knew, for some reason, that had felt important in the moment. Still ever icy, I raised a hand to pat hers before she drew it away. "Okay, I'll find you once I get my bags." She gave me a lopsided grin and then made her way over to the man without another word. I had to give it to the old gal. She moved quickly, easily covering the distance. Hilda paused, said something to the man, and then they both left the baggage claim area. Now it was me all alone with the 7 other people from my flight. Taking a deep breath, I made my way over toward the baggage claim. I had already shipped some other things to the motel, but I still had brought 2 suitcases and a carriage-on and bag. There was no way that I could part with all my things, nor did I have any intention of putting them into a storage container. The idea of locking my stuff up hadn't sat well with me. I had opted only to get a storage container for the big stuff, but at the moment, I wish I had packed lighter and could remove myself from these odd people. Standing apart from the group, I surveyed them, coming up with ideas about them. The oddest was a girl that looked even more out of place than me. She was standing next to a man that was dressed head to toe in black. Black suit, paired with an even darker black bow tie. He was wearing black framed sunglasses and his hair was slicked back. His age was hard to tell, but he had to be at least a good 10 years older than the girl. She was dressed head to toe in what could only be described as a clubbing outfit. Her short black dress barely covered her butt. She was standing in pinpoint, thin red stilettos. Her bleach blonde hair styled in an updo that displayed her very surgically done face. She was smiling as she took a video of the 2 of them, the man looking as if he couldn't care less about it all, but still he was being a good sport and allowing her to take the video. Her head whipped around and we made eye contact, and I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach at the contact, but she gave me a beaming smile and a light wave before she continued to record. Exhaling, I tried to quell the unease, but I locked eyes with another passenger. It was a younger boy that was standing next to an older woman, who I assumed was his grandmother, or maybe his mother. She both appeared older, but relatively young enough to have a child of about 10 or so. The boy had an intensity to him that turned my stomach, more than the girl. He seemed small for his age, but his eyes held mine without flinching. You know that spine-tingling, pricking sensation that crawls up your skin? The last vestige of your reptilian brain that tells us we're in danger? That's what I felt as I looked into the mismatched hazel and black eyes of the boy. I broke eye contact first, as the rickety sound of the baggage claim rumbled to life, blessed by the luggage gods themselves. My bags were the first that the ancient machine spat out. Quickly moving forward, I grabbed the 2 suitcases from the luggage rack. The black bags, thankfully, looked intact, and the locks that I had secured to them untampered with. Ducking my head, I made my way towards the doors that Hilda had vanished out of, all the while feeling eyes bore into my back. The crisp air seemed to whisper across my skin as I exited. It was chilly to say the least. I had dressed warmly anticipating it, but the cold was new, and I wasn't quite sure I'd warmed to it, as I had been assured by Mr. Nemen. At the very least, the brisk air had driven away the stifling feelings of the eyes. I felt sick at the thought of being around those people for any longer. Call it a gut feeling, but something was off with them. I found Hilda quickly. It wasn't hard. She had a big truck parked outside the small airport area. The man that she had followed was still chatting with her. He had a clipboard in hand and was making some notes. Before handing it to Hilda, she took it and signed it without fuss. She looked up after she handed it back to the man, her eyes cutting towards me, as if she knew that I was standing there. She gave me another one of her lopsided grins, as the man turned his head to look in the direction that she was looking. He seemed a man of few words. He tilted his head to me, then made his way back towards the airport, but he moved towards a different entrance, one that appeared to be set aside for staff. Even if the airport was measly in size, the still had an employees-only entrance that had to count for something. I made my way to Hilda, who was already lifting the back of the truck door. Peering inside, I noticed all the boxes that had different labels. Some said produce and so on and so forth. She reached out and took one of the suitcase handles and easily lifted it up and into the bed of the truck. Then she grabbed the other. I quickly grabbed the smallest one, feeling rather bad that I had let her do all the lifting. "That everything?" she asked as I placed the small suitcase next to the other two. "Yes, thank you." "Good, then let's set off. We don't want to keep the staff waiting too long. Because it's Saturday, there wouldn't be any check-ins. But the housekeeping staff is bare bones, and it'll give you some time to settle in," she explained brightly. "Did you work at the motel?" I asked before I could stop to consider my words, my curiosity getting the better of me. She paused, but then threw a glance over her shoulder at me. "I'd say helped out rather than worked," she laughed, before continuing forward and heading towards the front of the truck. Casting a final glance back towards the airport, there was a tugging feeling in the pit of my stomach, as if something was telling me to head back, but the allure of job stability made me swallow that fear and get into the truck. The truck rumbled to life as Hilda twisted the key into the ignition. A steady rattling started as the heat began to sputter to life. It seemed like it wasn't going to, but then it gave another rattling cough, and the soft, steady waves of heat began radiating from the vents. I leaned back into the seat, finding the seatbelt and quickly buckling myself in. Hilda did the same as she locked hers into place and began to ease the truck forward as we made our way around the loop. As we drove past the airport, I noticed the few people that had been on the airplane with me were trickling outside. They all looked up as we drove past them. I found myself instinctively raising my hand to wave. There was something eerie about the way they all stood there, without blinking, watching me. Swallowing my fear, I noticed that the little boy was the only one that was waving back at me and giving me a wide smile. A pang of nerves shot through my stomach, and I quickly lowered my hand and pressed my head into the back of the headrest, refusing to keep looking at the sight. "Are you cold, dearie?" Hilda asked. Her voice drew me out of my thoughts, and I turned my eyes towards the woman. There was something nagging about her as well, but I was just glad that we were making our way to the motel, away from the people at the airport. I just needed to settle in, and I'm sure the nerves would go away. "Probably," I murmured to the woman. She nodded her head and then reached up with one of her hands and pushed the vent that was fanning her with the delicious heat towards me. The extra heat did relax me some, and I nuzzled slightly deeper into my jacket. "Thank you." "Of course, I can't have you freezing before you get to your post. It would be a shame to lose you when you've already come this far," she said jovially. Although her words were odd and I was feeling overwhelmed, I tried not to think about it. Pulling out my phone from my purse, I took it off airplane mode and sent a quick message to my mother, letting her know that I had made it safely through my second flight. The message had taken a moment to send. The message spun as if it were trying to send before it gave me the error that it was undeliverable. Looking at my bars, I noticed that I didn't have a single one. I'm only able to even write this because I'm attached to the motel's Ethernet line. Tucking the phone back into my purse, I tried to settle in for the drive, and between the steady rambling of the truck and the bone-numbing heat that seemed to seep into my lethargic muscles, I don't even remember falling asleep. But at some point I must have, because the next thing I heard was the high-pitched whine of the air brakes, startling me to alertness. Whipping up, I hastily turned my head every which way, blinking rapidly, trying to will the sleep from my eyes. Everything came back into focus slowly. The steady hum of the truck is what I registered first, as the lights from the well-lit street nearly blinded my shell-shocked eyeballs. Looking to my left, I found that I was still next to Hilda. Her face brought a profound sense of relief, as the reality of my situation came to fruition. I had chosen to leave everything that I knew, and was comfortable with to come to this remote motel. A sigh of relief left my mouth as I swallowed down my anxiety. Hilda grinned at me, exposing her pearly white teeth. It caught me off guard how clean and pristine they were. She reached out and patted my arm. The warmth of the truck did nothing to prevent the icy shock of her touch. It felt like I had come in contact with a freezer. "Welcome to the motel," Hilda said gleefully as she twisted her key from the ignition. My eyes finally adjusted to the bewildering light took in the motel. The picture on Google hadn't done it justice. I had expected a run-show, nearly dilapidated hole in the wall. What greeted me was anything but that. The light that had nearly blinded me gave way to a massive structure that was the motel. It was long, but also tall. It sported a 2-story entrance house. Or lodge, might have been more accurate. It was wooden, but it looked sturdy. Rich undertones of umber and amber glinted in the dark between logs that made up the structure. 2 huge wooden doors that had carvings that were nearly too delicate to see from my vantage point inside of the truck. Each door had been fitted with a window that was nearly half of the doors. Within the wooden logs, I could make out neat windows that were across the front side. Stretching out from behind the main structure were long corridors that seemed to connect from the sides of the main house. Those were a mixture of other material outside of the wood. There were windows that lined the walls of the motel. Similar to the main structure, it was 3 stories high, meaning that it was a typical single-level motel. It was more akin to a nature lodge. The more I looked at it, my stomach did a little flip as I noticed from the far left a window that had a pair of burning red eyes that were staring at me. I nearly jumped in the chair, quickly averting my eyes and then looking back. Confusion colored my mind as the vivid eyes were nowhere to be seen anymore. Sucking in a deep breath, I banished away the unsettling feeling that bubbled in the pit of my stomach. "Let's get you inside." It took a little longer than I anticipated. "We've arrived a little behind schedule," Hilda said, her voice showing a hint of something. She quickly opened the door and scurried around the side of the truck. I followed suit a little slower as I stretched my neck, preparing myself for the cold wind. Mustering up courage, I threw open the door. An icy gale slapped me right across the face. A full-body shiver raked through me. Drawing my bag close, I quickly circled around the truck, just noticing that I was truly out in the middle of nowhere. The sole source of light was the motel that was glittering with lights, and stood almost as a beacon against the inky backdrop of the forest. Hilda had already gotten all 3 suitcases from the back, and was halfway to the entrance as I was just coming up to the suitcase she had left for me. Her stout form was bathed by the light. She cast a shadow longer than I thought one her size could take up. She was nearly at the door, but her shadow seemed to stretch nearly to the truck that was parked probably 30 feet from the entrance. Grabbing my bag, I quickly ambled after her. The door had a great big handle that had an ancient-looking keyhole. Without hesitation, Hilda whipped out a set of keys. The soft loop caught the light, and I could see its silver glow. Reaching out, she waved a black fob across an unnoticed pad, and the door opened automatically. I marveled for a second at the rather advanced system given its status as an older motel. Quick as a tick, Hilda crossed the threshold and I followed suit. The door began to close as I stepped through it. Then with a firm click, the door locked and I was inside. It was far more orderly than I had anticipated. The interior was clean and rather sleek. It was done in a more earthen tone. Interior browns and neutrals made it pleasant. The reception desk was a little way inside from the doors. It was a rather long desk, with an older styled drawer system that looked like something you'd find at a rural post office. They were each numbered, and I could see nearly 100 or more drawers. Outside of that, there was a small seating area by the row window, and then I noticed further down there was actually an elevator. Hilda cleared her throat, and I turned to face her. Sorry, dearie, it looks like you'll have to wait till morning to meet Mr. Nemen. I'll show you to your room. It's past the time for any guests to arrive, she said matter-of-factly. I'd opened my mouth to respond when I heard a knock at the door. Instinctively, I turned towards the sound. I saw two people looking at me from the window. It was the odd couple from the airport, the man and the girl. The girl was still looking at her phone. Bitterly, I wondered who her provider was. It seems like I still didn't have any service. The man was the one to knock, and I stepped forward, my body moving before my mind. It was rude to leave customers waiting. That was one of the first things that had been drilled into you at school. Always help the guest. I was halfway to the door, the man's eyes looking at me expectantly, when a terrible gripping chill closed around my wrist. Stopping mid-stride, I looked down at my wrist. That was caught like a mouse in the grip of Hilda. She had moved faster than I thought was possible, her grip ironclad and immovable. Dearie, her voice was low, oddly authoritative. Do you remember the rules? Raising her head, she fixed me with her one good eye. It pierced into me, and the rules that I had obsessively read over came thundering to the forefront of my mind. To promptly shut the door after 9 p.m. No guest can check in after that, I said, reaching into my purse. I fished out my phone, and there it was, in bright digital pixels. The time, 9:10 p.m. It was 10 minutes past close. Not to mention it was the weekend. There weren't supposed to be any check-ins. Biting my lip, I looked at the two that were standing outside expectantly. He was still wearing those sunglasses, but I knew. No, I could feel his stare. It seemed to bore into me as he waited. It's only 10 minutes past. Surely we could let them in. My voice sounded onshore even to my own ears as I remember how much the importance of the rules was stressed in the welcome package. But the training from school pressed against the importance of the rules. I knew in the back of my mind that I didn't know the system yet, nor did I know the specific of the motel, although I had read through and understood the base of the information. I had never done it before. Hilda's grip didn't relent. If anything, it got tighter, and I found the heat leaching out from my body as if someone had split open my vein and was letting the blood run out of me. The rules. Her voice was ironclad, and demanded that I listen to her and obey the rules. A loud thump made my heart sputter in my chest as I whirled to look toward the doors. He'd raised his arm and had brought his fist down on the wooden part of the door. His lip was curled up in annoyance, and he repeated, that terrible thumping pounding that made my teeth rattle. You have to follow the rules, dearie, she hissed. Her voice was low and demanded that I obey. There was a hard edge that said plainly, do as I say, or maybe do as the rules say. I felt torn, my stomach churning faster as I tried to breathe through my nose to steady my hands that I felt shaking. The penetrating cold bit into my wrist where she had caught it. It almost felt as if I didn't have a hand anymore. Bang, bang, bang. I couldn't pry my eyes away from her. I knew that logically it was only 10 minutes past, but I also understood that she was not going to let me. I'd have to push her away from myself, and then quickly make it to the door. But was that reasonable? I wrestled with this thought. I don't know, I stuttered, but with a final thundering bang, I nearly jumped out of my skin. Turning, I found that the man was now nearly frothing at the mouth as he banged. The girl was now looking up from her phone. Her eyes seemed to cut straight into me, and I quickly turned away. I swear I thought I saw something. I still don't know what exactly I saw. Hilda's hand left my wrist, almost as if she knew that I had lost the will to let them in, that I had finally saw her reasoning, for some reason. I felt defeated and then happy I could turn that feeling onto the rules. It was all because of the rules. I had to follow the rules. Did I want to be a rule breaker on not even my first day at the job? Here, follow me this way, dearie. Hilda's voice was sweet. It had lost the hissing edge, and I glanced up and found her standing with a key in her hand. She also had my other suitcase. I tried to put the banging sound out of my mind. Grabbing my other suitcase, I followed Hilda down the corridor. Even as we moved away from the front door, I could still hear the banging, but I trained my eyes on the smaller woman's back. She didn't say much, and for some reason the silence was stifling. At this point, I wanted her to say anything, to maybe give an explanation to the people outside. There was no explanation, and I stopped as we neared another hallway. This one only had a singular door, and no others. She stopped at the door and it simply had "Manager" as the plate on the door. It didn't have a number, and I felt that was strange. The information packet had said that it was a live-in position, but I had assumed that I would be using one of the rooms. Not that I would have my own personal space on my own separate hallway. She used the key, and it slid into the lock with a resounding click. Leaving it at that, she didn't turn the knob or anything. Hilda had simply released the key and stepped back, leaving my suitcase where she had parked it. Well, I'll leave you to it. I'll be heading back to my own room now. I don't think I can make it back to the store. She smiled. I just stared at her, trying to think of some words to say in response, but I felt like a fish out of water. Remember, bright and early tomorrow, the head of housekeeping will be there to help you settle into your post. Remember to lock the door, dearie, she said, her voice soft and welcoming, but I felt a shudder pass down my spine at her intonation. She turned and promptly began to walk down the hallways. It was finally when she was at the end of it that I managed to get my tongue working. "Good night, Hilda. Thank you for the lift here," I called, wincing as I realized I might have shouted too loud given that there were probably other guests that were sleeping. Hilda simply turned and gave me that lopsided smile before she made a left-hand turn and continued down to some unknown room. I turned towards my door and entered. The room opened up to a cute and rather updated apartment, rather than a motel room. It had a kitchen and a couple other doors that were left open. I noted that one appeared to be an office space, and the other 3 doors led to empty rooms, minus the bed in one, and the other led to a rather large bathroom. I nodded my head and quickly fished out my toiletries and brushed my teeth. I'd have to leave unpacking for another day. With that, I retired to the bedroom, and this is where I am writing this because even as I lay here, I can still hear Hilda's voice ringing in my head, repeating the same phrase over and over now. The rules, dearie, along with the steady rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the couple's fist, demanding to be let into the motel. I'm posting this because I'm wondering if anyone else is a manager of a hotel or motel that has strange rules. I'll post more as I settle in and see if the first night jitters go away. Also to update you about if they're still outside in the morning. I slowly paced back and forth through the upper apartment of the entire home we were renting from an unsavory landlord. Despite his searching for answers to his life's problems at the bottom of a bottle, he cobbled together a 2-story home which gave safe harbor to my quaint family. My daughter, Rose, was finally fast asleep, gripping my loose white t-shirt. I sighed quietly with relief, as this was not the first night we had trouble putting her down for extended sleep. Rose had just hit the milestone of 7 months old. By now she was able to sleep mostly through the night, providing much-needed sleep for myself and her mother, by not requiring feeding every 2 hours. For the first few days as a 7-month-old, she was as precious as could be, wistfully snoring away the moonlit hours, with no crying or fussing, allowing some hard-earned rest to her parents. While I could function for 5 hours minimum, My wife struggled more with the lack of sleep. I did right by my wife, offering endless support. It was the least I could do after she pushed our 8-pound, 7-ounce miracle free from her gutty works. It was an interesting time being a parent. I couldn't help but smile as I sat on our sectional couch in the living room, finally allowing my eyes to close for the night. My daughter safely deposited into her crib. No sooner did I relax, did a cacophonous wailing echo throughout our apartment. Bolting upright, I quickly strode into my daughter's room, opening the door quietly as I possibly could to minimize any distress the poor child was dealing with. Despite the incessant wailing, Rose calmly slept. Her mouth did not move, nor did she have any expression of pain across her cherub face. She looked warm, comfortable, and altogether unbothered by the situation. I rested my hand upon her crib that I built myself, staring at her muffled movements in the darkness of her room. As my sleepy parent brain adjusted, I could still hear the crying, though it was coming from another part of the upstairs floor. I crept around slowly, as my wife was still fast asleep in bed, only to find our black cat, Felony, wide awake and sitting at the sliding glass door to our back deck. Her tail twitched, and brushed the cold linoleum as her ears perked up at the increasingly distressing wailing. It sounded just like Rose on her worst day, if she absolutely wasn't having it. Walking up to Felony, I scratched her backside. She calmly turned her emerald eyes toward my face and let out a quiet meow, as if whispering to me not to disturb whatever was making that terrible racket. Sitting on the cold linoleum floor, staring out at the night sky offered me some perspective. Though the crying was worse from this part of the house, it appeared as though it was coming from below our deck. I checked my smartwatch. The ruddy cheeks and baggy eyes of mine formed a strange reflection overlapping with Mickey Mouse's whimsical, eternal smile from the 60s. The digital clock read 4:08 a.m. I opened the glass door to the back porch and stepped outside, with Felony in tow. "Call Clyde," I whispered into my smartwatch. The silent vibrato buzzed in the quiet dawn of the not-yet morning. "Mikey," the voice responded, awake, as I thought he would be. "Hey, I just put Rose down. Do you think you can—" "I'm so sorry, son. I gotta get better at this." His quick apology assured my suspicions. Clyde, my wife's father, had been living below us for the better part of a decade, helping our small family grow, while also subsidizing the cost of rent to the 2-story thing our landlord called a house. The old-timer was good for money, and loved Rose, as she was the first legitimate grandchild he was ever able to hold in his arms. Clyde had a proclivity for all kinds of action and horror movies, habitually watching them at a volume wholly reserved for AC/DC concerts. Aside from that one quirk, he was a stellar father-in-law, and did right by us. "Thanks, man. I'll get you a coffee tomorrow." "Appreciate it, kiddo. Welcome to raising children." "How am I doing so far?" I asked, knowing he'd be straight with me. "Better than most. I'll let you get some rest." With that, he disconnected the call. I sighed and went back into the house. The caterwauling had stopped, and Felony was uninterested in the sliding glass door. Her attention was now fixated on the rustling of the shrubs I couldn't be bothered to maintain on a regular basis. A terrible smell emanated from them, likely a skunk, though I had never smelled one so foul. I gave Felony some treats, partly as a reward for helping me solve the mystery of the wailing baby, and partly to lure her back in from the impending skunk attack. I then shut the door, got comfortable on our sectional couch, and fell fast asleep. 4 hours later, with coffee in hand, I knocked on the lower door to our house. Clyde groggily opened the door and scratched the 2 caterpillars on his face he called eyebrows. "Here." He swiped at his mug, but I pulled back, letting him suffer for a moment. "I don't want to be a bother, but the headphones we gave you last Christmas, how come you don't use those?" I then handed him his coffee, which he graciously accepted. They aren't loud enough. He took a swig on the morning brown and waggled an eyebrow. I mean, well, they broke. How did they break? The cost wasn't the issue. We could easily get him another pair, but it was upsetting that a man so good with older technology could scarcely keep a pair of analog headphones in good condition. Tried to turn them to max volume with that little wheel doohickey. It snapped and broke the volume control. I can't get any sound in them anymore. Sorry. He looked downcast. I suddenly felt as if I had kicked a small puppy. I relented. Well, alright, man. Just no more late-night horror movies anymore. That wailing was terrible. I paused when he furrowed his brow in confusion. What? Mikey, I was watching Casablanca. Good one. I wasn't a fan of the classics, but there was no way in hell a crying baby was in Casablanca. No, seriously, look. Kyle beckoned me into his neatly kept apartment. He had an expansive collection of physical movies and multiple combination DVD and Blu-ray players. The prize of his collection was a vintage Sony SL8000 Betamax player. It rarely saw use, but sat atop a pedestal, closely among the VHS devices that absolutely dominated the market at the time. On his coffee table, with his Marlboro pack of cigarettes and a drained glass of bourbon, still sitting next to a mostly full bottle, was the VHS copy of Casablanca. The tape that rested in the sleeve had been inserted into the fourth most available VCR closest to one of his old tube television sets that he utilized for the experience. Refresh my memory. Do any babies cry in that movie? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe when Humphrey Bogart said, "Here's looking at you, kid," it could have been possible that his delivery, although perfect, would have upset a baby nearby. Mikey, you're a new parent. This is the first time you and Angela have ever done something like this. Look, go to work. I'm off today so I can take Angie and Rosie out for some dinner, and you can catch up on some sleep when you get home. I nodded along to his prattling. I knew what I heard last night. I didn't think it was some fluke. Even Felony heard something. I was unfamiliar with what kinds of noises a skunk could make, but it certainly wouldn't be crying. I figured Clyde was right. I just wanted to be a good dad. The opportunity of fatherhood was something that had happened once before, but was ripped away from me. Yeah, okay. You're right. Thanks. We're family. You're a good dad. Even the best of dads need a break now and again. Clyde clapped me on the shoulder, and I left for work. I couldn't focus a lot on my tasks that day. The mundane office job I had was better than most. Free coffee, a gym across the hall, lots of downtime between calls on the weekends. Something kept digging at me. Clyde called me a good dad, which was kind, but I'm sure he wouldn't if he knew some of the earlier choices I made in life. I was sweet on his Angela. The anatomy of our love blossomed when I first met her at church. Angie and I had been in love for a few years, and I took it slow. But before Angie, there was Veronica. She was the first woman I had married. It was a different love than Angie. Angie was safe, and she had a good work ethic. She wasn't about taking risks, nor was she unpleasant to be around. She had a beautiful smile and was traditional in all aspects of homekeeping. I had to fight her just to do chores around the house. But Veronica, she was something else entirely. Veronica oozed freedom. She was an untamed, mythical dragon forever soaring among the clouds. This woman could turn any mundane encounter into an adventure. She lived fast and hard, and loved just as equally. When I had proposed to her all those years ago, I was sure she'd laugh in my face, but she surprised me. Okay, lover boy, make me yours. She was the Mary Jane to my Peter Parker. Everything she did was crazy, and I was just happy to be along for the ride. She was full of beautiful life and vim until she got pregnant. Veronica changed completely. Around her friends, she was still this legend among legends, but she slowly turned insular. No longer did she feel like going out, or doing the fun things we did. She wasn't about drinking, or drugs, or partying that way, but you can be sure she would be the first at the front of the concert venue, dancing like crazy to whatever songs were on the playlist. At 20 weeks, when we found out it was going to be a girl, Veronica snapped. She practically shoved her denim skirt back down and pushed the ultrasound tech to the ground. I hastily apologized while I chased after my then pregnant wife. She got in the driver's seat of our Mustang and glared daggers at me as I got in. "I can't do girls, Mikey. Nuh-uh. No way." She was upset, and now had been venting, driving erratically across the back roads that wove through the dense forest, which would take us back home. Her eyes were tear-stained, and she would constantly take her hand off the wheel to rub away the rogue tears with the heel of her palm. Though I hated it, she still smoked small puffs of cigarettes, but when she was livid, the long drag of nicotine was the only master that could tame her foul temper. Veronica would only let go of the wheel once, to fetch a Belmont from within her purse, annihilating the dart much like Dracula wished he could. "Why not? I thought you'd be thrilled. You'd make the coolest mom I'd ever know." The compliment was lost on her. I held on to the whoa handle in the passenger seat, regretting not pulling her out of the driver's seat before we began this cursed voyage. No way. My mom was a see you next Tuesday. She treated me like crap, like I was nothing. Tears streamed down her face. "That doesn't mean you'd treat our little girl like that. It's a blessing, babe. How good will it feel to be an even better mother than your mom?" I never would get anything further from Veronica, as it was destined a tree would fall in our path. As her one hand was free wiping away her tears, she overcompensated with the other, lurching the car over the cliff down into the forest below. I don't remember much of what happened during the rolling of our car, but I remember being thrown quite a distance. Checking myself, I found wounds, but I could still stand, though my locomotion was poor. Feeling around the vital areas, I only found blood when touching the back of my head. When I broke from the delirium, what I saw would be etched into my memory forever. Veronica was dead. Her neck snapped and bent at an odd angle. Her eyes and mouth were permanently in a surprised expression, as the vertebrae of her spine stuck out from her neck, without breaking skin. There seemed to be an internal pooling of blood from the odd angle of her neck. The bulging nightmare gawped from broken branches at me, a Euclidean tapestry of unending horror. Though it was assuredly broken, looking like a pimple yet to pop, the swelling red liquid rose to the point that it just couldn't penetrate her skin. Something must have detached from the car, as her belly was split wide open. The morbid cesarean performed on her by what was likely car or tree shrapnel was horrific. Her lower intestine was sagged somewhat, and the umbilical cord, complete with what was still my developing daughter, rested just below on the ground. Out from the majesty of her eviscerated womb, our unborn daughter, who was still attached to the mother, quivered in the cold. I stood stock still, shocked at the carnage that lay before me. I could only stare at the underdeveloped infant that was my unnamed daughter as it struggled to survive. Overcome by the accident and bleeding from my head, I didn't know what to do. The poor child, not yet made for this earth, expired, its little lungs unable to suck air or cry. The horrible noise it made as it took its last breaths on this plane of existence were mucus-filled cries, not loud enough to be anything considered human, but they would haunt me to this day. All the time, all I could do was weep. I took the discarded remains of our child and placed it further ahead in the woods, hastily burying it with leaves and twigs. Her glassy eyes looked at me from beyond the veil. I don't know if it was shame on that small face that glared at me, or if it was upset at its circumstance. It was the best I could do at the time. I later lied to the paramedics who arrived on scene upon me calling for assistance, and said I had been out for some time. I made a great effort to hide my tracks leading to our unnamed baby's grave. I didn't want to ever relive the memory of the alien creature of my wife's insides, warbling as it died. The guilt would still bubble over sometimes as I held Rose tight to my chest. I lamented the life unlived from my first child, the one that would never be. Mikey, you okay? Snapping out of my haze. Far from the hellish forest, the buzzing lights of the call center centered me. I turned to see one of the other leaders on duty, waving a hand in my face. Getting enough sleep there, bud? Yeah, sorry. Parenthood is tough. This is you in 3 weeks, Michelle. Though I figure since you're growing the child, you'll probably be more tired. She smiled and rubbed her belly to my response. Yeah, I start my maternity leave tomorrow. I'm excited. Rick keeps asking how you've been doing, and I tell him you look tired each and every day. He said he's going to take some paternal leave to help me for the first little bit. I advocate for that. I would take more if I could, to be honest. Tell him to take 2 months, not 1. I will, thanks. Hey, it's not super busy. I can cover for you if you want to go home. She didn't have to ask me twice. I clocked out from my desk and gave her a hug. She waved as I raced home to go to bed. The drive home was 4 minutes and 8 seconds. I was still groggy by the time I climbed the stairs and unlocked the door. Angie was still home, and Rose was in good spirits. I mumbled to her one word, sleep, and passed out on the couch. I could hear Rose babbling happily in the ether of my dreams. Eventually I heard the front door open and then close. The smell of pizza woke me out of my coma. I found a note on the box. Triple cheese, just as you like it. We're out for dinner. My dad said you needed a night off, and Rose needs to learn about restaurants. Plus I'm excited for the kids under 3 eat free deal. We'll be home later. Love, Angie. The first bite of the slightly cold but still incredibly greasy pizza uplifted my spirits. I cried a single tear of joy that my creature comforts were still looked after by my wife. Angie was certainly a lover, more true than the sun. Gifted by Christ himself. My father once told me that marriage is split 60-40. The trick of the split is that both halves of the partnership were always trying to be the 60 in that split. The bliss I felt did not last long as Felony suddenly darted towards the back of the apartment and sat stock still at Rose's bedroom door. I heard a muffled cry from her bedroom. My heart leapt into my chest. I reread the note Angie had left me. Rose needs to learn about restaurants. Clearly Rose wasn't here. This certainly wasn't a restaurant. What was making that god-awful noise? I sent Angie a text. Rose is with you, right? It was a stupid question, obviously, but I had to be sure. I didn't get a response right away, so I slowly began the long walk to the back room. Every crease in the floorboards and creak from my weight caused me great unease. What was happening? What am I walking into? Why is it upset? What is it? More questions raced through my mind as I slowly opened the door to the bedroom. I didn't turn on the light. The only ambient lighting that shone through the curtains was the setting sun. The crying continued, though it wasn't as loud as it was before. Felony suddenly stood up, her hackles raised as she made a low hiss, not wanting to step a single one of her paws into the room. It's okay, girl. Shh, I'll be okay. I didn't truly know if I would be. Felony stood her ground, but walked no further. The dread of stepping closer to whatever was making the noise made my heart hammer loudly in my chest. As I took a single step into the room, my phone vibrated. The crying continued, this time louder. Slowly, I read the message, now horrified at what I might find. Rose is here with me and my dad. Attached was a picture of my beautiful daughter with spaghetti sauce on her porcelain features. I looked into the crib, which had a lumpy figure moving within the blanket. I tried to rationalize what it was that was wailing so maliciously. An odd, humorless thought of a vengeful skunk permeated my brain. Taking a breath, removing the blanket, I fell back screaming in sheer terror. Veronica's baby, my other daughter, had found its way to me. The umbilical cord clung to the child and its stout features. Its skin, her skin, was mottled and red, though she would have been 20 weeks old at the time. Whatever epidermis that would have been forming gave a sinewy appearance. Was battered by an unkempt forest floor. Dried leaves and mud were spattered on the creature. It had 2 overlarge glassy eyes that had a yellowed appearance in the sclera. She lacked a nose, but instead had a pushed-in slit and cleft palate where the nose should be. The impossible horror of her mouth had 2 sets of sharpened teeth on the top and bottom, and the mouth opened at a grimace that would be immaterial for a regular baby. The shape of the horror could almost be described as avian. This undulating creature from my personal hell climbed over the edge and lowered itself to the floor. I scrambled back towards the doorway, but hit the corner of the door frame, hurting myself in the process. With every movement it made, a feeble step, or it attempting to stand then falling on unformed legs, with no joints to support it, an ungodly squelching noise came with it. It hoisted itself up on its 2 legs and then fell forward clumsily on its talons. With every failed attempt to stand and walk, it shrieked in agony as it inched ever closer to me. I could see a prehensile tongue flick out, much like a crawling lizard, wafting through the air, trying to determine where I was. The terrible howl continued, Felony raising her own into the fray. The orchestra of madness reached its zenith when courage finally found me. I flicked on the bedroom light. Gone was the murky dimness. The room now bathed in a comforting light. The monstrosity, my unborn child, that terrible thing, was no longer there. Any viscera it had left in both the bassinet or the floor of Rose's room was gone. Felony and I both were confused, and still rattled from the experience. You saw that too, girl? The emerald green eyes of my cat gave me a knowing look. My phone was vibrating. 6 missed calls from Angie. What was perhaps only a minute was in actuality half an hour. I immediately called her back as I searched Rose's room for the maleficence that lingered within it. Michael, are you okay? She was stern, using her motherly voice. Angie only ever called me Michael when she was with Rose. A little rattled. I got some sleep but had a terrible nightmare. You don't sound so good. Pizza was a bad call? No, hun, pizza is great. Listen. I could hear movement in the living room. I lurched my body out and could see Felony playing with one of her toys. Her temperament was solid, so I felt safe for the moment. I have to go for a bit of a drive. I gotta go up north about an hour to the other office for IT shenanigans. Since I left early, they wanted me to head over and check on some things with the new employees. It was a crappy lie, but I needed something. This late at night? My wife saw through it immediately. Yeah, it's because I left early that they're making me do it. The other team leads that could be available don't have access to a car. I'm the only one that does. I sucked at lying. Well, alright then. Hey, save some pizza for Rose. I want to give her a small bite to see what she thinks. I only had a single slice before falling back asleep. There's plenty left. Okay, say bye to Daddy, Rosie. Angie put the phone up to Rose on speaker. I could hear the beautiful babbling of my living daughter. I wept, as only a father could. I could see Rose for who she was now, and imagined who she would be in the future. I didn't know if I would see it after tonight. Bye, honey. Daddy will be home late tonight. Be good for your mom. We said our goodbyes, and I silently prayed for Rose. I couldn't let this thing near her. Something had to be done. I cursed the weather as it grew tumultuous on the drive toward the unborn child's resting place. The rainfall began no sooner than I left my apartment. I said a possible final goodbye to Felony and left a note for Angela. I admitted everything, told her about Veronica, of who she knew, but also the unborn daughter, of whom I buried hastily, that she did not know about. The image still vexed me, the unborn girl who was never meant to be, though I didn't hear her cries as I drove. The thunder, crash, and lightning gave all the pageantry of her misery. I couldn't be certain that my plan would work, though I had to try. In my hasty preparation, on my way to the end of the beginning, I searched the internet for curses, any sort of malignant power, anything related to harm done to children. Aside from the biblical threat from Jesus Christ himself, warning me of the fate of gnashing teeth and great weeping I would receive for my transgressions, I found a single hit. Peroniak. The word was Slavic in origin, and belonged to a subset of Scandinavian folklore that related to the mistreatment of unborn children. I didn't know what she was, but she certainly had been mistreated all those years ago. Of the few stories perpetuated from any folk stories, or video games that strung similar chords, the end result to break the curse was the same. Make it right. I would give her a proper burial, hopefully appeasing her. Eventually I reached the same hairpin turn, which once had a fallen tree, though it was a few years since our crash. I could still see the area of the forest the Mustang had ruined. There was an overgrowth, but nothing I couldn't navigate. I had a flashlight clipped to my high-visibility overcoat, as well as reflective tape to help mark my passageway back to my car. Before I could make my way down the precarious embankment toward my destination, a horrible screech of tires and crash of metal interrupted any thoughts I had. Though I believe I had pulled over far enough, the rain caused visibility to be poor, and as such a tractor-trailer slammed into my car. The resulting aftershock launched me over the guardrail, and I tumbled headfirst into a thicket of darkness. A familiar sensation overtook me as I fell. I could see the past as it happened. I felt all the rules of the Mustang I was once in match this future that I had yet to experience. I could see Veronica, panicking in the car, holding on to her belly. Despite all things I had believed, it relieved me to see her in her last moments, show love to the child we could have had. I felt my body strike something with a wet thud and I passed out. I woke an unknown amount of time later. The rain was still falling, though not as harshly. I sucked wind and checked my body for injuries. My ankle was twisted completely around. The pain was indescribable, like 1,000 tiny knives all cut it at once. From every angle, I checked my flashlight, relieved to see it still worked. Through the murky bramble of wet and autumn leaves, I was shocked to see the site of our crash. I wasn't sure if I should thank God or curse him. I stood weakly, looking for a branch to help support my weight. Luckily, there were thick enough sticks. I could cobble together a makeshift crutch, hobbling my way to where I had buried her, or at least where I thought I had buried her. I could see a disturbance in the ground. It had been years, but I was prepared in the event wildlife had got to her. Digging up the hastily dug grave I once created for her, I found small lumps of viscera, which I assumed to be remnants of my little girl. I cried, thinking of Rose. What a fate that could have been hers. Would I bury her like this too? How could I have been so uncaring? The task at hand, with pain and blood slowly ebbing from my wounded ankle, I resolved to make things right. I took whatever discarded rotted lumps of meat that were within the hole and wrapped them from a piece of my garment. I reburied them and used sticks to mark the gravesite. I prayed the Lord's Prayer, weeping through the verses. My breathing had become ragged. I removed the flashlight from my coat and re-examined myself. I could feel a piercing pain in my abdomen. As the rain still fell, it was hard to see what was wrong, but I wasn't sure I would have much more time to do what needed to be done. I finished the grave, scrawling her name into the cross of sticks. My ruined fingernails and broken body finally sighed as I finished with her name, Anna. My work was completed. I leaned back against the closest tree to the grave. Terror overcame me again as the same putrescent creature in Rose's bed crawled from just beyond the gloom in the forest. It was still frightfully deformed and repulsive to look at. The rain pinging against its broken body made it shudder. For the first time since I laid eyes upon the creature, I felt pity. What sort of father could leave his daughter alone in such a condition? I swallowed, tears welling up in my eyes. Anna, come here. Come sit with Daddy. If it could be called a smile, the multiple rows of teeth all at once twisted into a childlike grin. It didn't hurry toward me, but crawled with a hastened speed. The smell of it was unbearable. The rotted flesh of a carcass mixed with spoiled meat. I laughed mirthlessly, knowing now for certain what had made the rustling in the shrub those few nights ago. The prehensile tongue came out and licked one of the glassy yellow eyes, bulging from its horrible face. The crying began to waver. It was replaced with a strange cooing noise emerging from the moss. No, from Anna. No longer was I plagued by its caterwauling. My heart felt at ease and my body less heavy. I did you wrong, Anna, but no more. I've marked where I left you and I've named you. I will always love you, just as much as Rose. I did this for her, and for you. I wasn't sure if she could understand me, but the unsettling fetal anomaly looked and listened to what I had to say. If it could comprehend me, I hoped that my words reached it. I felt as though I was forgiven. The mottled burden, my unborn daughter Anna, closed its murky eyes and began to snore, near the wound in my abdomen. I'm sorry, was the last thing I said. I stroked her coarse skin atop her head. Soon everything went dark, and I fell away into the embrace of nothingness. They found me a day later, half-starved with severe blood loss. This was due to the letter I left my wife. I don't recall many questions, though I was in no condition to answer any of them. I believe one of the responding EMTs asked me, "Who's Anna?" I just laughed. Couldn't he see? I was later committed, as I felt I was thoroughly unwell. It was mostly my choice, which Angie and Clyde respected. I told them about what I had experienced. They didn't believe me. Not many did. They still visited me regularly, and Angie remarried after a few years. Rose grew into a fine young woman, and she still called me Dad. I told her to be mindful of her mother and listen to her stepfather. Rose would tell me all about her school, her grades, boys she liked. It was a sense of normalcy, though nothing could ever truly be normal again. Her sister was often upset that I never introduced her, but I told her time and time again, Rose wasn't ready yet. Clyde would visit from time to time. He looked at me as though I was a caged animal. Despite his wariness, Clyde listened to what I had to say and believed me when I told him about Anna. He asked me what Anna looked like. I had attempted to draw her once, from my memory, foggy as it was. Every time I put pen to paper, the image wouldn't look quite right. The doctors who had approved my drawings deemed me unfit for re-entry. I soon stopped trying to explain what I could see, or who was there if only to be left alone to my own devices. But Anna was with me. Her many rows of teeth and mottled skin, her beautiful glassy eyes and prehensile tongue, which would affectionately bathe me in kisses whenever I returned to my cot, in the room I was allowed. She was a good girl, and I was glad that I had her. Her angelic wings would spread out and cover us while we napped together. I loved her, and rocked her to sleep nightly, ensuring she never cried again. My precious daughter, my little angel, Anna. Can I tell you my biggest fear? It's sort of a silly one, and I've never really heard anyone else talk about it. But I'm terrified of being predictable. When I was in kindergarten, we learned what the word meant in this huge picture book full of big words. My teacher would tell us a story from the book, have us guess a few words, then give us the answer. And it had been fun for the first few words. The ones I can remember being these cute animals, baking for the word decadent, this lizard learning the word humid, stuff like that. The word predictable had this story attached. Of course, paraphrased, my memory isn't that good. Every day, a man wakes up in the same house, puts on the same clothes, and eats the same breakfast. He gets into the same car he's always had, goes to the same job he's always worked, drives home on the same route, then goes to bed to have the same day all over again. Pretty depressing for kindergarten, right? I can vividly recall what the guy looked like in the book. This pale man slumped into a purple couch, bored eyes looking forward at nothing. I remember thinking he looked like he was melting. When I looked at my folder that night, I watched the plastic crinkle over my math homework and thought of the homework I had done last night, of all the homework I had done for the past year. Subsequently, I burst into tears. When my mother had walked over and asked what was wrong, I blubbered. My life is so predictable. So, with that in mind, you could see how being stuck in a time loop is my personal hell. I've been stuck in May 11th, 2026 for a while. I want to say a few months now. I'm not the best at keeping track of time. I've tried the usual tactics for escape, like staying up all night. Hasn't worked. Day stays the same when it hits 12. Offing myself. I just wake back up on the same day, giving a beautiful monologue admitting my faults. Only worked for the dude in Groundhog Day. Stuff like that. I'm not even sure this post will last a full day, since everything always resets. So yeah, being stuck wouldn't have been too bad, even with my fear of monotony. I mean, there are some pros, like eating as much as I want without gaining any weight, or having all the time in the world to do what I like. But if that were the case, I think it would have taken me way longer to finally sit down and write this out. No, that isn't why I'm writing. I'm writing because I got even more stuck. It happened while I was having brunch with one of my friends. It was spontaneous, since there isn't really any planning ahead for me. I was listening to her tell me about the salon she works at when the idea first entered my head. What if I told her? Miraculously, I hadn't tried to tell anyone yet. I guess coping with the embarrassment of someone not believing me was worse than repeating the same day over and over. Odette, I began, trying to find the words. Can I tell you something crazy? Crazier than the salon? I fidget with my straw. I'd say so. She shrugs, taking a bite out of a scone, and I take it as a go-ahead. I think I'm stuck in a time loop. It feels really, really cringy to say, even if I am being genuine. Odette, however, just rolls her eyes. How very cliché of you. I'm being serious. A few people turn to look our way. I've lived today a bunch of times. I don't know what to do about it. I mean, I've tried almost everything. I watch her eyebrows furrow, and I silently hope she won't ask me to tell her what's going to happen next, since despite living today a million times, I haven't repeated brunch with her yet. but she never asks anything. In fact, her face seems stuck in the same expression, a slight frown tugging at her features. "Hello, Odette?" I waved my hand in front of her face, hoping that she was yanking my chain or something, but she doesn't move, aside from her expression. When I turned my head to look at the other tables, I realized that the restaurant ambiance sounds awful, just a cacophony of a few words being repeated, the same forks hitting the plates at the same time, a baby crying in the same pitch and tone repeatedly. For a few minutes, all I do is sit. I get up, and Odette doesn't say anything, her eyebrows furrowing again. I don't bother making an excuse for myself. Stepping onto the street, it sounds worse, louder than it did in the restaurant. I pick my way across the street, avoiding the cars as they drove forward a few inches, then returned to the same spot. I was stuck in the same minute. You know, the same day on loop isn't as bad as they tell you it is. I mean, sure, there are downsides, but as long as you fill your days with activity, and you don't mind being alone, it isn't all bad. You can still talk to people then. You still get your sunsets and sunrises. You still have the nights to sleep in. You still remember what silence is. The same minute is hell. I'm surprised I haven't lost my mind yet, hearing the same noises over and over again. But even still, being stuck in the same minute isn't what inspired me to write this post. About 7 hours ago, I was still walking around trying to tune out the noise enough to think. About 7 hours ago, I bumped into someone on the street. I apologized without thinking, and they did too, then kept on walking. It was only after I was a few feet away that it dawned on me that I bumped into someone. I turned to watch them walk away, only to find that they had stopped too, their backs still turned to me. I ran all the way home. I didn't stick around to find out if they were friendly or not. I'm sitting at my computer now. It's a miracle that my computer is letting me type. An even bigger miracle that I've been focused enough to actually write. I just want to know if anybody else is experiencing this. It'd be a little comfort to know I'm not alone. Please feel free to reach out. I promise. If you are, I'll talk. I have all the time in the world. Reddit won't let me update this draft. It just keeps loading, loading, loading. God, I hope this posts. It was a long day at the beach, and the tide had retreated farther than any of us could remember. What had been open sea only hours ago was now a vast, jagged maze of shallow pools, black volcanic rock, and patches of wet sand that reflected the heavy afternoon sun. Tiny fish darted between the cracks, and hermit crabs scurried whenever someone lifted a stone. Greedily holding on to the stolen shells they claimed as homes. Strange, brittle stars rested in the shadows with their long tentacles outstretched, though we didn't care much about them. There were simply too many. Every few minutes, someone would shout, "Come look at this," before the rest of us crowded around a strange shell or a lonely reef fish left behind by the water. Personally, I wanted to find a nautilus shell, a dead one. We all wanted some kind of treasure, really. Anything could do. Nothing specific. At the very least, I figured an aquatic hermit crab couldn't possibly grow big enough to steal an empty nautilus shell away from me. Could it? Imagine getting stranded here. Noah laughed, poking a stick into a pool among the rocks. I watched a tiny fish get swallowed by the underwater sandstorm he created. It wasn't a fancy, proper fish, but some kind of frog-faced bottom dweller that moved unbelievably fast. The moment the sand settled, it stood perfectly still, blending into the background with its dull gray and white body. I'd build a civilization with the crabs. You'd lose a war to the crabs, Maya replied smoothly. They're organized. Laughter bounced across the wet rocks before being swallowed by the heavy, distant sound of the crashing waves. Noah was Maya's older brother, and I was their cousin. Farther ahead, Eli crouched beside a narrow crevice in the volcanic stone. He was our neighborhood friend, and by the looks of it, he had found something. Yo, guys. Nobody looked. We had all grown bored of Eli's exciting discoveries. He had tricked me once before, making me think I was looking at a prized chunk of whale dung, only for me to learn it was just a lousy, squishy sea cucumber. Guys, Eli shouted again. What? Maya asked. I guess she was just nice, always ready to believe whatever Eli had in store for her. He sounded entirely serious this time, though. We listened. I found something. One by one, we gathered around Eli, looming over his shoulders and tracking his gaze until we saw what he saw. At first, it looked like nothing more than a damp, tan-colored blob tucked beneath a flat shelf of rock. Then it moved. A tiny octopus unfolded itself with surprising elegance, one arm at a time, as if stretching after a long nap. I noticed a faint shimmer running across the circular grooves of its skin. No way, Maya whispered, stepping closer to Eli. It's so small, Noah added, leaning in. A baby? Eli smiled, fascinated. It's adorable. Looks like a baby one, yeah. The octopus slowly climbed onto the top of the rock, its soft body shifting in texture as it moved. It didn't seem frightened at all. Instead, it simply explored its surroundings with curious, delicate arms that curled around nearby pebbles and broken shells. I've never seen one this close, Eli said softly. Can we touch it? Noah asked. I mean, nobody answered, not because we knew any better, but because it felt a little gross to touch a squishy sea blob. Eli, however, carefully extended one finger. The octopus reached toward it. There, Noah laughed. It likes you. The little creature wrapped a single arm around Eli's finger for only a second before letting go again. Aww. It literally wants to hold hands. Maya crouched lower, her face inches from the pool. Look at its eyes. They're huge. They're kind of cute. I don't think those are eyes, I murmured, staring closer at the pulsing shapes. As the sun began setting, painting the sky in deep, bruised purples, we kept the octopus company, letting Eli play with it more. Do octopuses make good pets? Eli asked. I've seen videos of it, Noah replied. My uncle had one. No, he had a squid. Same thing. They're definitely not the same thing. As the octopus slowly crawled across the surface of the rock, the dying sunlight struck its skin from a different angle. Faint electric blue circles shimmered across its body, flashing brilliantly before fading almost immediately back into the dull brown flesh. It began nipping at Eli's finger, making him laugh, tickling nibbles. He called them. Oh. What? It changed colors. So? I don't know. All octopuses can do that, you know. Noah said confidently. All? Maya asked. Maybe we're interrupting its date, Noah joked. Everyone laughed again. Eli, however, didn't join in. I want to keep it, he stated firmly. His voice sounded tighter now, a bit more tense. 3 voices answered at once. No. Absolutely not. Why? Eli whined, though his eyes looked strangely wide. Look at it. It'll probably die if we leave it here. I think it's telling me something. It lives here, Eli, Maya said, rolling her eyes. But what if I made it a little aquarium? Noah shrugged. I mean, if you actually knew how. I could learn, Maya groaned. You watched one documentary, and now you're a marine biologist. I watched half. Exactly. Eli looked around the barren stretch of rock. We just need something to carry it in. There isn't anything out here. I'll go find a bottle or a bucket. We're literally on a beach. People leave stuff everywhere. Before anyone could even argue further, Eli stepped over a ridge of black rock and disappeared behind a cluster of deep tide pools. I wondered why he was in such a sudden rush to leave. It was as if he was feeling something shifting on the inside, a secret he didn't want to share with us. The sun is almost down, Noah called out after him. A hand appeared briefly over the rocks, giving us a quick thumbs up. Then, it vanished. The rest of us kept exploring, heading closer to the retreating shoreline. Someone found a sea star, and someone else discovered a tiny shrimp that was transparent enough to nearly disappear in the water. The minutes slipped by unnoticed. Eventually, Maya stopped and frowned, looking back toward the shadows of the dunes. Eli has been gone a while, hasn't he? Noah pulled out his phone to check the time. About 20 minutes. Seriously? He probably found real treasure. Eli, Maya yelled. Only the crashing waves answered. The three of us climbed over the ridge, calling his name louder each time we reached a new crest. We found no footprints in the wet sand, no discarded bucket, and no plastic bottle. There was no sign of Eli anywhere. Behind us, the tide had turned. The waves grumpily flowed back in, completely submerging the zone where we had found the octopus. Hours later, after the emergency services had already begun searching the pitch-black shoreline, Maya sat shivering, wrapped tightly in a wool towel. A park ranger stood over her, asking exactly where Eli had last been seen. She described the jagged rocks, the isolated tide pools, and finally, the little octopus. The ranger's pen stopped moving across his notepad. What kind of octopus? I don't know. Maya shuddered, shaking her head. It was tiny, brown, and it had blue circles, I added from beside her. The ranger looked at me, his expression suddenly hardening, as if my words had crushed the last of his professional hope. They glowed, Maya whispered. A heavy silence settled over the entire group. The ranger slowly closed his notebook and slipped it into his pocket. How much did he touch it? Nobody answered immediately. Then a cold dread washed over Noah as he remembered Eli smiling, watching that small, stubby arm curl around his bare finger. He remembered laughing. He remembered saying, "It likes you." Noah didn't know that those would be the last words he would ever say to his friend. Eli's body was recovered from a shallow crevice later that night. The medical examiner stated the cause of death was asphyxiation due to total paralysis. The painless, non-toxic bite of a blue-ringed octopus. Eli had been completely conscious, unable to move or breathe, as the tide slowly came back in. Let it be a warning. If you ever encounter a wild creature you don't recognize, no matter how small, no matter how beautiful, leave it alone. And make sure the people you love promise to do the same. I don't know if this was just an extremely vivid fever dream, a false memory, or something else entirely. I was around 5 or 6 years old. Even after all this time, it's still one of the clearest memories I have from my childhood. I was at a mall with my mother and father. It was a normal day. My mom was shopping while my dad and I followed her around. We were playing and messing around while waiting for her to finish. At some point, I suddenly needed to pee. My dad took me to look for a restroom since my mom was in the middle of shopping. For some reason, we couldn't find one. I remember this wasn't a mall we visited often, so we were kind of lost. Eventually, we ended up in what looked like the basement level of the mall. I should probably mention that this mall was really old even back then. It's been demolished for years now. That area was dimly lit and felt completely different from the rest of the mall. One side looked like a parking area, while the other seemed to be where delivery trucks brought supplies into the building. We weren't actually outside, but we were near the entrance to that area. There was a security guard standing there, so my dad asked if there was a restroom nearby. The guard pointed towards a restroom sign farther down the basement area. At that point, I was desperate, so we didn't really have much choice. My dad let me go in by myself while he waited outside the entrance. I remember the restroom being pretty dark, but honestly, I didn't care. All I wanted to do was pee. After I finished and came out of the stall, I noticed a woman washing her hands at one of the sinks. She had long hair and was wearing what looked like a Sunday dress. I wasn't planning on washing my hands. I was a little kid and figured nobody would know anyway. But since she was there, I felt like I should. I noticed there was a lower sink that was just the right height for me, so I went over to it. I wasn't really paying attention to the woman, but I remember feeling like she was looking at me. Not just glancing at me, actually staring. For some reason, I didn't want to look directly at her. Looking back, I think I was already scared. The restroom was dark, I was alone, and there was a stranger standing there with me. I remember wishing I had let my dad come inside with me. He had offered to guide me to a stall, but I insisted I could do it myself and told him to wait outside. The longer I stayed there, the more uncomfortable I felt. I can't explain it very well, but it felt like she was getting closer. I never turned around to check. I just remember suddenly wanting to get out of there as fast as possible. The second I finished washing my hands, I ran. I practically sprinted out of the restroom. When I saw my dad was waiting outside, I felt so relieved. I immediately ran up to him and told him we should go back. He picked me up, and as we were walking away, I happened to look back toward the restroom. The woman was standing near the entrance, just staring at us. I don't remember her moving. I just remember her watching. Once we got back to the main part of the mall and found my mom, I finally relaxed. The rest of the day was completely normal. Eventually, I forgot all about the woman. At least until later that night. When we got home, I became sick with a fever. I remember lying in bed feeling hot and exhausted before eventually falling asleep. Then I found myself somewhere else. The best way I can describe it is that I was inside a room made of flesh. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's exactly what it looked like. The walls moved around me like I was inside a womb again. Everything seemed to pulse and squirm. It felt like I was sitting inside somebody's intestines. Naturally, I started freaking out. I remember crying and trying to get out. The whole room felt disgusting. It was warm, wet, and alive somehow. What scared me most was that I was completely alone and had no idea where I was. I remember crying so much I blacked out. When I woke up, I could see trees. I found myself in a forest, then I saw people nearby. There were 4 people wearing black robes, and around 10 to 15 people tied together in a line. At first, I thought they were prisoners. Then I got a better look. They looked tortured. Some were crying, some were barely standing. I quickly hid near the side of the cave where I could still see them without being noticed. That's when I saw her, the woman from the restroom. She was standing with them. The people who were tied up had strange symbols carved into their skin. They looked like they had been cut there with knives. Honestly, describing them as beaten or tortured doesn't really do them justice. Some looked like they were degloved. Some appeared amputated. Others were so badly injured that they barely looked human. And the smell. I don't know how I could smell something in a dream, but I could. It was awful. The most putrid even till now. I haven't smelled anything worse. I have no idea why I stayed there watching. Maybe because I recognized the woman, or maybe because I was too terrified to move. The 2 robed figures at the front of the line seemed to be searching for something around the cave. The other 2 stayed behind the people who were tied up. The cave itself wasn't some huge opening. It was the kind of cave where you wonder why cave divers would willingly crawl inside. Then the woman looked directly at me. At first, I didn't recognize her. She looked different somehow. If it wasn't for her long hair and those hollow eyes, I wouldn't have recognized it was the same woman from the restroom. Then we made eye contact and she pointed at me. The robed figures immediately turned in my direction. Later, I realized something strange about that moment. She never said a word. Nothing was covering her mouth, yet she never spoke. She only ever pointed. The robed figures started moving toward me. I could barely see their faces as they dragged me away. I could sense confusion from them, but they tied me up anyway. I found myself at the back of the line, tied by the neck just like the others. I remember crying my eyes out because I didn't really want to go back into that cave. I pleaded and pleaded, telling them I wasn't supposed to be there, but it was no use. I was stuck in that line while the two robed figures continued searching for something. Eventually, they found it. A small wooden door, heavily chained shut. The door slowly opened as they pried the chains away. As soon as it opened, the line began moving. One by one, the people dropped onto all fours and started crawling through the small opening. Earlier, I described how putrid the people smelled, but the stench coming from that opening was somehow even worse. It smelled like every rotten thing imaginable had been mixed with feces and packed inside that cave. The smell was so overwhelming that even now, over 20 years later, I can still remember it. The line slowly moved forward, closer and closer to the opening, and just before it was my turn to enter, everything went black. The next thing I remember was waking up in a hospital bed with my parents sitting beside me. I later found out that I had been unconscious for 3 days because of dengue fever. After that incident, life went on. Every now and then, though, I would remember that dream and end up feeling sick to my stomach. Sometimes I would even throw up. Nonetheless, I grew up like any other kid, but I wouldn't deny that it did mess me up. I never mentioned any of these to anyone, even my parents. I buried this deep into my memories, then eventually fulfilled my dream and became a doctor. For years, I convinced myself it was nothing more than a fever dream. Maybe it was a weird lucid dream. You know those weird dreams you have when you have a fever? I don't know how could a child that age even come up with those concepts. But I long forgotten it. But then something happened recently. I saw her. I saw that woman. She looked exactly the same as the time I saw her. She was my patient. She was rushed into the ER covered in severe injuries, with those same strange symbols carved into her skin. There she was, lying on my table. I tried to save her. I really did. But the trauma was simply too extensive. Her body gave out before we could stabilize her. I wanted to ask her so many questions, just to make any sense about it. She had multiple fractures, extensive soft tissue injuries, and signs of prolonged abuse. Some of her injuries were unlike anything I'd ever seen in my career. One detail in particular still messes with my head, but I don't feel comfortable describing it. She had been found in a public place and brought to our hospital. The fact that she arrived alive at all was a miracle. She was admitted as a Jane Doe. No identification, no wallet, no phone, nothing. The police took over the investigation almost immediately. I wasn't supposed to know anything beyond what was necessary for treatment. Every time I tried asking questions, I got the same answer. It's being handled. But that only made it worse. I haven't slept properly since. I can't get her out of my head. I don't even know where to begin. I don't want to think about it, but the questions keep coming. I can barely bring myself to go to work anymore. And now I can't stop thinking about it. About the dream, about the cave, those symbols, about her. And about the fact that she looked exactly the same as she did 20 years ago. Am I going to end up like her? I wish I could forget it all. It doesn't even make sense. I sound crazy. Maybe I am, who knows, but I don't care anymore. I just want to get this off my chest. I'm now seeing a psychiatrist. The fear and anxiety is slowly killing me. I don't know if I ever want to dig deeper into this. My head hurts just writing this. I had altered and didn't mention some information that would better explain why I'm freaking out about Jane Doe for privacy reasons, especially since she was still a patient. May she rest in peace. People at work call me the ninja nurse. I didn't hate the nickname at first. There's something almost dignified about it. Ninjas are disciplined and precise. They're quick and they move without being seen. If you're going to be called something behind your back, you could do worse. But I know why they call me that, and it isn't a compliment. Not really. I wear a scarf that covers the perimeter of my head and neck completely. Over that is a face mask, the kind that leaves only the eyes exposed. And over that, a pair of large, dark sunglasses. It ensures that even my eyes aren't visible to anyone I pass in the corridor. Some of the older staff members nod approvingly. They see me as a devout woman who prioritizes modesty. The other staff, the ones who know me long enough, don't nod approvingly. They remember what I looked like 6 months ago. Full makeup to every shift, foundation, eyeliner, the works. Hair done properly, not just pulled back and hidden. Brows plucked to something I considered perfection. And I wasn't shy to show it off. I had just under 15,000 followers on Instagram. I did post pictures somewhat regularly. Nothing scandalous, though. Just a person who liked the way she looked and wasn't shy about it. A person who turned towards cameras, not away from them. In their defense, my transformation happened almost overnight, with no warning or explanation. I haven't shown my face to another human being since. My friends at work have been kind about it. They support me, or they try to. But even they get uncomfortable around my one absolute rule. I never take photographs. Not group shots in the break room, not candid snaps. Not the kind of harmless phone photo you take without really thinking. I see the camera come out and I am already moving, already raising a hand to cover what is already covered. They find it strange, and I don't blame them. I am writing this because I need someone to understand. I can't say it out loud, not to them, not for their sake and mine. The least I can do is tell the truth somewhere, even if that somewhere is the internet. I've been a night shift ER nurse at ANA Nightingale Hospital for 7 years. ANA stands for Aldermore and Associates, a multinational corporate consultancy firm. They fund the hospital as part of their corporate social responsibility. The Nightingale part refers to Florence Nightingale, the legendary nurse herself. The administration invokes her image constantly. It is plastered on the walls, referenced in orientation, and woven into every conversation. It is written in guidelines regarding workload and duty, and what it truly means to serve. I used to find it inspiring. I understand now that it was a management technique. You don't complain about extra duties when the ghost of Florence Nightingale is watching you from a framed poster by the door. The hospital charges its patients nothing, not a single penny, regardless of treatment required. It sustains itself entirely on Aldermore's funding and external donations. As expected, it attracts the poorest and most desperate people in the city, people who have nowhere else to go and nothing to offer, apart from their suffering and their gratitude. It is genuinely a good place to work. The pay is better than any other hospital in the city. The sense of purpose is real. I believed in it for a long time. The night shift has the lowest admissions and the highest deaths. You get used to that arithmetic. You also get used to the other duties that the hospital assigns you with. Yes, there are a number of other duties that come with the job. Duties that nurses usually aren't supposed to do. One of those Florence Nightingale extras that no one agreed to, but everyone performs without question. I won't give you the full list, but I'll tell you about the one that matters. When an unclaimed patient dies, the ER nurses go through their belongings. It is done to establish identity and contact known relatives. It sounds compassionate. In theory, it actually is. In practice, it means going through the pockets of strangers who died alone at 5 in the morning. It means looking for a phone, an ID card, or a scrap of paper with a name on it. We've run out of placeholder names for those who remain unidentified. You know, John Doe and Jane Doe. We exhausted those long ago. The nurses have started using creative names instead, like the man who was found carrying a book on judo. The ER nurse named him Joe Doe. Jodo and judo. Juvenile humor. The patient died at midnight. The joke lived on for a week. I don't find it funny, but I understand it. The work gets overwhelming, so people cope however they can. 7 years has taught me not to judge the coping. It was on one of those ordinary nights that the first patient arrived. 2 young men carried him in. He was a man in his mid-40s, clearly malnourished. Bald head, long white beard, a torn jacket over a pair of dirty white trousers. His symptoms were unlike anything I had seen before. His chest had a bluish discoloration, spreading from the sternum outward. His eyes were bloodshot, but the hue was wrong. It wasn't the red, but a deep, unsettling blue, like ink dropped into water. He was foaming at the mouth. His fingers were curled inward, all of them, both hands. When I tried to gently straighten them, they refused to move. Not from rigor, not from resistance, just completely impossibly fixed. He was gasping for air with his whole chest and throat working, but producing no sound whatsoever. And every 30 seconds or so, his entire body jolted. It was neither a seizure nor a tremor, but a violent, jerking movement that lasted 2 or 3 seconds before it released. I had never seen this combination before. Not once. I followed protocol and initiated symptomatic management, and within 30 minutes, Dr. Cyrus Malla appeared. I considered myself lucky Dr. Malla is our chief physician. He operates on a schedule, morning rounds and evening rounds. That is generally where his presence in the ER begins and ends. But that night he happened to be in the vicinity, he said, and thought he would look in. He stood at the foot of the bed with his small writing pad, completely still, completely composed. He directed us with a quiet sense of authority. I had always admired that about him, the way nothing ever seemed to rattle him. The patient died in just under 2 hours. Dr. Malla graciously offered to prepare the death certificate himself, a task that normally falls to the junior doctors on duty. I observed him as he wrote down, cause of death, cardiorespiratory failure due to idiopathic cyanotic heart disease. I told him the symptoms seemed unusual. The presentation had been unlike anything in my experience. He took his time to explain it to me. Cyanosis is a lack of oxygen in the blood, which accounts for the blue discoloration. The associated symptoms are the body's response to prolonged oxygen deprivation and poor nutrition, combining with years of inadequate hygiene, can produce presentations that look dramatic on the surface. The findings may look peculiar, he said, but they make complete sense. That is, once you know what you're looking at. He was so knowledgeable, I thought, so composed. I thanked him and went back to work. The 2 men who had brought the patient knew nothing about him. They had simply found him collapsed and done the decent thing. No ID in his belongings. No phone. I was about to close the jacket when I noticed something in the inside pocket. A crumpled Polaroid. I unfolded it. It was a photograph of me. I was in my bathroom, brushing my hair. The photograph had been taken through the window. I could see the edge of the frame, the angle of the glass. I was completely unaware of the camera. I was just standing there in my bathroom, at what looked like early morning, brushing my hair. I turned it over. Scrawled on the back in a handwriting that looked hurried and slightly uneven. Looks different in real and real. How come? Need answers. My hands were shaking before I realized they were shaking. I looked up at the corridor. Patients, colleagues, the gurney being wheeled toward the morgue. All of it completely normal. All of it completely indifferent to the fact that I was standing there holding a photograph of myself, taken through a window I had never once thought about covering. I pocketed it. I told no one. I finished my shift. I went home and sat on my bed with every light in the apartment blazing. I read those 2 lines over and over until my eyes burned. Not a threat, not even an acknowledgement that I existed as a person, one with feelings and a life and a right to privacy. Just a question, like I was a problem to be solved. That was somehow the worst part. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't I go to the police? I live in a country where policing is, to put it kindly, a joke. A joke with a long history of punching down, of harassing the very people who come forward, of making the process of reporting a crime feel more shady than committing a crime itself. And even on my best day, what evidence do I have? A crumpled Polaroid found in a dead man's pocket? A note on the back? No suspect? No name? No face? I know what else you're thinking. Install cameras. Set up a security system. Move apartments. I want you to understand my reality before you finish that thought. I am well paid for my position, better than any other nurse in the city. And I am not ungrateful for that. But I have a brother in college. I have a mother undergoing cancer treatment. I have a father who is quadriplegic and requires a full-time paid caregiver. All 3 of them are entirely dependent on me. Every penny of what I earn above basic survival goes towards keeping those 3 people alive and functional. So I couldn't afford a security system, and I could not afford to move. The best I could do was check every lock, every window latch, every corner of every cabinet, over and over, and try to catch a few hours of rest at the hospital, because paranoia had made sleeping at home something close to impossible. 2 nights later, there was another patient. It was a woman, appearing around 50, clearly homeless. A restaurant waiter had found her collapsed on the pavement on his way home. Same symptoms, identical in every detail. The blue chest, the blue eyes, the foam, the locked fingers, the silent gasping, the jolting. Dr. Mala appeared. He'd been in the building for another patient he mentioned, and thought he would look in on this one too. I watched him more carefully this time. I saw him click off the stopwatch on his smartwatch when the monitors flatlined. The patient had been with us for 1 hour and 53 minutes. Same cause of death on the certificate. Same wording. He offered to prepare it himself again. I went through the woman's belongings. Tucked into the folds of her clothing was a crumpled Polaroid. This one was taken inside my apartment. I was in my kitchen, facing away from the camera. On the back, in the same bad handwriting. The nose is the first one to catch attention. The nose looks smart. That nose knows stuff. Knows. And then a bunch of ha-ha-has. I found the waiter who had brought her in. He was a young kid, clearly shaken. Clearly there because he thought it was the right thing to do. I looked at him carefully for a long moment. He knew nothing. You could tell just by looking at him. I said nothing to anyone. The pattern repeated every 2 to 3 days. Same symptoms, same 2-hour window, same death, same certificate. Dr. Mala had appeared making excuses for his timing. I overheard him telling a junior doctor about a recent surge in cyanotic heart disease cases in the city. Something he intended to research properly. He suggested that the ER nurses could serve as data collectors, possibly even co-investigators in the study. He glanced at me as he said it. His gaze used to give me confidence. Now it made my skin crawl, in a way I couldn't articulate. I tried to delegate the identity checking to another nurse, but that wasn't possible. I was the senior nurse on the block. Anyone else was already past capacity. It came back to me every time. The third Polaroid showed me checking my front door. It was taken from outside, through the gap, under the door, or through the letterbox. I still don't know which. I was checking the lock for what must have been the 5th time that afternoon. On the back it said, "Have you seen how a man dies? For the sake of your pretty eyes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do." The fourth one was taken from across the street while I was waiting for the hospital bus in the early evening. I was standing on the pavement in daylight, surrounded by people. My stalker was across the street holding a camera, and I had no idea. The note on that one read simply, "Lips, lips, lips." Repeated 14 times, I counted. By the time the fifth patient died, I had been living in the hospital for 2 days, sleeping in the nurse's room, eating in the cafeteria, never leaving the building. My colleagues didn't ask. They were too buried in their own work to question it. I think they assumed I was pulling extra shifts for the money. I let them think that. The fifth Polaroid was taken in the ER. I was dozing in my chair between patients, head tipped back slightly, completely unaware. The back of this one said, "That face. Want to keep seeing that face. We'll do anything for it. Anything, anything, anything." He had been standing a few feet away from me while I slept, in the building I had retreated to, because I thought it was safe. He had stood there, in the middle of a working hospital, photographed me sleeping and walked out without anyone noticing a thing. That was the one that broke me. I caught Dr. Mollab as he was leaving the ER that night. I started to explain. He didn't let me finish. Such matters were outside his jurisdiction, he said. He recommended I contact the hospital's code of conduct hotline. He gave me the number and walked away. I called it from the nurse's room at 2:30 in the morning. A man answered. His voice was warm, measured, and professionally calm. The kind of voice that is specifically trained to make people feel heard. I don't remember everything I said. I know the call lasted 16 minutes because I checked afterward. I know most of it was me talking, barely coherent. I know that my tone probably wasn't professional, and I know that I was getting everything out. In whatever order it came. He didn't interrupt me. He didn't redirect me. He just listened. When I finally ran out of words, he said, "HR block, top floor. I'll be there in an hour." It was 3 in the morning. I went there anyway. The HR block was empty. Dark corridors, locked offices. The particular silence of a building that isn't meant to be occupied at this hour, except for one light at the far end of the corridor, and a voice I recognized from the phone telling me to come in. The man introduced himself as Rafik. He wore a pale shirt with the sleeves rolled exactly twice. He looked barely 30, but he carried himself with the settled authority of someone who knows his place. His staff pass looked different than mine. It identified him as an Aldermore employee, not a hospital one. He told me to take a seat. He asked to see the Polaroids. He examined them for 5 full minutes without speaking. Then he looked up. "So the patients who carry these Polaroids, they all present similarly, you say?" "Not similarly, identically. Symptoms unlike anything I've seen in 7 years. The bluish chest, the blue eyes, and the fingers." Fingers curled inward, foaming at the mouth, gasping without sound, full body convulsions at irregular intervals. I stopped. "Yes, exactly, but how did you—" "You didn't finish your thought, young lady. Was there something else you wanted to tell me? Something else about these patients?" I steadied myself. "Well, the gender varies. We've had 3 men and 2 women so far. All of them appear to be age between 40 and 50. All of them coming from the slum, the one in the northern part of the city." The room felt very still. "Yes," I said, "but I never told you." Rafik stood up. "You've had a long night. Get some sleep. Your problem will be taken care of. You have my word." He smiled. It was a warm, genuine smile. He then walked out of the cabin, at a pace that suggested he had somewhere more important to be. I sat there for a long time after he left. Something kept bothering me. Not that he knew the symptoms before I described them, not that he knew the demographics before I mentioned them, but the fact that he knew where the patients were coming from. I never gave him that. I just couldn't do it, even if I wanted to, because I never had that information. In fact, no one in the hospital has that information, as far as I know. Looking back, I didn't know a lot of things. The month that followed was genuinely a breath of fresh air. No more Polaroids. The patients with the strange symptoms kept arriving, but less frequently. We only had 3 in the 30 days that followed. Dr. Mullah quietly ensured they were routed to a different block, one I was not responsible for. From a distance, I could still see him, standing at the bedside with his writing pad and his stopwatch, but he no longer looked at me while he did it. I started sleeping at home again. I started feeling like myself again. Or something close to it. I wish that was the end of the story. Instead, it led to the part that I can't share with people around me. It was the season of Eid. The hospital had given most of the staff an extended holiday, retaining only a skeleton crew for essential services. My roster fell on the second night. It was just me and a duty doctor, who had been yawning since the moment he arrived. My block was, for the first time in a long time, genuinely quiet. A few patients were in their beds, none in critical condition, the kind of night that feels like the hospital is exhaling. The doctor excused himself for a coffee break sometime after midnight. He soon disappeared through the double doors. I was considering a coffee break myself. The quiet was making me drowsy. That's when the ER door slammed open. Something barely resembling a human stepped inside. It was a man, or at least it used to be one. He was bare from the waist up. His jeans were covered in dried blood, brown and stiff. Not fresh. He was drooling from the corner of his mouth. His chest was indrawing sharply with every breath, the effort of it visible across the whole rib cage. He was making a sound in his throat, not a groan, not a word, but something more animal than either. His eyes were bloodshot, but the color wasn't red. It was green, a deep, flat, impossible green. His chest had a large, irregular patch of the same color, spreading from the sternum. Beneath the skin, I could see the outline of vessels, dark green and prominent, tracing a path toward a pulsating area at the center of his chest. I could see the outline of his heart through the surface of his skin. It was still beating, and everything surrounding it was the wrong color. His fingers curled and uncurled randomly with every step. His limbs were twitching, like a signal firing without a target. He staggered towards me. Every step looked like the last one he would manage, looking like he was about to fall. But he never fell, and through all of it, through the drool and the growling and the green, he was trying to smile at me. Real and real, he said. Different indeed. Wanted answers. I just wanted some answers. I screamed. I don't remember deciding to. It just came out of me, sharp and involuntary. I was already on my feet, already stepping backward. He stopped. Is that fear? He said. Or is that care? My right hand picked up a scalpel from the nearest mayo stand. I braced myself with the only weapon I could find. He placed his hand on his chest, over the pulsating outline. Don't worry, this one's different. Takes its time, like a body decomposing while the mind is alive. He laughed. It was sudden, genuine, and hysterical. What a joke. My back had found the corner of the room before my mind realized it. I had nowhere to go. I clenched the scalpel as tightly as I could. The eyes, he said quietly. The ears, the nose, the lips. Then he vomited. A pool of dark red blood hit the floor and spread. He looked down at it, chuckled, and raised his eyes to mine. Blood still running from the corner of his mouth. Green eyes fixed entirely on me. The face. He ran at me. Not staggering, but running. Frantic and lurching. Twisted fingers reaching forward. Green eyes wide. Entirely focused on me. I pressed myself into the corner and screamed with everything I had. His body hit me with its full weight. I noticed it was less weight than I expected, and getting lighter. He slid against me and dropped down slowly, barely conscious, barely holding his eyes open. His breathing had changed. It was shallower, getting further apart. The weight made me crumble to my knees. He grabbed my elbow with his right hand, but the grip was much feebler than I expected. His body jolted for a couple of seconds. He looked up at me, at my face to be exact. Just looked for a long moment, with something in his expression, something that I cannot name and do not want to. He gasped, "Finish it, please." In one movement, I drove the scalpel into the pulsating outline of his heart. I don't know what came over me, and I don't know where it came from. His eyes closed. A single tear ran down the side of his face. He was smiling. I only remember fragments of what came after. Staff flooding the block, voices that I recognized, Dr. Mala arriving within minutes, as though he'd been waiting nearby, something putting a hand on my shoulder, the floor tilting slightly, and then as my vision began to narrow and darken at the edges, I saw Rafiq standing at the far end of the ER. Then there was nothing. The official account read something like this: a potentially schizophrenic patient, also suffering from cyanotic heart disease, arrived at the ER in a state of acute delirium. He attacked the duty nurse without provocation. The nurse defended herself. The patient died despite the hospital's best efforts. An external police investigation confirmed it. The security guard had been asleep on the job and was terminated. The duty doctor had stepped out for a coffee break and was therefore not present. The ER security cameras experienced a technical malfunction, beginning approximately 4 minutes before the patient's arrival. It was an open and shut case, which was closed in a week. I read through the clinical notes. There was no mention of green discoloration anywhere in the documentation. Description of the deceased read like a textbook. Presentation of cyanotic heart disease. Possible undiagnosed psychiatric condition, typed in bold. It also said that a small amount of blood was vomited following the stab wound. The cause of death, signed by Dr. Cyrus Mala, was precisely what you would expect it to be. A certain Mr. Rafiq had signed the document as an unbiased witness to the events. There were patients in other blocks of the ER that night, the ones resting in their beds, and the ones who had been awake, the ones who had seen the green and had rushed me after the attack. But I couldn't find a single one of them. Never again. They were poor people, possibly homeless, unregistered and untraceable, gone with the wind, as people from that part of the city tend to be. There were 2 nurses who had been staffing the adjacent blocks that night. I was told that they resigned within the week, citing unsafe working conditions. I tried calling them several times. Their phone numbers are no longer in service. I was given 30 days of paid leave. Full salary, no questions asked. Not once in those 30 days did anyone contact me to take a statement. The hospital took care of it, I was told. That's why I cover my face, and that is why I don't take photographs. I have theories about all of it, about what was really happening in that hospital, about what the patients were dying from, about what Aldermore is actually using the building for, about what Rafiq's role in all of this truly is. I would like to discuss those theories with someone. I really do. Been carrying them alone for 6 months, and trust me, they're getting heavy. But I really have to go now. My shift starts soon, and the workload hasn't gotten better. If anything, it has been increasing steadily over the past few weeks, ever since the epidemic of cyanotic heart disease has returned to the city. But this time, the patients are no longer presenting with blue discoloration. They are presenting with pitch black, and they are no longer taking 2 hours to die. The current average is 22.5 minutes. I know the exact figure. Thanks to Dr. Mala, he still times every single one of them, right in front of me. He stopped hiding it a long time ago. I told my wife I'd pick her in every life. She said I already have, and she makes sure I do each time. She was a prankster, and so I assumed she was just being silly. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I'm a great husband, I said, laughing off the joke. I'm not joking, actually. Usually I like to wait until you're closer to the end to tell you, but you'll be gone soon enough. I told you to schedule that doctor's appointment. Yeah, okay, Vera. Whatever you say. I was barely unsettled. She was a weird girl, part of why I liked her. As I started to walk into the bedroom, she grabbed me by the wrist. Sam, I'm not joking. Okay, I'll bite. What are you talking about? I've known you for probably 2,000 years, and most of us pick a person for one lifetime and then switch it up. But you, Sam, you have been so profoundly depressed in each life, it's like I hit the jackpot. The best thing is when you have plenty of hope only for it to be destroyed. I was really looking forward to this time, but you were stupid and waited for the doctor's appointment. You only had a few weeks anyways. But now I'm going to miss out on the hope being crushed once the doctor realizes there's nothing they can do. She didn't laugh. She didn't smirk. She was dead-eyed. You're not going to scare me into going to a stupid doctor's appointment. I'm 33. I don't have cancer. You foolish humans will do anything to convince yourselves you are immortal. Even the greatest minds on your planet don't live longer than 120 years or so. Why do you think that is? Don't you think after all these years of human evolution, you would have figured this out by now? Don't you think it's strange so many other life forms that are so much less advanced don't experience this? Xenosense, biological immortality, the reptiles have it figured out, but they're a dumbed-down version here. Horrified at the mental break my beloved wife was experiencing, I asked her to go to the emergency room with me so she could be checked out. She agreed. If I told them I had stomach issues and got myself checked, fine. She was nervous about my results, and this is her insane way of trying to get me to go to the doctors before my next physical. I went to the hospital with her. She was released after a few hours. I'm now on palliative care. I am 33 years old, and I have stage 4 colon cancer. Vera, how did you know? Know what? Vera said it indifferently. Her husband of 2 years had a month left, and she didn't seem like she cared at all. In fact, she seemed perturbed by how long it was taking. About my cancer. What is wrong with you? Honey, I already told you. You're never going to understand this, and I've even taken a liking to you. I don't love you, obviously, but I love the sustenance you provide. That's why I pick you every time. I always make sure you get a better deal than the other prisoners. I do a lot for you that you don't even understand. You know, the first time I met you, you were a slave in Rome in 26 BCE, or whatever you call it. I had just started out here, and had to find my own food, and for some reason I picked you. I was foolish then. I didn't request for you to be with me again. I had no power anyways. But I also just assumed all slaves at that time experienced the same feeling. Vera, you sound crazy. Yes, and you're ignorant. You humans don't even see or care what you do to animals with your industrial farms. At least we let you walk around and live a life. It's not my fault that you never believe me, but I don't care. I'll wait another 16 to 20 years and I'll be back, feeding off your energy. What I like about you, though, is your naivety. You don't ever believe me, and I've told you the truth each time for hundreds of years. I'm definitely one of the lucky ones. She said it with a sick smile on her face, clearly uncaring of how this was affecting me. I'm not crazy, so I assumed she was still pulling some weird prank, or was going through an episode of psychosis that hadn't been picked up yet. I decided to play along. Alright, Vera, let's just say this is true. Why would I ever believe something so asinine? Well, I've done this before and you typically die right after. But I do kind of want to speed up this process since I'm getting hungry. Humans think we all feed off the whole earth. That would be nice, and that's not a luxury my species has. It's very much eat or be eaten with us. Before I could say a word, she continued. Think of the known universe to you humans as the United States. The Milky Way is essentially 7 Mile in Detroit. One of the worst places you could find yourself. Well, me and my species are here for at least the next 10,000 years, until we can gain enough energy to move on. The Andromeda is essentially Gary, Indiana. There aren't nice neighborhoods for hundreds of thousands of light years. You see, in this part of the universe that you know, you essentially live in a prison. You deserve to be here, so I can't feel bad. Who knows what you did? All I know is you provide a supreme amount of low, vibrational energy. Unfortunately, my species is very much still second-class citizens. Racism spans the cosmos, believe it or not. Anyways, that's why you and every human being on Earth are here, and you idiots choose to go into the light. Even after I tell you all this, I can guarantee you still will, because you've already done it hundreds of times. I've been your best friend. I've been your daughter. I've been your husband, your father, your wife, your favorite uncle. Each time you listened to me and went into the light. Like a moth to a flame. I would feel worse if you eventually figured it out, but you haven't, and so I continue to feed. Mouth agape, I didn't have words to speak. I still assumed she was having a mental break, but the lore she created was perplexing. Before I could respond, she stopped me with a single wave of her finger, and then she did something unimaginable. Right before me, in my literal deathbed, she transformed. It wasn't as showy as you'd think, and while I have trouble remembering all of it, I need to write this down. She became a being of pure light, vaguely reptilian and bright green, almost radioactive, and about 7 to 8 feet tall. At the same moment, time seemed to stop. No beeping of the machines keeping me comfortable. No cable TV playing in the background. Nothing. Her eyes weren't eyes. They were voids. Voids of darkness that would make the Vanta Black paint look white. It was the most horrifying thing I had ever seen. I could barely hear or understand her when she transformed back to a human, but I will never forget what I saw. After that, she left, as I started to code. A plethora of doctors and nurses rushed in asking for a cart to crash or something. And suddenly I was in total darkness. Not even close to the darkness of her eyes, but dark beyond anything I'd seen on Earth. I saw a distant light, and Vera was there to guide me. It's okay, Sam. It's time for you to go. Go into the light. I stopped and thought for a moment. Then I told her my decision. I'm not going, Vera, or whoever you are. She muttered something frustratingly in a language I didn't understand, and I could tell she was transforming into her horrific form again. Suddenly I woke up in my hospital bed. I asked the doctor where my wife was, and he said she hadn't come to visit me yet, still in the psych unit downstairs. Was anything I saw real? Is any of this real? I want to believe it's all in my head. The chemo and dilaudid acting up. Anything to blame mental fallacies before accepting what she said. That's why I had to post this. The longer I think of it, the more I think it was a dream brought on by my fear of death. The only thing that terrifies me is when the nurse came in to change my ice chips. Looks like you spit up or something in your cup. Did you eat any snakes lately? She said with a light-hearted laugh. No, why? Well, I'm from Georgia, so it's not uncommon. I've just never seen a snake shed its skin in such a public place up here in New Hampshire. As she pointed the cup towards me, I gasped, because I know there are no bright green snakes in New Hampshire. This is a PSA for anyone trying to go on that game show. It's also a cry for help. I'm not going to say which one, because if I do, I'm afraid they'll see this post and find me. I'll just say it's the one where you and 2 other people answer tough questions with a host. And, critically, if you get the answer wrong, you can go into the negative. That's what happened to me on Friday. I can still remember the sweat, slippery hands sliding on the buzzer, only halfway into the first round. Jane Austen, I said, unsure. Oh, sorry, Jack. Incorrect again. The chipper host said, his big smile not quite matching the moment as he adjusted his tie, and my score dropped even further. I was trying to climb myself out of a hole I was busy digging myself into. At the moment, that hole was $3,000. I'd been a fan of the show for a long time, but I'd never seen anyone drop this far. I thought the worst part would be the embarrassment of watching myself lose horribly on national television. I couldn't have been more wrong. Another heart-pounding round of questions later, negative 3,200, negative 3,800. I decided to stop buzzing in. Not looking good, Jack, the host said, making his customary round of small talk with the contestants. Yeah, I guess I'm a little nervous. The other contestants didn't even look at me. They just stared straight ahead. Maybe too embarrassed for me. They were stone-like. You should be. He slapped me on the shoulder. I flinched. I'd never seen him talk to a contestant like this before. Oh, I'm just kidding. He moved on to the next contestant, shaking the sweat off his hand that he had picked up from my jacket. I could feel my cheeks flush. It was so hot in here. 10 minutes into the next round, and I had started to regain my composure. Standing completely still and not saying anything will do that to you. Next question. What is the battle known by the Lakota as greasy grass? Silence. Nobody knew. Jack? He wasn't supposed to do that, was he? Call on someone? I wasn't sure if all the lights had turned on me, but that's what it felt like. I don't know. The audience gasped. The host smiled. His eyes started to get wide. Are you serious? You'll be kicking yourself. He was leaning over his podium. I don't want to lose any more money. I'm not guessing. Little Bighorn. It's Little Bighorn, Jack. Was that Custer's last stand? I asked, not realizing I was speaking aloud. I knew you'd know it. My score dropped another $500. Jesus Christ. When would this be over? This part? Soon enough, Jack. The host shot me air pistols. Did I say that out loud? What did he mean by this part? Final question. Place your bets. I'm sorry, Jack. You won't be joining us for this one. What a relief. I stepped away from the podium into a backstage holding area. 5 minutes later, I heard applause. I sat up, ready to get back on stage and be a good sport. Then the host appeared in the doorway of the waiting room. Hi, Jack. Hi. I said as flatly as I could. Not our best performance. No, I guess not. Hey, shouldn't I be out there? I asked, moving closer to the door. He stepped forward. Not until you pay us back. Pay you back? You were over $4,000 in the hole. What do you think? We just let our contestants go without settling up? It's only fair. I stepped backwards. The host stepped forward again. This is how it goes, Jack. The part you don't get to see on TV. I fell back onto the couch. It was soft, and I sunk into it. I wish I could have sunk further and further until I wasn't in the room anymore. The host loomed over me. Jack, his voice feigning sympathy. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Are you crazy? This can't be happening. Oh, it can. And it is. He started to shuffle around in his pocket. Was he pulling something out? Fine, okay, I'll pay. That big, toothy grin curled back into being on his face. Can I Venmo you? The host's smile curdled. Cash. Who keeps that kind of money in their pocket? I yelled. not really asking. Then you'll have to bring it back next time. Don't forget, we do collect interest. I'll just call the police when I get home, I thought. I wouldn't do that. Are you reading my mind? I can do a lot of things, Jack. The whole room got dark. All I could see were his big eyes and his even bigger smile. All I could feel was his tie drooping onto my chest. He was so close. His breath, surprisingly cold, fogged my glasses. Fine, I will, I promise. I'll be back next week. The room brightened up again. Good, but just in case. He pulled out a wrench. My vision blurred. It's been 2 days. Typing with my left hand. How am I going to get $4,300? It's exactly as the title of this post reads. My house is on the wrong side of the street. Well, I guess it was, but I'll get to that later. Yesterday I took my dog for a walk around the neighborhood. I always walked her around sunset, and the walk itself was only about a half an hour. However, this time as I walked down my street and the sky shone gold from the setting sun, something wasn't right. I've often heard that when you become familiar with a place, your brain subconsciously picks out things it remembers and things it doesn't. That is why sometimes seeing a familiar place from a new perspective makes it seem totally unfamiliar. My street? I hardly recognized it. Then I saw what it was. My house, which was always on the right side, was on the left side of the street. I approached my house and I actually did that thing they do in cartoons where they rub their eyes and then open them again as if that'll change anything. Well, nothing changed. To the left was my house, and to the right, where my house should have been, was an undeveloped lot. Although a sense of dread had overcome me, I felt myself moving forward slowly and mechanically. Eventually, I felt a tug. I looked over my shoulder to see that my dog, Callie, hadn't moved any closer, and that tug that I'd felt was from the leash reaching its max length. Callie began to growl as I tugged at the leash gently. Callie, it's okay. Let's go. But it wasn't okay, and so I ended up listening to Callie. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. And so we walked again. I don't know why, but I figured that maybe if we just did the walk again, something would change. My street is technically in a suburban area, but it's pretty forested, so while on my street, I can't see other streets. I'd always thought it nice, but as we walked down our street again, I started to have second thoughts. Damn. My house was still to the left, and in addition, the lights were all off. That wasn't how I'd left them. It seemed that my street, in general, was even more messed up the second time around. Pretty immediately my mind connected that maybe going for a second walk had actually ruined things further. I didn't know for sure, but I didn't try it again. This time I tried to make a call. I tried to make a call to my sister. Thankfully it rang, but unfortunately I never got an answer. I left a somewhat panicked voicemail asking if she was alright, and then tried my best friend. He didn't pick up either. I looked around. The entire rest of the street seemed normal beside being oddly quiet. I walked to the top of my driveway. Do I just go inside? Maybe I was the one acting strange. Has it always been this way? That seemed more likely than that my house had inexplicably moved. My dog barked. I jumped. Callie, you scared me. Callie was barking at the undeveloped lot that had replaced my house. She kept barking, and I stood frozen. I was trying to make out what it was she might have been barking at. Nothing. There was nothing. No movement, no sound. Just eerie silence. Callie began to whimper and cowered low to the ground. She began moving towards me, never taking her eyes off the lot. Screw it. I picked her up and quickly made my way onto my porch and then inside my house. Every light in my house was off, but I made good time turning them all on and locking every possible entrance into my house. Those moments in the darkness, just expecting something to be waiting in one of the dark corners, were the most confused, terrified moments of my life. However, nothing ever jumped out at me. My house was empty. Callie found a place to hide under my couch, and I sat at my kitchen counter contemplating my next move. I didn't feel the need to call the police. For some reason, I felt that it was possible that I was the one who had this all wrong. But then my phone rang. It was my sister. I picked it up and asked, "Hey, it's good to hear from you. I know this is going to sound crazy, but what side of the street is my house on? Like, when you're walking down it. You need to turn your lights back off." "What?" "Your lights. Turn them off." Her tone was flat, very matter of fact. It almost felt cold. I don't understand. In my peripheral vision, I watched something quickly drop out of my view of the kitchen window. I wasn't sure what I'd seen, or if I'd seen anything at all. I looked down at my phone, and the call had ended. What should I do? Was that even my sister? If not, maybe I shouldn't listen to her. I looked back to the window. I swore I'd seen something move away from it. Okay, I think I would turn my lights off. I moved towards my kitchen light switch when underneath my feet I heard the creaking of footsteps. I stopped to listen. Creak. One single footstep, and then they stopped as well. It wasn't possible that someone was below me, because my house didn't have a basement, and also, the footsteps sounded as if someone was walking inverted to me, which definitely wasn't possible. 3 more creaks. The footsteps picked up again, this time quicker and more distinct. I followed the footsteps from the kitchen to the living room. Up until this point, nothing in my house had changed besides its location. The living room, however, all the furniture besides the couch and the wall decor had been cleared out. I must not have noticed in my scramble to get all of the lights back on. The floor was just bare hardwood except for a door in the center of the room. And no, this wasn't a trapdoor or some sort of hatch. It was a regular wooden door laying horizontal to the floor around it. I heard the footsteps walk right up to the door, and I heard a knock. There was a moment of silence. Then another knock came, this time in a triplet. Callie, come on." But she wasn't coming out from under the couch. The door opened. I couldn't see where exactly the door opened into, but a light sniffle arose from it. Whatever was on the other side seemed to be crying. I backed out of the living room, slowly listening to every sniffle and sob that came from the door. Suddenly a leg, clothed in brown slacks and dress shoes, casually moved through the door frame. I immediately moved out of the living room and skulked up the stairs, trying not to make a sound. I remember whatever it was holding a briefcase. I remember watching the leg and subsequent body that followed adjust to the shift in gravity in a manner that almost resembled gliding. I made my way up the stairs and into my bedroom. I didn't hesitate. I quietly opened my bedroom window and calculated the damage I'd take from the fall. There was a knock on my bedroom door. Whatever it was moving quickly. I looked over my shoulder, a little lost for what to do. Then I heard the thing's triple knock, which previously had been the precursor to it just letting itself in. So I lowered myself out of my bedroom window and prepared to drop. As my bedroom left my view, I saw the hallway light shine in as the door opened. Once again I heard that crying. Moments before I let myself drop, I saw the start of a very tall man's head wearing a bowler hat, scraping along my bedroom ceiling. I didn't have much time to contemplate this, though, as I soon made contact with the ground. Thankfully, I landed okay, and the adrenaline got me to my feet. I made a break for the road and ran up it without looking back. Callie, please stay under that couch. As I neared the top of the street, I caught a glimpse into one of my neighbors' houses. The front door was wide open, and hanging by a single hinge. The living room curtains were drawn, and I could see blood splatter staining the wall in a morbid display. I picked up my pace again and made it off my street. However, I kept moving until I found a main road away from the street. It was then that I noticed that during all this, the sun had never fully set. In fact, it seemed that it hadn't moved at all. Eventually I found a gas station and sat out front for hours. It was just nice to be around people coming and going. I felt secure. After some time, my friend came and picked me up. I stayed at his house for the night. I was unsure of what to tell him, but he's a good guy and let me stay without needing a reason. I slept horribly, and after some painfully long hours, morning came. Around noon we drove over to my house. It was on the right side of the street, just like normal. I went inside cautiously. My friend must have thought I'd lost my mind. Callie was fine, but her leash was still on. I walked up the street and to my surprise, my neighbor's house was empty, a for sale sign in the front yard. There was no sign of him. That wasn't how I remembered it, and something inside me was scared to ask where he'd gone, or why he decided to sell. I'm writing all of this now to share my experience. I have no clue what happened to me last night. It feels like I imagined the whole thing, but I know I didn't. I haven't really known the best way to go on with my day, so I spent the rest of it driving around with Callie. Although as I'm writing this, I'm getting a call from my friend. It seems he sent me a text too. Let's see. It reads, "Yo, what I'm about to ask is going to seem crazy, but just please answer me anyway." Every single morning is identical. 6 a.m., the sharp, metallic buzz of my phone alarm goes off, shocking the soles of my feet against the cold hardwood floor. I force down 4 cups of lukewarm, bitter black coffee just to function. When I walk into his bedroom, the air always hits me like a wall. Heavy, humid, smelling of old sweat, sour skin, and wool blankets. The smell of bleach never truly leaves this house, but it can't cover up the scent of sickness. I roll him over, listening to the sickening, wet slide of his skin against the plastic undersheets. His joints give a dull, hollow pop with every shift. Then comes the kitchen routine. The dry, grating screech of the mortar and pestle sets my teeth on edge as I grind his pills into a fine, chalky powder. Muscle relaxants, nerve blockers, and a heavy, liquid sedative to stop his involuntary spasms. I mix it into a thick, grayish-beige nutrient slurry that smells faintly of metallic vitamins, adding the clear, viscous drops of the sedative until it dissolves. I spoon-feed him slowly, the metal clicking sharply against his teeth, using a rough washcloth to wipe away the sticky string of drool on his stubble. Usually his eyes are dead. He just stares blankly at the ceiling fan spinning overhead. But over the last 2 weeks, something shifted. The moment the door hinges give a tiny rusted squeak, Mark's eyes instantly snap to mine. They aren't blank anymore. They are wide, bloodshot, and frantic. The pupils dilate so violently they swallow his irises. Yesterday, when I brought the spoon to his lips, a single hot tear sliced through the grease on his cheek. His jaw locked tightly shut with a sickening click of bone. I had to pinch his nose and pry his mouth open, breathing in the sour tang of his breath, just to make sure he swallowed his medicine. I told his doctor, but she thinks it's just late-onset depression and medical trauma. I don't think so. The house feels wrong. Yesterday I found a damp patch of the hallway carpet that smelled like rain. Last night, I heard a floorboard groan in the living room while I was bathing him. But at 3:15 a.m. last night, things got so much worse. A sound woke me up that scraped right along my spine. It was a rhythmic, dull thudding coming from his room. Thump, 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 like a heavy sack of flour being dropped on the floorboards. I grabbed my heavy iron flashlight, the cold metal freezing my palms, and crept down the pitch-black hallway. I pushed his bedroom door open, the rusted hinges giving a high, piercing whine. The room was freezing. The window was shut, but the air felt dead and hollow. Mark was asleep, his chest rising and falling in the slow, mechanical rhythm of the sedative. But his phone, the old, deactivated smartphone I keep on his nightstand, just to play ambient rain sounds to drown out the click hiss of his oxygen machine, was lying on the floor. It was 3 feet away from the table, face down on the hardwood, its screen shattered into a spiderweb of glinting, sharp fractures. There is no draft in this house strong enough to blow a heavy phone off a nightstand, and Mark physically cannot move. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat at the kitchen table, watching the gray dawn bleed into the room until the shadows on the linoleum dissolved. My mind kept looping back to the shattered glass. I tried to build a rational explanation. Piece by piece, the way you try to balance an unstable house of cards. Maybe the vibration of the rain app had slowly drifted the phone to the edge. Maybe a stray mouse. But deep down in that quiet, visceral place where your instincts live, I knew that was a lie. The phone had been placed in the exact center of the oak nightstand, nestled in a carved groove. It hadn't drifted. It had been pushed. At 7 a.m. I walked back into Mark's room, my slippers dragging heavily. He was still under the deep, suffocating fog of the emergency sedative. His breath came in thin, whistling gasps that rattled the back of his throat, a dry, papery sound that always reminded me of dead leaves scraping against asphalt. His skin looked translucent in the morning light, mapped with thin, branching rivers of blue and purple veins. I stood over him for a long time, the heavy iron flashlight still gripped tightly in my right hand. My knuckles were white. "Did you do it?" I whispered into the quiet room. The only response was the mechanical, rhythmic click hiss of the oxygen machine. I felt a sudden, sickening wave of shame wash over me. How could I even think that? The man hadn't felt his own toes in 36 months. His spine was a shattered mess of scar tissue and wire. I was letting the sleep deprivation eat holes in my sanity. I set the flashlight down with a heavy, metallic thunk and went to work. His right hand was still stained with the dried, dark brown crust of the blood from yesterday's frantic scraping. I fetched a plastic basin of warm water and a soft yellow sponge. When I dipped his hand into the water, the liquid instantly swirled with a rusty amber tint. I worked gently, dabbing at the raw, weeping skin over his knuckles. His fingers were stiff, curled inward like the claws of a dead bird. As I wiped away the last of the crust, my fingers brushed against the pad of his index finger. The skin there wasn't soft, like the rest of his unused, bed-bound body. It was rough. There was a tiny localized patch of hard, callous skin right at the tip, the kind you get from repetitive, friction-heavy pressure, like someone rubbing their finger against a coarse surface for hours at a time. My heart gave a hard, erratic thud against my ribs. I dropped the sponge back into the basin. It hit the surface with a loud, wet splash, slopping soapy, pinkish water over the rim and onto the hardwood floor. I stared at his face. His eyelids gave a sudden, violent twitch, his chest heaving as the medication began to lose its grip on his nervous system. "Mark?" I breathed, leaping down until the sour heat of his breath fanned against my cheek. His eyes snapped open. There was no gradual waking up, no soft blinking away of sleep. It was an instantaneous electric jolt. The pupils were already fully dilated, pitch-black pools that seemed to swallow the gray morning light. He didn't look at the ceiling fan. He didn't look at the window. He looked directly into my eyes, and the sheer, unadulterated hatred burning in his gaze froze the blood in my veins. His jaw began to work, his lips stretching back over his dry, yellowing teeth with a faint, wet, tearing sound. A thick line of white, foamy saliva bubbled at the corner of his mouth. He was trying to form a word. His throat clicked, a dry, raspy rattle vibrating deep in his neck. He wheezed. The sound MCF quiet, barely louder than the rustle of paper. I leaned closer, my ear inches from his lips, entirely forgetting my fear in a sudden, desperate surge of hope. What is it, sweetheart? Tell me. What do you need? Why? He stopped, a violent, full-body shudder ripping through his frame. His heels dug into the mattress under the heavy wool blankets, a sudden, frantic kicking motion that lasted 2 terrible seconds before his legs went entirely limp again. His chest heaved as he fought for air, his teeth snapping shut with a sharp, sickening crack that echoed in the small room. He didn't finish the word, but he didn't need to. I backed away from the bed, my hands pressed hard against my mouth to stifle a sob. The sheer, feral panic in his eyes wasn't the look of a man suffering from depression. It was the look of a prey animal staring at the thing that was going to eat it. I needed to leave. I needed to get out of the house, just for an hour, to clear the fog out of my brain and breathe air that didn't smell like sickness and bleach. I'm going to the store, Mark, I said, my voice sounding hollow and fake even to my own ears. I'm going to get some more of your liquid formula. I'll be right back. He didn't blink. He just watched me move toward the door, his eyes tracking my every step with a cold, unblinking intensity that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I grabbed my car keys from the kitchen counter, the metal jingling loudly in the quiet room. I walked out the front door, slamming it shut behind me, and locked it with a heavy, definitive click. I walked down the porch steps, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel driveway, and got into my sedan. I started the engine, letting the loud mechanical rumble fill the quiet suburban air. But I didn't put the car in drive. Instead, I sat there, watching the exhaust smoke curl up into the cold morning air in my rearview mirror. A terrible dark thought had taken root in my mind. A poisonous little seed that I couldn't tear out. He thinks I'm gone. I turned off the ignition. The sudden silence wrapped around the car like a heavy blanket. I got out quietly, closing the car door, using only the tip of my finger until the latch clicked shut without a sound. I crept back up the wooden porch steps, avoiding the third step because I knew it gave a loud, structural groan when weight was applied. I unlocked the front door with agonizing slowness, turning the key millimeter by millimeter until the bolt slid back without a whisper. I stepped inside the hallway. The house felt entirely different now, heavy, expectant, and freezing cold. I took off my boots, standing in my wool socks, and began to creep down the dark hallway toward Mark's room, my heart hammering so violently against my ribs, I was certain he would hear it. I reached the edge of his doorframe. The door was cracked open just an inch, a sliver of gray light cutting across the dark hardwood of the hall. I leaned forward, pressing my eye to the gap. Through that narrow, 1-inch gap in the doorway, the world seemed to shrink down to the sharp, mechanical click hiss of the oxygen concentrator. I held my breath, the back of my throat burning with the taste of copper and swallowed panic. At first, nothing happened. Mark lay perfectly still under the heavy, dark wool blanket. The room was a tableau of static, gray misery. Then the blanket shifted. It wasn't a sudden jerk or a violent spasm. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate swell, like something buried alive trying to reshape its shroud. From beneath the edge of the fabric, his right arm began to emerge. My breath caught in my teeth. The movement was horrific because of how much effort it took. The muscles in his forearm were completely wasted away, the skin hanging loose and gray against the bone. But it was lifting. It rose millimeter by millimeter, trembling so violently that I could hear the dry friction of his skin dragging against the plastic undersheet. It sounded like paper tearing in slow motion. His hand rose into the cold air of the bedroom. His fingers, those stiff, yellowed claws with the raw, calloused index pad, were flexing. They opened and closed, tasting the air, before reaching out toward the side of the mattress. He wasn't reaching for the shattered phone on the floor. He was reaching down, forcing his arm over the sharp edge of the wooden bed frame, his knuckles scraping against the grain until a fresh bead of dark blood welled up on his skin. He didn't even flinch. His face, visible in the sliver of gray light, was a mask of pure, agonizing concentration. His teeth were bared, stringy strings of saliva stretching between his lips as his fingers dug blindly into the narrow gap between the heavy box spring and the mattress. He was searching for something. I couldn't look anymore. The reality of what I was seeing smashed through my brain like a physical blow. He wasn't paralyzed. Not completely. He had been gaining movement back, practicing in the dark hours while I slept, hiding it from the doctors, hiding it from me. I pushed the door open. The rusted hinges didn't just squeak. They let out a sharp, metallic scream that pierced the quiet of the house. Mark's reaction was instantaneous. The sheer electric terror that flooded his face matched my own. His arm dropped like a stone, slamming against the wooden frame before disappearing beneath the blanket. He closed his eyes tightly, forcing his breathing to go shallow and ragged, trying to mimic the heavy, dead weight of the sedative. But it was too late. The illusion was shattered. I didn't say a word. I didn't cry. A strange, freezing calm washed over me, the kind of numbness that comes when you're in a car crash and everything slows down to a crawl. I walked into the room, my wool socks making no sound on the floorboards. Mark lay there, his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in a fake, rhythmic pattern. But he was trembling. The wool blanket was vibrating with the frantic beat of his heart. I stopped at the edge of the bed. I leaned down, my face inches from his, and whispered, "I saw you, Mark." His eyes snapped open. The pretense was gone. The raw, feral hatred was back, but beneath it was a desperate, whimpering panic. I reached down to the exact spot where his fingers had been clawing. I shoved my way into the dark, tight space between the mattress and the box spring. My knuckles brushed against something cold and smooth. Plastic. I pulled it out. It was a cheap, black burner smartphone. The kind you buy at a gas station for $20. The screen was smudged with oily fingerprints and the faint, red smear of his own blood from his raw knuckles. My hand shook so violently I almost dropped it. I pressed the power button. The screen illuminated the dim room with a harsh blue glare. There were no apps installed, no games, no social media. There was only the messaging interface. I opened the drafts folder, my thumb hovering over the glass. There were dozens of them, dozens of messages, all addressed to emergency services, written over the span of months. They were typed in frantic, messy blocks of text, full of typos and missing spaces where his calloused, uncooperative finger had missed the keys. I started reading them, the words blurring before my eyes as the cold truth finally settled into my chest. I stared at the glowing blue screen, my thumb scrolling through the drafts. My mind couldn't make sense of the words at first. They looked like code. They looked like a language I didn't speak. The oldest draft was from 6 months ago. "Help me. I'm not sick anymore. My legs work. She won't let me out of the room." I blinked. The text blurred. I scrolled to the next one, dated 3 months later. Tried to walk to the kitchen last night to get water. She woke up. She screamed at me like I was a ghost. She hit me with a flashlight and forced the syringe into my mouth. "Please, someone check the house on Elm Street. I am a prisoner." My breath hitched. The words felt heavy, like lead pressing down on my chest. Elm Street. We didn't live on Elm Street. We lived in our beautiful, quiet suburban home. I looked up at Mark. He was staring at me, his eyes wide and leaking silent tears into his stubble. His jaw wasn't locked in a medical spasm. It was trembling with sheer, unadulterated terror. I looked back down at the phone. The most recent draft was from last night, typed right before he dropped the device onto the floorboards. She thinks it's 3 years ago. She thinks the accident just happened. The doctor told her last year that my spine healed, but her brain snapped from the stress. Every time I try to stand up, she thinks an intruder is breaking in. She drugs me back into the paralysis. If I don't get out today, the sedatives are going to stop my heart. Please. The phone slipped from my hand. It hit the hardwood floor with a sharp plastic clatter, the screen flickering once before going dark. The click hiss of the oxygen concentrator suddenly sounded incredibly loud, echoing in the corners of the room. I looked around. The walls weren't white anymore. They were covered in layers of peeling, yellowed wallpaper. The medical equipment in the corner was dusty, unplugged, and rusted. I looked down at my hands. They were stained with the gray, chalky residue of the pills I ground up every single morning. The mortar and pestle sat on the nightstand, surrounded by dozens of empty prescription bottles with Mark's name on them, all prescribed over a year ago, all expired. "Mark?" I whispered, my voice sounding incredibly small, like a little girl lost in a dark forest. "Sweetheart, your breakfast is getting cold." He didn't answer. He couldn't. His eyelids were already fluttering, drifting shut as the massive emergency dose of the sedative I had forced down his throat minutes ago finally took hold of his central nervous system. His wasted arm, the one he had worked so hard for months to rehabilitate in the dark, slipped off the mattress and hung limply toward the floor, his calloused index finger brushing the wood. I stood there in the freezing room for a long time watching his chest rise and fall. Rise, fall. Rise, fall. Slow, rhythmic, completely safe. A wave of intense, beautiful relief washed over me, clearing away all the panic and the paranoia of the last 2 weeks. The house felt quiet again. The stalker was gone. The intruder hadn't broken in after all. Mark was right here, right where he belonged, entirely safe under the heavy wool blankets where nothing could ever hurt him again. I walked out of the room, closing the door until the rusted hinges gave a soft, familiar squeak. I headed down the hall to the kitchen to start a fresh pot of coffee. It's almost 6 a.m. and I need to be ready. Tomorrow is a big day. I have to wake up early to take care of my husband. I don't know what to do. I'm freaking out. Just earlier today I was playing video games after a draining day of work, reminiscing on how comfortable I was on my vacation, and wishing that comfort would have lingered a little while longer. Now I'm in my car in an abandoned parking lot waiting for the cops to show up. Let me start off by saying me, Sam, and my friend, Gerald, are close. Our mothers were childhood friends, so naturally this closeness was passed down a generation. He doesn't keep any secrets from me, and vice versa. So as soon as my vacation was over, and it was close for his week, and a half stay at the luxury hotel resort to begin, he didn't mind letting me know that the workplace won't be missed while he's gone. He left for the airport today and should have already landed, if not close to the end of his 10-hour flight. He sent a message to me this morning talking about how beautiful the view was going to be. Here was how the morning messages played out. "Hey bro, we're about to head on to the plane soon. I'll send you pics when we land so I can rub the view in your face while you are deep in paperwork. LMAO, I'll keep that in mind when I plan a trip to Tokyo. By myself. I'll make sure to send you a pic of some nice ramen stew. Yum. I see how it is. But next year, let's plan our vacation together. Yeah, if they let us. You know they need at least one of us there to keep the building afloat. You're so right. It gets tiring carrying everyone on our backs, huh? LMAO, you already know. Okay, they're calling our numbers now. I'll text you when we land. Talk to you later. Got you. Don't forget to send pics. Up until that point, I hadn't gotten any messages back. So imagine my surprise when I got a knock on my door at 8 p.m. and when I looked through the peephole to see Gerald. His hair was messy and growing into different directions. He had dirt on his face and his clothes looked like a messier version of an outfit he wore 2 years ago. The only reason I remember the exact outfit was because I bought him the outfit and he only wore it once. I took a picture of him in it that day. I said hello, to only get a frantic, "Let me in, bro. I need help. I can't believe this just happened to me." Aren't you supposed to be on vacation right now? What happened? What? My vacation isn't for another few months. What are you talking about? Let me in. He yelled through a hoarse voice as if he overused his vocal cords and could no longer continue to do so. It looked like him, down to the annoyed mannerisms. And I know this was dumb on my part, but I had unlocked the door to let him in. I had no reason to assume he was anyone else, and just thought he might have been in an accident and become disoriented. He frantically ran to the living room and paced around. He was biting his nails like he usually does under immense stress. "What happened to you, bro? You good?" I asked in a concerned tone, trying not to overreact. "Dude, you remember when I said I was going to go hiking in the woods near B Road? I ended up getting really lost there for like 7 hours. My phone died and I was freaking out." I had remembered him hiking quite a few times. He started up the hobby a few years ago, and he's managed to do so up until this point, but something wasn't adding up. He went hiking yesterday. Why would he be at my house now if he already said he was at the airport? "Bro, did you hit your head on a rock coming back down from the forest trails? You texted me earlier this morning about getting on the plane." "What? No, I didn't. My phone is dead, remember? I told you it died while I was lost. There's no way I could have texted you." "Here's the messages, dude, if you don't believe me." I then went back to our messages and shoved the phone into his face. He scrolled and scrolled and scrolled, a hint of confusion growing with each thumb flick. Dude, who is this? "It's you, dummy. Do you not see the contact number?" This isn't me. This isn't even my number. "Bro, yes it is. Are you joking? You can quit now. I have to be at work at 6 a.m. "I'm not joking. This isn't me. At all." I was getting steadily frustrated with his constant lying, so I went to our picture tab and started scrolling. "See, this is you." His face of confusion turned into horror. Who the hell is this? Pushing my breaking point, I snatched the phone away from him and showed him a picture of me and him a couple weeks ago. "This is you. Why are you so committed to the bit, bro? Give it up." While I was scrolling to look for more evidence of me and him together, I seen a message bubble pop up and my heart sunk. "Hey bro, sorry my flight got delayed, but look at this view. Hot babes, here I come." There was an attachment of him with his luggage, and the view was indeed beautiful, but now I didn't have any explanation for this, and I looked back up at the other Gerald in front of me. He looked at me with so much confusion, like something was on his mind, but he didn't know how to express it. "Sammy, I don't know who that person is, but that isn't me." I looked up at him in horror. Gerald hasn't called me that in 2 years. It was weird hearing him say that again. I looked back at the photo that was just sent and looked back up to see if I could find any difference. Outside of the obvious dirt and hair maintenance issues, he looked completely normal, just like him. So much like him, in fact, it got creepy. "What? Did that person text you again? Let me see." I jolted back from him instinctively. This Gerald in front of me looked visibly shocked, then offended at the sudden reaction. "Dude, that person is obviously impersonating me. Give me the phone so I can give him a piece of my mind." he said as he reached his hand out to take the phone from me. I then stepped back again, but this time with a few more steps. He was in disbelief. He looked like I betrayed him. This is irritating me. Why are you being so scary? It's me, look. He yelled, visibly getting more aggressive. Out of the corner of my eye, I seen my car keys and made a mental note of it. My bad, I said as I relaxed my body. I thought you were pulling a trick on me, but now I think this dude is just a scammer. I said, forcing out a chuckle to ease the dense tension between us. Gerald seemed to relax as well and chuckled a little too. Thank goodness. For a second it seemed like you were scared of me. We both chuckled a bit before dialing down to make it seem less awkward. I'm gonna go to my car and get a kit so you can clean up those wounds on your legs, bro. I said as I grabbed my keys and headed for my car. Well inside my car, I immediately started up the ignition. This must have alerted the other Gerald because he then ran to the entrance of the door and stared at me. His face creased in confusion, then realization as I sped off. I only faintly saw as the light from behind him made him look like some shadow figure. I then sped dial the real Gerald and waited impatiently as the phone rang. Come on, answer, I said as I was hearing the familiar ringing sound from the phone. The number you have dialed is not available at this time. I yelled as I slammed the phone on the steering wheel. I then texted him and said, Bro, answer me back when you can. Someone at my house is claiming to be you, but that's not possible. I pressed send, then sat there contemplating on what does one do after experiencing this. I kept replaying the event in my head over and over until I realized something. Remember when I went to the trail by B Road earlier? That sentence replayed in my head. I thought he said he wasn't stepping foot back into that trail again because of all the unnecessary cuts he got from walking the partially developed trail. I looked up B Road in the messages and sure enough, the message from 2 years ago popped up of him saying he wouldn't go back there again. But that wasn't all that showed up. Another message was above it too. This was also around the time he changed his number. He said because he lost his old phone and didn't feel the need to swap numbers over. I then tracked down his old phone number and sure enough, the last picture I sent to him on that number was a picture of him and I together. Me in casual attire and him in the outfit I gave him that day, that he wore for the first and last time. I ended up getting another message bubble popping up from Gerald. What? I'm all the way on vacation, dude. Get out the house. A thought came into my head and I ended up typing this out before I could even process what I was doing. JK, I'm joking, LOL. LMAO, scared me for a second. Good thing you're safe. Oh, but anyways, dude, I had a question to ask you. My fingers hovered over the phone as I was prepared to type this out, but I needed to test my theory. So you remember that time we went to that club out in Seaville, and I got drunk and puked everywhere a few months ago, right? Of course, I had to clean you up. Never drink like that again. I won't, don't worry. Also, dude, I'm making banana bread in 2 weeks. You down to eat it with me? You think I'ma pass up my favorite homemade banana bread? Hell yeah. You always make the best. Cool. I'll let you know when I go to buy the ingredients. Make sure to send more pics. You already know, bro. I immediately dialed 911 and told them someone has stolen my friend's identity and has been for 2 years. And I know you guys are wondering, how the hell did you come to that conclusion? Well, for one, I have never in my life made banana bread, and two, he's allergic. Has been since we were teens. He's never ate anything with bread in it since. So if the Gerald that came from the woods is the real Gerald, then why has the real Gerald been convinced he's only been gone for 7 hours? And who have I been friends with for the past 2 years? There's a door in my house that's only in the mirror. I know how that sounds, but it's the truth, and it's exactly how it sounds. It started a few days ago, on an otherwise unremarkable Saturday morning, where I was attempting to nurse a headache caused by my fantastic decision-making at a local dive bar. Being in a new city is nerve-wracking enough for one as socially inept as me, so when some coworkers suggested drinks, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to make some new friends with the help of a little liquid courage. Turns out these new friends had a penchant for tequila shots, which leads to a little too much to drink, resulting in a pretty gnarly hangover. Needless to say, it took more than a few minutes to finally peel myself out of bed. I dragged myself down the hallway to the bathroom, rubbing my temples and mentally cursing myself for not having the gall to muster a simple no. The light seemed to assault my eyes, and the blur added a double vision effect to my surroundings, which made it almost reasonable to write off what I saw in the bathroom mirror behind me as my addled brain, misinterpreting reality. Almost. Behind me in the bathroom mirror was a door. I blinked, shook my head, and leaned over the sink, turning on the water before splashing my face to wake up a bit. I sighed, hoping the fatigue would alleviate a bit, and opened my eyes. The door was still there. I stared, completely puzzled. The door obviously was not there before, and did not at all fit the architectural flow of the rest of my house. It looked like an old basement door, chipped around the frame and worn down by age and a less than cleanliness conscious homeowner. Only instead of being situated inside a creepy old farmhouse, it was in my second-story apartment. I turned and looked over my shoulder, only to find no door, just the wall. Confused, the concern for my hangover taking a backseat to concern of possible hallucinations, I turned back to the mirror, to be greeted once again by the door. "What the hell?" I muttered, swinging my gaze back and forth from wall to mirror, trying to figure out how that could be at all possible. I looked closer at the image of the door in the mirror before getting an idea. I took out my phone and snapped a picture of the wall, before snapping a subsequent picture of the mirror. I maneuvered to my photo album, not sure if I wanted to see the door in the mirror or not. Sure enough, there it was in all its rustic glory, placed exactly where it shouldn't be. Without knowing what else to do, I simply went about my day. It sounds silly to ignore something like that, I know, but you have to consider telling someone about the door without being able to show them would make me sound insane, and I didn't exactly have anyone in the city I would consider myself close enough with to shoot a random morning invite to my place. Besides, what exactly is there to do about it? So I simply went on about my business, the door somehow slipping towards the back of my mind as I ran my errands, and tried to erase the embarrassment I had about my antics from the night prior. It continued like that for a few days, with the door becoming part of the background scenery, just an oddity I couldn't explain. Until on Thursday morning, the door was open. It wasn't noticeable, at least at first. It wasn't like someone had swung the thing open and rudely left it that way, just slightly ajar. I only noticed because I was fixating slightly longer than normal on my appearance due to a lack of cooperation from my hair. As I brushed, my eyes drifted to the door and there it stood, cracked barely enough to notice, like a draft had caught it. I froze instantly, feeling my heart drop down to my stomach. For a long while I just stood there, staring, halfway expecting it to shut suddenly. Nothing happened, and I wasn't sure whether to be more or less uneasy. At this point, I wasn't comfortable not telling anyone about it anymore. The door opening suddenly added a weight to the situation that took it from something that was admittedly extremely odd to alarming. It was all I could think about on the way to work, and as I clocked in, I thought about how I could bring it up without sounding like a lunatic. Finally, at my lunch break, I mustered up the courage to say something to Elise, a girl I worked with on Thursdays. "Have you ever had something happen that you don't know how to explain without sounding completely insane?" I asked bluntly, feeling my cheeks getting a little red as I realized how cliché sounding that came out. Elise tilted her head slightly, a puzzled but inquisitive look crossing her face before giving way to a grin. What, like a ghost story? Or maybe a mystery? Ooh, I like that. She cooed, giggling a bit. I'm serious though, Elise. I really don't want to sound crazy, but there's something seriously weird happening at my apartment. I tried to convey seriousness through my eyes as well as I knew how. Elise sat forward a bit now seeming to be some combination of amused and bemused. Alright, let's hear it. I'm not gonna have to report you or anything, am I? She laughed, but I couldn't tell if she was completely joking. No, nothing like that. Just, well, there's not a real way to introduce the subject subtly, so I'll just say it. There's a door in my bathroom that only shows up in the mirror. Elise just stared at me for a moment, seeming to ponder that. What? What does that mean exactly? Her slightly confused but also concerned expression made me less confident, but I doubled down. There's a door in the bathroom mirror, in the sense I only see it in the mirror. When I turn and look, it isn't there. It only shows in the mirror. Elise squinted a bit and tilted her head once again. So, like, the opposite of a vampire? You know how they don't show up in the mirror? I chuckled a bit at that before I continued. Yeah, I guess like a reverse vampire situation. Really though, I mean, what do I make of that? Am I just nuts? I rubbed my hands a bit before making myself quit. Nervous tick. Elise again thought for a moment, pursing her lips and dramatically taking a deep breath before she finally answered. I don't know, Darren. I don't think you're nuts. Maybe you're just stressed. I mean, you aren't on, well, drugs, are you? She looked nervous to ask that last bit, but held her gaze at me. No, I mean, Friday night with you guys was the first time I'd even drank in months. Maybe you're right. I mean, there's not exactly a logical explanation other than hallucination, right? Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. My nerves were getting the best of me. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, exhaled, then continued. I'm sorry, really, but I just had to tell somebody. Felt like a weight bearing on me. There's one more thing, though. I watched for her reaction and she just stared intently. She seemed to actually be listening to me, which made me feel a bit better. The door had been closed, but this morning it was open. Just like, slightly ajar, but still open. Elise stared for another minute before blinking and raising her brows. Wow, okay, that's creepy. She looked at her phone and I realized it was probably almost the end of our lunch. We gotta go back, but if you're serious, just text me if you need anything, okay? She gave me a small smile that didn't entirely hide her concern, but it made me feel good that she didn't think I was absolutely insane. Or at least if she did, she hid it well enough. Yeah, will do. Thanks, Elise. I set my keys down on the counter and sighed, closing my eyes and rubbing my temples. The last shift of the week really took it out of me, but the stress of the day added on top of everything with the door situation made me ready to go straight to bed. I didn't care about anything besides sleep, and at this point, I wanted to not worry about the door. I struggled to pick up my feet on the way to the bedroom, staggering into my room before collapsing on my bed and falling asleep right as my head hit the pillow. I rubbed my eyes, suddenly aware of my bladder on the verge of bursting. I looked down at the alarm clock on my dresser. It read 1:34 a.m. I groaned, forcing myself out of bed before remembering the situation in the bathroom. Just real quick, in and out. I muttered as I opened my bedroom door and stared down the hallway. The bathroom door on the left in the hallway felt much more ominous than it had previously, a looming presence that instilled a bit more dread than I cared to admit. As I approached, I realized I was holding my breath. I exhaled, standing before the bathroom door, mentally preparing myself for something from a horror movie. I braced and swung the door open, flipping the light switch all in one fluid motion. The door was exactly the same as where I left it that morning. I breathed a sigh of relief. While I was still obviously very concerned about the door being open, at least there wasn't a demon or some other ghastly apparition in the door waiting for me. I maneuvered to the toilet and relieved myself before heading to the sink. I kept flicking my gaze between my hands as I washed them, and the door. Shutting the water off, I sighed, the weight of worry from earlier in the night returning. I slouched over the sink. I hated how I felt alone in this city. And, as if that wasn't enough, I couldn't even come to peace. I felt fear in my own home. There is just no point in stressing myself out anymore over this. I said out loud to myself. I stared at myself in the mirror, assessing my weary appearance. Sleep hadn't been my strong suit even before the stress of recent events, so my eye bags were a bit more prominent than I would like. I grunted. Some rest for once would do me good. I muttered, straightening my posture and trying to put my worries away. I took one last glance towards the doorway before leaving the bathroom. There was an eye in the crack of the door. For a moment, it felt like time froze completely. I couldn't feel the rabid beat of my heart, or my shallow and shaky breathing, or trembling of my hands. I could only feel the cold, inhuman gaze of something beyond comprehension from beyond the door. The eye was shaded, and it was difficult to make out the details, but the pupils seemed to be ovular in shape, with no iris. There was an unnerving intelligence behind its gaze that made me feel like I was looking at something that was thinking, something that was observing. Observing me. I finally managed to break out of my trance, spinning around and sprinting out of the bathroom at speeds I hadn't reached in years. I tore through my apartment in a panic, blowing out of my front door like a whirlwind. I didn't care that I was in my boxers and an old t-shirt, or that it was 40 degrees and almost 2 in the morning. I cared about putting distance between myself and that thing in the mirror. My mind was racing with possibilities. Could it leave wherever it was? Could it physically reach me at all? If it could, then what did it want? I got to the police station quickly on foot. Not all too surprising considering it was 5 blocks away. I almost got arrested myself. Bursting through the front doors in a panic, the deputy manning the front desk jumped up, eyeing me up and down in a defensive stance, sporting an understandably bewildered expression. "Sir, are you okay? What's going on here?" He had his hand hovering over his holster, which made me nervous and aware of my need to explain myself. "I think there's someone in my apartment. I saw an eye through a crack in the door. I live alone and I ran straight out as soon as I saw it." I frantically explained the situation, leaving out the details that would likely grant me a one-way ticket to a 2-week gateway in the psych ward. The deputy stared attentively and nodded. "I understand, sir. We'll get some people there immediately." With that, he got on his radio, and we prepared to go back to my apartment. My nerves were overtaking me at that point, and I was relentlessly picking at my hands. I rode in the cruiser with the deputy, with another officer trailing. Besides a few more questions from him about the situation, it was a silent car ride, which added to the ominous aura of the situation. As we approached, I could see my apartment building, and the knot growing in my chest tightened. I couldn't decide if I was more afraid of them finding something or nothing. Both prospects terrified me in their own unique way. As we pulled in the parking lot, the stillness of everything unnerved me. The peaceful night air betrayed the suspense of the situation in a way that made the tension palpable. The deputy turned to look back at his partner's squad car, before turning back, steeling himself and facing me. "Stay here, sir. We'll go sweep your apartment and check around the perimeter. Don't worry, you won't be alone." He gestured to the other officer that had just pulled in, totaling at 3 now. I just nodded, too preoccupied with my thoughts to offer much of a response. With that, he exited the vehicle, and he and the other officer going in stepped towards the building. Something about the ambiguity of the situation must have had him spooked, as I noticed his shoulders rise and fall in slow, deliberate motion, as if he was forcing deep breaths. They walked to the stairs that led to the second story of the building and began their ascent, careful to monitor their surroundings. I watched intently as they reached the door to my apartment, where I watched as they entered carefully, immediately sweeping through the doorway and being swallowed by the darkness. The minutes ticked by dreadfully until finally the officers emerged. Their body language was odd, and I could immediately tell something was wrong. As they descended the stairs and moved closer, I could see their wide eyes and paled faces. If they were trying to maintain normalcy, their expressions betrayed them brutally. They approached and just stood for a moment, looking at each other before the deputy from earlier finally turned to me and found his voice. "Sir, are you aware of the, circumstances of the bathroom in your apartment building?" My heart dropped a bit. Some part of me still clung to the hope that this really was some sort of stress-induced hallucination, but those hopes were swiftly crushed by his words. If you mean the door, then, yeah." I trailed off, not knowing what else to say. The third officer that had stayed outside with me finally spoke. "What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean, circumstances of the bathroom?" He looked between us, squinting and shaking his head as if to motion for an explanation. Nobody really had one. The deputy spoke again. "Just come take a look at this." He turned to me now, his face wearing a worry that almost seemed to match mine. "You too." I felt like I was in a dream as we stomped up the stairs to my apartment. The open door a looming invitation to some unknown nightmare that awaited us. My heart only seemed to beat harder as we navigated through the maw that was the entrance, and I could feel myself tremble and my teeth clatter a bit as we slowly marched towards the direction of the bathroom. They asked me questions, like how long this had been going on, if there had been any other anomalies, and if I had been making up the story to get them here, or if that was the door that I saw the eye. However, as they opened the bathroom door, I lost my ability to speak completely, and the rapid breathing of my heart seemed to stop all at once. Their voices drowned out, as I could only focus on one thing. The door was wide open. I've been a teacher for years now. It's some kind of unspoken rule that every year, there will always be a kid that is weird. The level and variety of weirdness vary, from benign to outright dangerous. My first year as a teacher, we had a student bring a Stanley cup filled with gasoline that he poured in the boys' bathroom toilets, and set them on fire. His reasoning? The bathrooms always smelled bad, and if the toilets were gone, they would have to remodel the whole thing. And he wasn't wrong about either of those things. He did get expelled, though, and avoided jail through what I assume was a very expensive lawyer. After that, we banned water that wasn't in clear bottles. My second year was a girl who had an odd obsession with breaking into lockers and leaving rocks inside them. The third year, we had a boy who would walk up behind people and scream into their ears when they weren't expecting it. He got punched a lot before his parents found him a good therapist. Then in my fourth year, I had a new student, Simon Lynch, who all the incoming freshmen agreed was weird. But so far, he is relatively benign. He also had some of the best grades in the school. He's helpful and kind, and even has a small group of friends he hangs out with. In class, he's an angel. The weirdness comes from the fact that he keeps talking about the god in the corner. He mentioned it in passing even to me. He talks about this god so nonchalantly that you can almost dismiss it, like it's something he saw in a movie or read about in a book. I don't think anyone gave it any mind when he started talking about it. But the thing is, he never stopped talking about it. When there was a test, he would remind the other students in the class that if they made an offering to the god in the corner, they'd pass with flying colors. And apparently the power of this god didn't stop at getting good grades. It helped with passing your driver's test, for helping you get rid of acne and lose weight and heal your dog's seizures. Nothing was too big or too small for the god in the corner. It was getting annoying, and I'd have to intervene and remind him that the classroom wasn't a good place for religious talk. It's alright, Miss Gwyn. It's not a religion, more like a cosmic force. I don't think you can actually pray to the god in the corner. Just give it things, he said with a small smile. After that, the talk of the god went quiet. There weren't any tests coming up. Then Shannon Berber came in one day, whispering to the other students that the god in the corner was real. And even better, it worked. Shannon had always had thick glasses. She was actually legally blind, and her eyesight was predicted to only get worse. But she had listened to Simon, and faced with nothing to lose, she made an offering to the god, and it hadn't even been a lot. Apparently, the god was satisfied with whatever you gave it, as long as it was sincere and something that meant something to you. It didn't want blood or your firstborn or anything so cliché. Shannon had made it a pie, a gooseberry pie, and a framed canvas of her own artwork. It had been a watercolor she'd made in class and been particularly proud of. She had placed these things in the corner, called the god and gave it her wish, and the offerings had been taken, and her eyes had been fixed that night. It was a miracle, for lack of a better word. I had never seen Shannon so happy. Her eyes were large and lovely, a clear hazel green that I had never even been able to properly see. After that, talk of the god in the corner became more commonplace. One of the worst students in my class, Maxwell Hardy, suddenly started getting straight A's. Another girl, Emily Stillway, got a full-ride scholarship to her dream school. For some other students, they grew taller, got thinner, had better skin. Some even developed athletic abilities seemingly overnight. It was weird, and surely it was all a coincidence. It had to be. And then my boyfriend Kyle got in a car wreck. He had been driving home when another driver who was too busy texting to drive properly T-boned him at an intersection. He was lucky to be alive at all, but he was in a coma, and there was no hope of him waking up, or him even living past the end of the week. I called Simon that evening. We're not supposed to call students, but I knew where to find his personal information, and I called his cell. My heart was pounding as I dialed the numbers. "Hello?" Simon asked from the other end of the line. "Simon, it's Miss Gwyn, your teacher from school," I stammered out. "I know your voice, Miss Gwyn. I think I know why you're calling. I heard about your boyfriend. Do you want to know how to make an offering to the god in the corner?" he asked with certainty. "Yes," was all I said back. "It's easy, Miss Gwyn. All you need is a corner somewhere in your house, or any building will do. It must be dark. There must be a shadow, just enough that you can't see the corner anymore. And then you give it something. Something that's personal to you. Something that's of sentimental value. Or something you made. Even a pie will do. Did you know Ryan Blair sang a song to the god in the corner? Something he wrote himself, and now he's the best player on the basketball team," Simon said conversationally. "What do I say? What do I say to get the god to come?" I asked, my voice trembling. "You say out loud, 'This is an offering to the god in the corner.' Then you say what your wish is. And then the god takes the offering and it's all over. Oh, the most important part. Don't try to take a photo of the god or record it in any way. Or turn on the light and reveal what's in the corner. There are consequences to that, you know," Simon explained. "What happens if I do that?" I asked, fear creeping into my voice. "Well, my uncle did that once. We never saw him again. I think he might still be alive, but honestly, isn't that scarier than being dead? The dead don't suffer," Simon said so matter-of-factly that it sent a shiver down my spine. "Thank you, Simon. That's all I needed to know," I said in a rush. "You're welcome, Miss Gwyn. I'll see you in class," Simon said, then ended the call. I sat there for a few minutes, genuinely contemplating what I was thinking of doing. I'd already crossed a line by calling a student like I did just now. Was I really this desperate? To try to give an offering to some kind of god that lived in a corner? I was. I couldn't lose my Kyle if there was even a slim possibility of saving him. But I had no idea what to offer up. I was not an artist or a musician. I could barely cook, and I wasn't sure if the god in the corner would be satisfied with scrambled eggs and mac and cheese. Then it hit me. I did have something to offer it, something of great sentimental value. I dropped to my knees and reached under the bed, pulled out a lockbox that held the few valuables I owned, plus important documents. I opened it and pulled out an old wristwatch. It was my father's watch, and it had been my grandfather's watch before that. My dad had died when I was a teenager, and one of the few things that he had passed down to me. It was too sentimental for me to wear on a daily basis, but I would take it out occasionally to hold it and think of my dad. My heart dropped as I held it. It really was the item I treasured most in the world, but I would give it up if it meant saving someone that I loved. I looked up and locked my eyes with the corner of the bedroom farthest from the bed. The light always had a hard time reaching it. I stood up and quickly switched the ceiling light off. It plunged half the room into near darkness, and the corner itself was now completely black. I edged closer to the corner, feeling a mix of fear and hopeful anxiety. I lay the watch down at the edge of the shadow. I swallowed hard and started to speak. This is an offering to the god in the corner. Please heal my boyfriend Kyle, and make him as healthy and whole as he was before the accident, I said timidly. A few seconds passed, and lots of conflicting emotions raced through my brain. Did I need to speak louder? Maybe the offering wasn't good enough, or the more likely explanation was that this was all insane, and my student had played a vile joke on me when I wasn't in my right mind. And then the shadows shifted. I gasped, falling backwards so I was flat on my backside. Two arms emerged from the shadows. A scream caught in my throat, and I clasped my hand over my mouth. The arms were long, far longer than a person's arms could possibly be. The flesh was a dark ashen gray, not black. The hands were long and the fingers delicate, almost feminine. Short, dark fingernails that glimmered sharply in the dim light caught my eye. The hands moved slowly and purposefully. They plucked the watch up and turned it to the shadow, as if a face I couldn't see was taking stock of the offering. I heard a faint murmur, a whisper that sounded pleased, and then the arms, hands, and the watch retracted into the shadows like a rock disappearing into a lake after it's thrown in. I screamed then, a small, pathetic sound as I ran from the room. I stood shaking in my living room as I tried to process what I had just seen, what I had just done. I didn't go back into the bedroom that night. I didn't need to. I wasn't sure how much time had passed, probably no more than 20 minutes, when my phone rang. It was Kyle's mom. Maddie, you need to come to the hospital right now." His mom practically screamed over the phone. "Oh God, what's happened? Is Kyle dead?" I sobbed, fearing the answer. No, he's awake and he's okay and he's asking for you," she shouted back. Kyle was healed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Kyle was being held as a medical marvel, and the doctors promised that studies would be done on him in the future. I took him home a few days later. He was the same old Kyle, though he did tease me now about why I wanted the lights on in the bedroom, and why I always stared at corners now. We got engaged not long afterwards and married. We even started our own family. Simon continued to be a good student. He graduated from high school as a valedictorian and got a full scholarship to a very prestigious university. Even that was years ago, and I see Simon's name on the news now. He started a new tech company that people are saying will be the next Tesla. In the photos I've seen him, he looks handsome and self-assured. And it always leaves me wondering, what is the extent of the power of the god in the corner? I'm posting this because I need some help. I've tried everything. Hot water soak, cold water shower, aloe vera. Let me explain. I recently got back from holiday. It was lovely. Great food and brilliant people. Except for getting sunburnt. I was the only ginger in my friendship group. Probably the only ginger on the entire Greek island. But I refused to be left out just because of some sun. I still went to the beach every day with my friends, drinking beers and having a laugh. My friends kept moaning, telling me to put on more sunscreen, but I hadn't flown all that way to hide myself in the shade. It wasn't until I got home I realized how badly I'd burnt. I arrived back somewhat pink and tender, radiating heat. I spent the next couple of days lathering up with aloe vera gel. It must have been 2 days later. I was back at work, back to reality. When I started to peel, it started small, pulling thin patches from my shoulders. They came off with ease. It was like taking the screen protector off a new phone. I was engrossed. Then I pulled the perfect part, from the elbow straight down my forearm and over the back of my hand. I laid it out. I stared at it. It was perfect. My hand was wonderful to peel. I'd find an edge beginning to lift and peel it back delicately. I could see my freckles in it, the tiny grooves of my fingerprints, even the way it would stretch around an old scar. There would be a slight bit of tension before release, revealing a softer, newer flesh underneath. I'd taken to rubbing my feet together before bed, scratching away at an itch that I could never quite get. For some reason, I found this comforting. I would drift off softly, chasing the sensation. One morning, I stood with my back to the shower. I'd neglected the loose skin there that I couldn't reach. The water found an opening on my shoulder and ran beneath the skin. I could feel the warm water spreading between my skin and back. It ballooned out and sagged before it finally split. I stood and watched as skin, wasted, washed down the drain. But when I really think about it, that could have been one of my best pulls. From then on, I would pull the unreachable bits with some kitchen tongs and some good stretching in the mirror. For the itch, I rubbed my back against the doorframe. I thought about stopping when the lock scraped so hard it drew blood. For a moment, the itch disappeared. I went to work until they asked me to stop coming in. At first, I think they were concerned. People had mentioned I was getting thinner. Then concern turned to disgust. I heard people whispering that I smelt rotten. Of course they were exaggerating. A little BO at most. I just hadn't showered properly in a while. People started to wonder why I was at work with a long-sleeve shirt. I told people I was embarrassed by the peeling. Truth is, I knew I wouldn't be able to resist pulling away at it at work. I'd be typing away and small pieces would flake off and land on my desk. I was missing out. I had to sneak to the bathroom and pull a few pieces for myself. It was better than any cigarette break I ever had. It was only a problem if I got a good piece. One time at work, my sock had made an indent around my leg. It made the perfect edge. Slickly, it pulled right up my calf all the way to my knee. I had to sneak it home. I kept it in my lunchbox so it wouldn't get damaged. It's my favorite piece in my collection. It took some of my tattoo with it. It looks beautiful. The layers seemed to get more red, more vibrant as more layers peeled off. With every layer, my tattoos seemed to get brighter, newer. Then parts of them began disappearing with skin I pulled away. Eventually, I had none. A fresh canvas. Then came the harder bits. I started using some tweezers to get in the tight spaces. My knuckles were tougher. They peeled off in callous lumps, but they preserved all the little creases and folds of the joint. I liked those. I peeled far enough down one finger that I finally reached the nail bed. Then I found the edge beneath the nail. Once I had the edge, it peeled off effortlessly. They'd been so itchy. I was never truly worried until I woke up and found my little toe in the corner of my fitted sheet. There was no blood. It had simply come off in the night. I put it in my collection. Honestly, I was unsure what to do with it. I didn't think it was truly collection-worthy. Unlike my big toe, that felt collection-worthy. I didn't have to worry anyway. It wasn't long before I had a full collection. I couldn't help but spend the whole day peeling. It was captivating. More captivating than any work or anything else had ever been. Night started to roll in when my stomach grumbled and woke me from an itching daze. I looked at my hand. I peeled and scratched it completely raw. My eye was caught. I could still see a piece, wedged in the corner of my knuckle. I had a dental utensil, a long, thin metal point. When I wasn't scratching the gaps in my teeth, I used it for small, awkward, unrewarding bits like this. This was the first time I made it to the bone. This bit was deeper than others. When I hooked the point beneath it and pulled, there was a resistance, a sharp pinch. For a moment I thought I'd finally gotten it. Then the itch returned. I wasn't as disappointed as I should have been, but it was deeper this time, inside the bone. I'm writing this with my right thumb. It's the only finger that still works on the screen. I'm lying in bed listening to the kirk, kirk, kirk of my feet rubbing together. They don't feel soft anymore, but still it soothed me for a moment. The itch is everywhere now. I can feel it all over me. It's in my bones. I grind my teeth together trying to reach the itch inside them, but it's never enough. My left hand is bone, but it still itches. I stare at it when I drift off. It might be the light, but I swear I can see edges beginning to lift. I don't want to run out. I used to think my brain was just badly wired. Every few weeks since the autumn I turned 12, my head hits the pillow and I don't just sleep. I switch channels. I wake up inside this massive echoing of a building. It's a shopping complex, but it stretches out forever, like a whole country built out of drywall and fake marble. For over 15 years, I kept it entirely to myself. How do you explain to someone that you spend your sleeping hours wandering through a retail center that doesn't exist? An impossible monument of indoor space that feels larger than most European countries. You don't. You keep it quiet, assuming your subconscious is just poorly wired, using childhood memories of suburban malls to construct an elaborate background of stress dreams about forgotten homework or unmade appointments. Then 6 months ago, I stumbled onto a corner of the internet that made my blood turn entirely to ice. I was scrolling through Reddit late at night, looking for nothing in particular, when a suggested community popped up on my feed. The mall world. I clicked out of mild curiosity, expecting some kind of vaporwave aesthetic or architectural appreciation group. Instead, I spent the next 6 hours sitting upright in the dark, sweating, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold my phone. There were thousands of them, strangers from entirely different continents, speaking different language, coming from completely different backgrounds, all uploading hand-drawn blueprints, digital renderings, and meticulously detailed journals that perfectly mirrored the geography of my sleep. They weren't just dreaming of a mall, they were all being sent to the same mall. As I read through the archive, the sheer, staggering scale of the collective world building began to crystallize. The mall isn't just a building. It's an entire continent wrapped in drywall, marble, and concrete, divided into distinct, echoing territories that never shift their borders. Most dreamers, including myself, always manifest first in what the community calls the retail tier. It is an infinite network of pristine, modern white marble floors that stretch out beneath soaring, arched glass atriums. The architecture is an incoherent, dizzying jumble of eras. You can walk past a storefront that looks like a high-end, contemporary boutique, turn a sharp corner, and suddenly find yourself standing in a faded, 1980s neon food court, complete with plastic pastel chairs. fall ivy hanging from planters, and a linoleum floor sticky with decades of invisible grease. The stores themselves are deeply unsettling. They have names that look familiar from a distance but blur into unreadable symbols when you try to focus your eyes on the signs. The window displays feature racks of clothing no human would ever wear, uncomfortably heavy coats, monochromatic uniforms, or shoes with completely flat, rubber soles that make no sound. The interiors of these shops are always dim, the metal security grates pulled halfway down, hinting at endless rows of inventory, stretching deep into the shadows where the retail workers, if they exist at all, never show their faces. If you walk far enough down the lower glass perimeters of the retail tier, the commercial spaces begin to thin out. The marble gives way to rough, stained concrete, and you enter the transit sector. This is a cavernous, subterranean network designed to handle a population that never arrives. It consists of doorless airport terminals, stretching into a gray haze, and echoing subway platforms where empty, automated trains slide silently along rusted, subterranean tracks. They hiss to a halt, open their doors for precisely 40 seconds, and then slide back into the darkness, heading toward destinations that don't exist. There are dizzying networks of escalators here, massive, industrial stairs that climb into the ceiling shadows at impossible angles, some moving too fast to safely step on, others frozen in place with steps missing, exposing the jagged, greasy gears beneath. Multi-lane highways cut through the concrete walls, completely devoid of cars, stretching for miles before simply ending in a sheer, unbarricaded drop into a pitch-black void. Deep within the upper levels, accessible only through specific, hidden service stairwells behind the clothing racks, lies the institutional sector. The forum users call it the Infinite School or the Endless Hospital. It is a suffocating, clinical maze of linoleum-lined hallways that smell heavily of industrial floor wax and stale cabbage. The walls are lined with thousands of dull green metal lockers that stretch beyond the horizon. If you try to open one, it is either welded shut or contains objects that defy logic. A single, waterlogged textbook written in a language you can't comprehend, or a pile of old, yellowed medical charts with your name at the top. The classrooms and examination rooms are always empty, illuminated by the harsh, rhythmic buzzing of flickering fluorescent lights, and the clocks on the walls run entirely backward, their hands ticking away seconds you can never recover. If you find a heavy industrial service elevator in those back corridors, and press the buttons for the deep basement levels, the elevator drops for what feels like miles, until the doors slide open into the aquatic tier. This is a massive indoor water park and pool room, completely abandoned by whatever staff built it. The air down here is choked with a heavy, thick steam that coats your skin in a greasy film within minutes. It is lined with damp, blue mosaic tiles, many of them cracked and weeping a rusty orange fluid. There are no recreational sounds here, no splashing, no laughter, just the echoing, hollow drip of condensation falling from the iron rafters hundreds of feet above. The dark, unmoving water pools are massive, stretching out into the gloom, hiding deep-end drop-offs that feel miles deep, beneath water slides that weave through the support pillars like concrete serpents. And finally, if you ever manage to find an exit door to the exterior of the complex, a rare feat that requires navigating the lowest maintenance tunnels, you don't find reality, you find the mall ocean. It is a frozen, jagged beach of gray sand sitting under a flat, ink-black sky that never experiences a sunrise. There is no wind, yet the dark ocean water is constantly churning, the horizon dominated by massive, silent tsunamis that loom hundreds of feet in the air, frozen in time, always threatening to crash down upon the complex but never quite making impact. Across every single one of these sectors, the atmosphere is defined by 3 distinct sensory anchors. First, the air. It never changes. It is warm, humid, and heavily recycled, hanging like a damp weight over your chest. It carries a conflicting, suffocating cocktail of scents. The cloying sweetness of hot, synthetic cinnamon pretzels from the food court, the artificial chemical musk of cheap department store perfume counters, and the sharp, medicinal sting of indoor pool chlorine. It is the smell of a closed system, a greenhouse for the human subconscious. Second, the lighting. There are no natural light sources anywhere in Mall World. Everything is illuminated by an endless network of recessed bulbs, neon tubing, and massive, arched glass atriums. But if you look up through those glass panels, expecting to see the sun or the clouds, you are met with nothing but that flat, oppressive, ink-black void. The light inside the mall doesn't illuminate the outside. It merely keeps the dark from pressing too hard against the glass. Third, and perhaps most terrifying, are the other dreamers. The NPCs, as the forums call them. There are thousands of them shuffling through the corridors at any given moment. They look like normal people from a distance, but as they pass you, the horror settles in. They are hollow-eyed, silent sleepwalkers. They move in heavy, sluggish groups, their heads tilted slightly downward, their eyes fixed entirely on the polished floor. Nobody speaks. Nobody looks at each other. There is no conversation, no laughter, no conflict. It is just the endless, soft dragging of thousands of rubber-soled sneakers on polished marble, a white noise of collective entrapment that fills the corridors like a slow-moving river. They are people who have entirely accepted the rules of the layout. They don't try to find the exits. They don't try to wake up. They just slide through the commercial tracks, day after night, fulfilling their role as the background architecture of the simulation. I used to be able to navigate this place with a sense of detached curiosity. I knew the routes. I knew how to avoid the deeper transit drops, and I knew how to keep my distance from the silent crowds. But last night, the physics of the mall changed, the system hardened, and the boundaries between the dream and my bedroom began to dissolve entirely. When I went to sleep that night, my bedroom was normal. The radiators were clicking, a light rain was tapping against the glass, and the digital clock on my nightstand glowed a steady, comforting green. I did the usual routine, checked my phone, scrolled past a few updates on the forum, and rolled over. When my eyes opened, I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the second tier of the retail center, directly outside the glass facade of an anchor department store. From a distance, the storefront looked like an old Sears or JCPenney, but when I focused on the signage, the blocky plastic letters were backwards, inverted into a gibberish font that hurt the back of my eyes to interpret. Usually, the transition into Mall World has a soft, liquid quality. You float into it, your limbs feel weightless, and you have this comforting, subconscious insurance policy running in the back of your head that says, "Relax, this is just a dream. If things get too weird, you can just pull the plug." But the second my feet touched the polished marble last night, that insurance policy was violently revoked. The physics of the world had hardened. When I pressed my palm against the plate glass window of the department store, it didn't give or blur. It was cold. It was solid. I could feel the microscopic imperfections in the glass, the faint layer of sticky synthetic dust coating the surface, and the deep, structural chill of a building that hadn't seen natural sunlight in a century. When I took a step, the rubber soles of my sneakers didn't glide. They caught on the polished stone with a sharp, loud, realistic squeak that echoed down the concourse. I stopped. I tried my usual tricks to force a waking reflex. I bit down on the side of my tongue, expecting the dull, painless pressure of a dream state injury. Instead, copper metallic pain flared instantly across my jaw, sharp and hot, filling my mouth with the unmistakable taste of blood. I pinched the soft skin on the inside of my forearm, twisting hard enough to tear the flesh. Nothing changed. The atrium didn't dissolve. The ink-black void beyond the glass ceiling didn't shatter. I was locked into the system. The simulation was locked tight. I stood there for what felt like hours, paralyzed by the sheer atmosphere of the concourse. The air was a suffocating wall of heat and recycled humidity. It felt heavy, like the air inside a commercial greenhouse right before a summer thunderstorm, smelling powerfully of stale industrial bleach, the chemical musk of sample perfumes, and that greasy, omnipresent scent of Cinnabon pretzels baking in an oven miles away. From hidden recessed panels in the brutalist concrete pillars above, the music droned. It was a degraded, warbling synth pop track from the late 1980s, playing at a fraction of its normal speed. The bass notes vibrated deep within my chest cavity, a slow, oceanic thrumming that sounded less like music and more like the mechanical heartbeat of the building itself. Down on the first tier, the sleepwalkers were moving. There were hundreds of them, shuffling along the commercial tracks in a slow, circular procession. They wore matching, faded gray or beige clothing, sweatpants, oversized t-shirts, flat shoes. Their hands were tilted uniformly downward at a precise 45-degree angle, eyes locked onto the white marble floor, tracking the subtle gray veins in the stone. A woman with tangled blonde hair shuffled past my tier. Her shoulder brushed against mine. Her skin was a translucent, sickly white, and her eyes were entirely wide, unblinking and dead. I reached out and grabbed her arm, desperate for human contact. "Hey," I whispered, my voice sounding thin and dry against the massive scale of the architecture. "Hey, do you know how to get down to the transit platforms? Do you know where the exits are?" She didn't look at me. She didn't even slow down. She simply pulled her arm out of my grip with a mechanical, unyielding momentum. Her eyes remained locked on the marble floor as she dragged her feet forward. Squeak, drag, squeak, drag. The white noise of their collective movement filled the entire multi-tiered canyon of the retail zone. They weren't visitors. They were the background processing power of the building, keeping the lights on with their collective compliance. Suddenly, a wave of intense physical sickness hit my dream body. It wasn't a dull ache. It was a violent, twisting agony that started deep in the pit of my stomach and radiated outward to my ribs. My vision blurred at the edges, darkening with a vignette of gray static. I doubled over, clutching my midsection, my knees buckling until I was kneeling on the freezing marble floor. Cold, greasy sweat broke out across my forehead. I needed a restroom immediately. The biological demands of my waking body were being translated into the dream with terrifying force, and I knew that if I threw up or collapsed here, on the pristine marble of the retail tier, I would be violating the visibility rules. I scrambled to my knees, then to my feet, leaning heavily against the structural pillars, and looked for a way out of the main concourse. Behind the dark department store, I found a heavy, unpainted steel door marked with a fading plastic plaque. Employees only, no admittance. I threw my weight against the crash bar. The door groaned and swung inward, clicking shut behind me with a heavy, magnetic thud that instantly cut the warbling elevator music in half. I had entered the institutional sector. The contrast was immediate and terrifying. The marble vanished, replaced by endless stretches of pale green linoleum that had been buffed to a high reflective sheen. The air smelled entirely different here. The sweet cinnamon was gone, replaced by a suffocating combination of industrial floor wax, stale cabbage, and the sharp, vinegar tang of medicinal alcohol. The walls were lined with thousands of dull green metal lockers, stretching out into a straight, forced perspective that seemed to converge at a single point miles into the dark. I stumbled down the hallway, my shoulder dragging against the metal lockers, the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the vents overhead, keeping time with my frantic breathing. The lighting here was worse. Every few yards, a long fluorescent tube would flicker violently, casting long, jittery shadows down the green linoleum that looked like reaching fingers. As I passed locker number 4082, something caught my eye, stretching deeply into the dull green paint, slicing through the rust to expose the shiny metal beneath, was a line of crude, frantic handwriting. It didn't look like the default gibberish script of them all. It was English. I stopped, gasping for air, and traced the letters with my shaking fingers. The bathrooms are flooding, the graffiti read. They are missing the doors because the janitor needs to see your face. If you conceal the interior, the pressure seals the latch. Don't look down the pipes. Oh God, please don't look down the pipes. A cold dread settled over my chest, sharper than the physical pain in my stomach. Someone had been here. They had stood in this exact concrete artery, feeling the same sickness, looking at the same endless rows of lockers. Before I could process the message, a sound echoed from the far end of the institutional corridor. It was a slow, heavy, wet, dragging sound. Skluck, thump, skluck, thump. I froze, holding my breath, staring down the green linoleum line. Out of the dim, flickering shadows at the end of the hall, a figure emerged. It was tall, easily 7 feet, and wore a heavy, stained blue jumpsuit that looked like an industrial maintenance uniform. A massive loop of rusted iron keys hung from its belt, clinking together with a rhythmic, metallic chime that set my teeth on edge. It was the janitor. It carried a massive industrial mop with a wooden handle that was splintered and dark with old moisture. But it wasn't cleaning the floor. The mop head was soaked in a thick, dark, oily fluid that left a wide, iridescent smear across the pristine linoleum as it moved. The janitor's face was completely obscured by a heavy rubber gas mask, the glass lenses completely blacked out, reflecting nothing but the flickering fluorescent tubes above. It stopped. The black lenses of the mask slowly tilted upward, locking onto me from 100 yards away. A deep mechanical wheeze vibrated through the mask's filtration valves, a wet, rattling inhalation that sounded like a man drowning in his own lungs. It began to accelerate, its strides lengthening, the wet mop moving rhythmically as it advanced down the narrow hallway. Skluck thump, skluck thump. Panic tore through my sickness. I turned and ran in the opposite direction, my flat shoes sliding violently on the slick linoleum. I didn't look back. I just ran, passing thousands of identical green lockers, turning left down an unmarked corridor, then right into a narrow concrete stairwell that led straight down into the foundations of the building. The air grew rapidly colder, thicker, and darker with every flight of stairs I descended. The smell of bleach and wet rust intensified until it was a physical weight in the back of my throat. I burst through a final, dented aluminum door at the bottom of the stairs, escaping the janitor's clinking keys, and stepped directly into the subterranean utility underbelly of the mall. I had found the restrooms. The sheer scale of the public restroom sector was staggering, defying any logical sense of internal architecture. It didn't look like a bathroom inside a commercial building. It looked like an abandoned, flooded subway terminal from the turn of the century that had been repurposed to handle a massive, hidden population. The floor was buried under a steady, 1-inch layer of murky, stagnant gray water. The moment my sneakers splashed into it, a bitter, icy chill shot straight up my shins, numbing my skin. The water was thick with filth. Floating in the slow currents were dissolved, yellow clumps of industrial toilet paper, unidentifiable gray debris, and long, greasy clots of dark hair that drifted against my ankles like wet spiders. The walls were lined with cracked, rectangular green tiles, heavily stained with long, vertical streaks of orange rust and limescale, where the plumbing behind the drywall was weeping. Black mold grew in dense, velvet-like patches along the grout lines, blooming in the corners like rotting lace. Overhead, a line of naked, yellow incandescent bulbs hung from frayed black cords, flickering in a slow, irregular rhythm that filled the cavernous room with shifting, jittery shadows. Stretching out into the dim distance were rows of exposed, doorless porcelain stalls. There was no privacy here, no wood, no metal dividers that extended past the waist, no latches. The partitions between the toilets were made of thick, reinforced industrial glass that had turned a sickly, translucent yellow from decades of grease and neglect. Every single exposed toilet was overflowing, stained with deep ring marks of old filth and backed up sludge that smelled heavily of copper and raw sewage. And the dreamers were here. Dozens of them were scattered throughout the flooded terminal. They looked exactly like the sleepwalkers from the retail tier, hollow-eyed, silent, and completely hollowed out by the rules of the mall. They stood or sat in the doorless stalls, completely exposed to the central walkway, their faces entirely blank as they stared straight ahead into the middle distance. They didn't care about the lack of privacy. They didn't care about the gray water soaking their feet, or the thick smell of copper, raw sewage, and heavy industrial bleach that filled the air. They had accepted the visibility. They had accepted the rot. My stomach twisted again, a sharp reminder of the sickness that had driven me down here, but the sheer, visceral disgust of the environment made my chest tight. I couldn't do it. I couldn't strip away the last remaining boundary of my waking dignity in front of these dead-eyed shapes. I turned away from the main rows and began walking deeper into the dark recesses of the utility sector, splashing slowly through the murky water. The room seemed to expand horizontally the further I walked. The yellow bulbs grew fewer and farther between, leaving huge, yawning patches of the concrete terminal in near total darkness. The white porcelain of the exposed toilets gave way to ancient, cracked stone through caked-in layers of dark, hardened sludge. The pipes overhead were massive now, thick iron conduits, wrapped in peeling insulation that dripped heavy, black condensation onto my hair and shoulders with a rhythmic, hollow, plop, plop, plop. I walked for what felt like miles, leaving the silent sleepwalkers far behind me. The main terminal had reduced to a distant, dim perspective, lines of flickering yellow light. Down here, in the deep dark of the utility sector, the water was deeper, rising to the middle of my calves, and the stench of decay was so thick I had to breathe through my sleeve to keep from throwing up. Then in the absolute furthest, darkest corner of the concrete wall, I saw it. It was an architectural impossibility, a single, enclosed stall that actually possessed a heavy, solid wooden door. It was painted a faded, sickly hospital green, completely out of place against the green tiles and raw concrete of the utility sector. The wood was swollen from the constant moisture, its bottom edge rotting away into the gray water, and the surface was slick with a thin layer of greasy film. I scrambled toward it, my legs heavy as I pushed through the freezing water. I reached out and touched the wood. It felt impossibly real, the grain splintering under my fingertips. I looked back down the long, flooded corridor I had just traversed. The silent dreamers were hundreds of yards away, fading into the gloom. None of them were looking at me. The janitor's keys were nowhere to be heard. I stepped inside the small, damp enclosure. The interior was tiny, just enough for a single, ancient porcelain bowl that was surprisingly clean compared to the rest of the facility. I turned around, grabbed the edge of the heavy green door, and pulled it shut. It took a massive effort to force the swollen wood into the warped frame, but with a dull, wet scrape, it clicked into place. I reached down and slid a thick, rusty iron bolt into the metal latch. The moment the iron bolt clicked home, the world changed. A profound, absolute, heavy silence fell over the room. The sound of the dripping condensation from the iron rafters instantly vanished. The distant, soft splashing of the sleepwalkers outside died. Even the low, ambient hum of the mall's ventilation system, which had been a constant background noise since I turned 12, completely ceased. The silence was so sudden, so violent, that my ears began to ring with a high-pitched metallic whine. I was completely alone, cut off from the simulation. I closed my eyes, leaning my forehead against the cold, damp green wood of the door, letting out a ragged, trembling breath of relief. For the first time in 15 years, I had found a corner of mall world where nothing could see me. Then the silence began to feel heavy, pressurized. I looked down. The gray debris-filled water around my shoes had stopped moving entirely. It was perfectly still, like a sheet of dark glass. Then, a deep, rhythmic vibration started beneath the solid concrete floor. It wasn't a sudden shock wave or an earthquake. It was a slow, agonizingly deliberate pulse that seemed to come from the very center of the earth. Thump. The vibration traveled up through the water, through the soles of my sneakers, and into the bones of my legs. Thump. The wooden door behind me escalated against its frame. The iron bolt groaned. Thump. I turned around slowly, my back pressing tight against the green wood, my eyes wide as I stared down at the porcelain bowl. The water wasn't draining. It began to rise. It moved slowly, smoothly, and silently, overflowing the white rim like a dark luxury fountain. But it wasn't water anymore. It had transformed into a thick, viscous, jet-black sludge that looked exactly like old, degraded engine oil. It didn't make a splashing sound as it hit the floor. It just slid into the stagnant gray water, turning everything it touched instantly, completely black. The air in the stall turned freezing cold, and the smell of bleach vanished entirely. It was replaced by an overwhelming, choking stench of copper, wet earth, and something deeply, anciently rotten. The smell of a grave that had been flooded and left to stew for a century. And then came the sound from the plumbing. It wasn't a human voice. It was a low, agonizingly slow intake of breath, a wet, hollow suction sound that echoed up directly through the pipes beneath the floor, drawing the very air right out of the stall. The metal conduits inside the walls began to groan and shriek, the iron twisting under an immense, unnatural internal pressure as whatever was deep inside the drainage system began to shift its weight, pulling itself upward toward the opening. The black sludge on the floor was rising rapidly now, covering my shoes, soaking straight through the canvas fabric. The very second the fluid seeped through my socks and touched my bare skin, a horrific, ice-cold chemical sting flared up my legs. It felt like liquid nitrogen, being poured directly onto my flesh. A freezing fire that made my muscles seize. Panicking, I spun around and grabbed the rusty iron bolt to escape. The metal wouldn't move. The damp wood of the door had rapidly swelled under the changing pressure of the room, locking the iron latch tightly into the rusted frame. Open, I whispered, pulling at the metal. It didn't budge. Panic completely overtook my remaining restraint. I shoved the latch with both hands, slamming my palms against the splintered wood, shouting into the empty hallway. Open! Open! Behind me, the gurgling suction sound in the pipes grew louder, deeper, and faster. It was a wet, rhythmic churning that was inches away now. The heavy iron toilet bowl began to crack, long, spiderweb lines of fracture spreading across the white porcelain as the massive pressure from underneath reached its absolute breaking point. The black sludge was boiling over the top now, filling the small enclosure, rising past my shins, burning my skin with an agonizing, freezing torment. I didn't look back. I didn't turn around. I knew with absolute, terrifying certainty that if I turned around and looked down into that cracking porcelain hole, whatever was causing that pressure would be looking back up at me. With a raw animal scream, I threw my entire weight backward, hurling my shoulder against the center of the wooden panels. The old wood splintered with a deafening, explosive crack. The iron latch tore completely out of the rotting frame, throwing me backward out of the stall. I tumbled backward out of the stall, crashing violently into the flooded, filthy main corridor of the restroom, sending a massive spray of murky gray water into the air. I scrambled to my knees, gasping for air, my hands slipping and sliding in the sludge as I desperately tried to find purchase on the slick tiles. I hauled myself to my feet and ran, my legs burning from the chemical sting. As I sprinted back toward the distant yellow bulbs and neon signs, I risked one look over my shoulder. The green wooden door was hanging wide open, shattered down the center. The entire interior of the stall was completely filled to the ceiling with a solid, shifting mass of pitch-black sludge, slowly oozing out of the main corridor like a massive wet tongue. As I ran past the long rows of doorless stalls, the hollow-eyed dreamers slowly turned their heads in perfect unison. They didn't look at the black sludge filling the corridor. They looked directly at me. They watched me run with cold, dead, deeply disapproving eyes. I had broken the rules of the layout. I had sought privacy from the system, and they knew it. I burst through the heavy metal exit door. I sprinted back into the concrete hallways of the institutional sector, and I didn't stop until I hit the marble floors of the retail tier. Without thinking, without looking, I threw myself over the third-story glass railing, targeting the white marble floor 40 feet below, to force the dream's defense mechanism to eject me. I snapped awake in my bed with a violent, full-body jerk, gasping for air so hard my chest bruised against my ribs. My heart was hammering against my sternum like a trapped bird, and my sheets were twisted tightly around my limbs, drenched in a thick, cold sweat. I sat up straight in the dark bedroom for 20 minutes, forcing my breath to slow down, staring at the green glow of my digital clock. It was 3:42 a.m. The rain was still tapping against my window. The radiators were still clicking. It was just a dream, I whispered into the quiet room, my voice shaking. Just a very vivid, very distorted nightmare. You're home. You're awake. But as I sat there trying to calm my racing mind, I noticed the air in my bedroom felt incredibly heavy, humid, and within minutes, the faint, undeniable scent of warm cinnamon pretzels and industrial floor wax began to drift out from the hallway vents. I swung my legs out of bed, intending to go to the kitchen and throw up, but the moment my bare feet hit the hardwood floor, a sharp, burning agony shot up my legs, so intense I collapsed back onto the mattress with a groan. I turned on my bedside lamp and pulled up my pant legs. My ankles and the tops of my feet were covered in angry, weeping red welts. The skin was blistered and raw, forming a perfect, horizontal line around my shins, matching the exact water line of the black sludge from the green stall. 10 minutes ago, I forced myself to walk to the bathroom to wash the cold sweat off my face. I stood at the sink, gripping the porcelain basin, staring at my pale, terrified reflection in the mirror. I reached out with a trembling hand and turned the cold water knob. Deep inside the drywall, the pipes let out a slow, rhythmic, heavy thump, and the water running from my faucet came out completely black. I am sitting on my kitchen floor right now, writing this on my phone because my hands are shaking too badly to hold a pen. The bathroom door across the hall is wide open. I didn't close it. I don't think I can ever close a door again. I can hear my neighbor upstairs turning on their shower, and through the ceiling structure, I can hear their pipes letting out that same deep, rhythmic thump. It's spreading through the plumbing of the entire building. The infrastructure is shifting. I am terrified to close my eyes tonight, because I know that when the sleep takes me, I'll wake up right back on that marble tier, and I know that the next time I run past those doorless stalls, the sleepwalkers won't just watch me run. They'll be waiting for me to take my place. I found myself awake way later than I should have been on a Wednesday night, but this was normal for me. I have always had really bad paranoia, ever since I was a kid. Even as an adult, it never went away. It would often come in waves. Sometimes it would hardly be there. Other times it was very much present. My paranoia would often affect my ability to sleep, and I would stay up way past when I was supposed to go to bed. And tonight was no exception. I was sitting on my bed in the dark, listening to every noise I could hear in complete silence. It was bad tonight. I went to college and scored an amazing job that paid me wonderfully, but I was so stuck up on studying and doing my work, I've never made any friends, or met any girls. It never bothered me. I liked being alone, but sometimes I wish I had someone else around so I was less afraid. I live alone in a 2-story house, and my room was on the 2nd story, so any sound would alert me and leave me unnerved. Tonight I felt terrified, and I had no idea why. It was fear of the unknown. I looked over at the time, 2 in the morning. I sighed and cautiously started to lay down, being as quiet as I could while doing so. If I made too much noise, it would suppress the sound of something in my house or someone outside. I laid my head on the pillow and managed to calm my state of mind enough to start dozing off. Still slightly paranoid. As I was just on the verge of sleep, I heard something. Crunch. I shot up, looking towards where I heard the noise. I was immediately set on alert since I was already on edge to begin with. The noise was coming from somewhere in the loft area, right next to my room. I debated for a moment until I reluctantly decided to get up and quietly tiptoe to the loft, but I didn't see anything in there. Then I heard it again. Crunch. Being right at the window, I could unmistakably determine what it was. It was leaves crunching in my backyard. I had the window open so I would be able to hear any sound outside. The loft had a window showing a clear view of my backyard. Whatever was outside was making zero attempt of being quiet, since I could hear it a story up. Was someone out there? Was it just an animal? I was too nervous to look. As I was trying to convince myself it was just a squirrel or a deer, I heard it for a 3rd time. Snap. Crunch. It was much louder this time, and I was certain it wasn't an animal anymore. I heard the snap of a stick being broken in half and undeniably the sound of footsteps. Even when I was standing far from the window, I could see a faint moving shadow in the grass. The shadow of a moving man. I slowly walked over to the window, the sounds not stopping, and saw the source of the noise. As terrified as I was, what I saw in my backyard confused me more than scared me for a brief few seconds. I saw a hooded man, dancing like a ballerina in the dark with his back facing me. He was being graceful with his steps, and with the way he was moving, he looked like he had long mastered what he was doing. He was holding a stick in his right hand, moving it with his dance, like it was a magic wand, walking while dancing all throughout my backyard, almost like a fairy. I stood there at the window just watching, completely vexed at what I was witnessing. Was this man on drugs? Was he drunk? All of these questions were rapidly overwhelming my mind, and it was starting to put me in a panicked state. When you are put in an unexpected situation, you often don't think logically, so my first thought was to shut the window. I snapped out of my trance and gripped the top of the window frame. While panicking, I accidentally slammed it shut in the process while backing away. The noise was loud, and I heard it echo into the backyard for several seconds. Even with the window shut, I was certain he had heard it. I cautiously peeked outside and saw my fears were confirmed. He was now standing completely still, paused in his dance as if time had been frozen on him. Both of his arms were up above his head and he was standing on one foot, the other foot resting on his leg, still with his back facing me. I ducked down and immediately regretted closing the window. Now I wouldn't be able to hear him moving, and he knew I was here. I quickly ran to my room to grab my phone and dialed the police. As I heard the line ringing, I walked back into the loft, crawling so he wouldn't see me through the window. 911, what is your emergency? Hello, there's a man in my backyard. Just as I was about to tell the operator what was going on, I took a look outside and suddenly stumped over my words. He was now facing me, looking up at me much closer than I would have liked. He had both of his hands in his pockets, and he was frowning like a cartoon character. Everything about him was human except for his eyes. They were just slightly too large to resemble a normal pair of eyes, and he had no pupils. We both stood completely still, just staring at each other until the voice of the operator snapped me back to reality. But I didn't look away. Hello? Sir, are you there? Did you just say there is a man in your backyard? Yes. He's standing outside looking up at me right now. I could hear the fear in my voice. What does the man look like? The operator asked. He's wearing a hoodie and he's tall. I don't know, I can't tell, it's too dark, I said. I told the operator where I lived, and with that, I was alone again. As soon as I hung up the phone, the man's frown slowly disappeared as he began dancing towards the back door. I instantly caught on what he was doing, and I ran as fast as I could over to the door, and for a moment, I was relieved. It was locked so he couldn't get in, or so I thought. I jumped out of my skin as I heard a loud pounding noise on the door. The door violently shook in its frame, and I ran back upstairs. I had to hide, or try to protect myself somehow. I saw a closet and bolted towards it. Before I could shut it, I saw the door being beaten down and for a moment saw the man dancing inside, an angry look on his face. It was quiet now, the only noise being the man dancing around the house. He was whispering my name, peeping around different corners. I'm 26 years old, and I've never been this terrified in my life. Nothing has even come close. The only thing I could do in that closet was hope he wouldn't find me before the cops came. I felt helpless. This man was strong enough to break down my door with his bare hands, so I had no idea what he was capable of. All I could do was hide. I heard the stairs creak, and I knew he was getting closer, his whispers becoming more and more audible as he walked. He walked straight to the closet I was hiding behind, and stopped right in front of it. He stopped whispering. He knew I was in here, his shadow barely noticeable from under the door. I held my breath and was on the verge of tears. I had no idea what this man was going to do to me. For a few moments, all was quiet, the only noise in the house being the man's breathing from the other side of the door. He was taking deep, measured breaths, and sounded like he was gasping for air. Then I heard him walk in a different direction. I was relieved for a short second until I saw the door being violently slammed down, and I watched as it fell onto the floor in front of me. But I didn't see him anywhere. I slowly stepped out and looked around frantically, but found no one. I couldn't hear him or see him anywhere, and I thought he was gone, but this thought quickly diminished when I saw a big shadow walk past my living room window downstairs. He was outside again, but how? He was just in front of me at the closet, and he broke down the door, and now he was back outside? This fact immediately made me not think this man was human, but I was afraid to accept it. In any other scenario, I would have thought considering this man to be some supernatural being would be madness, but somehow I knew. I didn't need to think twice about it. I didn't believe in stuff like this, but here I was being faced with it. I saw another shadow moving up my loft window, then one downstairs, then one at my bedroom. Suddenly the entire house was shaking and I could hear footsteps on every inch of the house. The sound was piercing my ears and I covered them as hard as I could. Just as I did, I began to hear voices. Voices speaking to me in my mind. Voices of people I once knew. My late grandfather, my mother, my entire family speaking in my head, telling me I was a failure, telling me to give up. They were telling me things I didn't want to know, things nobody would ever want to know. My entire family hated me. I was the burden of the family. I would die alone. I would never find a partner or any friends. My father tried to kill me when I was a baby. My sister died when I was young, and my mother blamed me for it. All these statements were enveloping my mind. I saw visions. I saw myself in my room hung on a noose, dead. I saw my mother get into a car accident and watched the light fade from her eyes. I saw my sister being murdered by one of my childhood friends I haven't spoken to in years. I saw the hooded man dragging my body into an endlessly dark cave far into the woods, a smile on his face. I thought it wouldn't end, but eventually it did, all in a quick second. I slowly opened my eyes and saw the flashing of red and blue lights reflecting on my wall from outside. My house just as quiet as it normally was. I was on the floor, curled into a ball, crying. I explained to the police what happened, leaving out the details that would have them questioning my sanity. The man was gone, and I never saw him again. The police left and I was alone in my house again, the visions and thoughts still fresh on my mind. Whatever that man was, he didn't need to physically hurt me to leave me with permanent damage. I don't know if the things I was shown and told were true, but all I could do now is hope I can forget about it. But I doubt I'll be able to. My house was covered in footprints and handprints. I hired someone to remove them, but he couldn't. They are forever stained into my house. Sometimes I wonder if I just let him do his thing in my backyard and didn't bother him. I wonder if he would have done everything he had done. So many things still don't make sense to me. But for now, I think I know enough. I don't want any of my questions to be answered anyway. Some things we don't need to know. I still can't explain what happened that night. This happened when I was around 12 years old, and it's something I've never been able to explain. Even now, I can remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. Every now and then, I find myself replaying that night in my head, trying to make sense of it, but I never can. For years, I've been telling myself to write this down, so here it is. My parents owned a restaurant, which meant they worked late most evenings. Because of that, my older brother and I would spend hours outside with the other kids who lived in the neighborhood. We'd play football, hide and seek, ride our bikes, and explore the area until our parents finished work. My brother, I'll call him Tom, always took me everywhere with him, so although I was younger, I spent most of my time with his friends. One thing about our neighborhood was that you could always tell when someone was home. At night, The lights would shine through the blinds, and you'd often see the flicker of a television. It was just one of those places where everyone knew everyone. That becomes important later. One of Tom's friends, I'll call him Richard, was fascinated with spiritism. At least, that's what he called it. He was always talking about strange games like the compass game and other rituals that kids somehow got into. He claimed that if you followed the rules correctly, you could communicate with spirits or even see deceased relatives. I never really believed any of it. I was only 12. And most of the conversations happened between Richard and my brother while I quietly listened nearby. Then one night, everything changed. I remember it was dark, and we were standing near a row of parked cars where we usually hung around. Richard looked completely different from his normal self. He was crying. I'd never seen him cry before. My brother walked over to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Richard looked terrified. "This is driving me crazy," he said. "I'm really scared. I've been playing those stupid games, and strange things have started happening." He pointed towards the house of an elderly man who lived nearby. I'll call him Bart. Bart had recently passed away. Richard explained that ever since Bart died, he'd noticed something that didn't make sense. During the day, the house looked exactly as you'd expect. Empty, but at night the lights would come on, and you could see what looked like a television flickering through the half-closed blinds. As he pointed, my brother and I looked over. Sure enough, the lights were on. From where we were standing, we could clearly see light coming through the windows. There was also the unmistakable flickering glow that looked exactly like a television playing inside. Then Richard quietly said something that made my stomach drop. "Bart died last week." My brother and I just stood there staring at the house. Trying to think logically, my brother finally said, "If Bart's dead and nobody lives there anymore, someone must have broken in. We should call the police." Richard was shaking. I'd never seen him like that before. He'd always been the toughest kid in the neighborhood. He'd grown up in a rough area and wasn't the type of person who scared easily. Around that time, another neighbor arrived in his car. He was older than us, probably somewhere in his 20s or 30s. As soon as he saw Richard, he knew something wasn't right. After hearing what he'd seen, he called the police. We waited for what felt like an hour or two before a police car finally arrived. Richard explained everything to the officers. After explaining, they decided to enter the house in case someone had broken in. They used a tool to unlock the front door and disappeared inside. We stood there waiting. A few minutes later, the officers came back outside. One of them told us there was nobody inside. No lights, no television, nothing. I remember feeling completely confused. Then one of the officers said something I'll never forget. He told us they'd checked the electrical supply, and the main fuse had actually been removed by the electricity company. From what I later learned, that's something that can happen when a property has no active electricity amount. The house shouldn't have had any power. It was impossible. Then something happened that's always stayed with me. An elderly woman suddenly appeared. I don't remember seeing her walk towards us. I don't remember where she came from. She simply appeared. She looked directly at me, my brother, and Richard. Then she calmly said each of our names before saying, "Don't worry, I'm taking care of this house." That's the last thing I remember. Everything after that is blank. I don't remember going home. I don't remember speaking to the police again. I don't remember anyone explaining what had happened. It's as if that part of the night was erased. Even now, all these years later, I still think about it. Who was that woman? How did she know our names? How did we all see lights and what looked like a television in a house that didn't even have electricity? I carried on playing in that neighborhood for years afterwards. Eventually, another family moved into Bart's house, and nobody ever mentioned that night again. But I never forgot it. Every so often I still find myself replaying those moments in my head. The light, the empty house, and the old woman who has seemed to appear from nowhere. My grandmother died 3 weeks ago. I found my grandmother's journal. The last 50 years were spent keeping the water babies quiet. My grandmother died on a Tuesday. By Friday, I was standing alone in her house overlooking the Snake River, wondering why she'd insisted I be the one to clean it out. She lived outside Massacre Rocks for over 60 years. The locals knew her as the old woman who carved toys out of driftwood and left them along the riverbank every month. People laughed about it. "She's feeding ghosts," they'd joke. She never corrected them. Growing up, I'd ask why she made so many little wooden horses, dolls, and boats. "They're gifts," she'd tell me. "For who?" She'd smile without looking at me. "For the children who never went home." I assumed she meant the old water babies legend every kid in Idaho grows up hearing. Supposedly, if you wandered too close to the river after dark, you'd hear children crying from the water. My grandmother took it more seriously than anyone else. She refused to let us whistle near the river. She never stayed out after sunset, and every month, without fail, she'd disappear for exactly 1 hour, carrying a basket of handmade toys. After she died, I found out why. I was moving her bedroom dresser when one of the floorboards shifted. Underneath was a narrow compartment, just large enough to hold a metal box. Inside were 24 leather journals. The first one was dated 1973. The last ended 3 days before she died. The first page read, "If you're reading this, then I'm gone. The toys in the shed must be taken to the river before the next new moon. If you fail, they'll begin crying again. Don't let them finish." I rolled my eyes. Old age does strange things to people. I almost threw the journal into the trash. Then I opened the second page. It wasn't stories. It was a list. January 1974. 3 wooden horses. No crying afterward. February 1974. 1 doll. 1 carved duck. The smallest one followed me halfway home. Ignored it. Everything stayed quiet. The entries continued like that for decades. Every month, every offering, every sound she'd heard, every mistake she'd survived. One line appeared over and over. "Never answer when they know your name." I still didn't believe any of it. Until I found the shed. Hundreds of unfinished toys sat on shelves. Each was tagged with a month and year. The shelves suddenly stopped 6 weeks ago. The last tag read, "July, Daniel." My name. I told myself she'd prepared it before she got sick. Nothing more. That evening I carried the journals onto the porch with a beer and started reading. Around sunset the birds stopped. Not gradually. All at once. The silence was so complete I could hear the river nearly half a mile away. Then came the crying. It sounded like a toddler. Soft, somewhere beyond the trees. I stood and listened. Another voice joined in. Then another. Within seconds, there were dozens. Children, crying together. I grabbed my flashlight and started toward the river before common sense caught up with me. By the time I reached the bank, the crying had stopped. The Snake River looked perfectly calm beneath the fading light. I laughed at myself. Then someone giggled. Right behind me, I spun around. Nobody. The beam of my flashlight caught only sagebrush and cottonwoods. Then a little girl's voice drifted across the water. "Daniel." I froze. The journals slipped from under my arm. One landed open in the dirt. The page I saw made my stomach drop. They always say your name first. Something splashed. Not like a fish. Like someone stepping into shallow water. Another splash. Closer. Then another. I swept the flashlight over the river. Nothing. The voice came again. "Daniel." This time it sounded impatient. I backed away without answering. The journals had another rule. If they call twice, leave. If they call 3 times, don't look in the water. My foot caught a rock. The flashlight flew from my hand. It landed facing the river. The beam illuminated dozens of tiny footprints leading out of the water. They weren't there a second earlier. Each footprint was no bigger than my palm. Wet, fresh, all leading toward me. The crying returned, except now it wasn't coming from the river. It surrounded me. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the flashlight's beam. I didn't wait for the third call. I ran. Branches slapped my face. The journals bounced against my chest. Behind me, I heard dozens of tiny feet splashing through puddles that hadn't been there before. I slammed the front door and locked it. The crying stopped immediately. I didn't sleep. At sunrise, I convinced myself I'd imagined everything. Stress, grief, too much reading. I packed my car. Before leaving, I decided to burn the journals. As I carried them outside, something caught my eye. The basket my grandmother always used for the toys sat beside the porch. It hadn't been there yesterday. Inside was a single, unfinished wooden horse. Tied around its neck was one of my grandmother's handwritten notes. It said only, "You answered." I read it 3 times before realizing something. I hadn't. I never spoke. Then I remembered. When I dropped my flashlight, when I saw the footprints, I whispered one word. Oh. I didn't think that counted. Apparently, they did. I've been back home for 4 days now. Every night around sunset, I hear children crying somewhere outside my apartment. The neighbors don't seem to notice. Yesterday, I found muddy footprints in my hallway. They're getting closer to my bedroom. I've started carving toys. I don't know why. I've never worked with wood before, but my hands seem to remember. Tonight, I finished the first horse. When I turned it over, there were words carved neatly into the bottom. Not in my handwriting. August. 1 horse. Too late. It was Wednesday that day. I know it was Wednesday because the streets were littered with cash. Hundreds, thousands of dollars sitting out in the open air. Tables lined the front of every house, full of the most extravagant food money could make. Whole tuna, tropical fruits, entire pigs roasted over open fires. We were poor, so we were exempted from doing the same. We took what our bellies could handle and went about our day, making sure to not step on the money. We could take those too, but only just enough. The thing is, we never knew what was enough and what was too much, so we never took any. It wasn't worth the gamble. It was tradition, or rather, a precaution. We never owned more than we needed. The wardens made sure of that. If you owned too much at any given time, then the wardens came to balance your books. Wednesday was when folks got paid, so they took what they needed to survive the coming weeks and threw the rest of the money out, or spent it to feed their neighbors. I remember the first time I saw the wardens, when a family was passing by our town. Their car had broken down. A father, a mother, and a son who was my age. It was Tuesday when they came into town. I could only imagine their surprise when, waking up in their hotel room on Wednesday morning, they saw the streets aglint with cold, hard cash and food. No one bothered to warn them. They wouldn't have listened. What would you have done? Seeing thousands on the street, free for the taking at the cost of the ire of some country bumpkins? You'd stuff your pockets, of course. That was what they did. Their son was the only one who had sense to not take the money. Was it naivety or instinct? The parents knew what $1 was worth. It was inner peace and easy living, littered on the pavement, calling to them. That night I heard terrible screaming. Terrible screaming. A primal, infectious fear that clung to you like thick, sticky tar. "Hear that, son?" said my father, smoking by the window. "That's what happens when you take money on Wednesdays." He wouldn't let me watch, so I snuck out when he thought I was asleep. It was over by the time I got to where I thought I heard the cries. It was in front of the hotel. Under the moonlight of a rainy night, grand feasts on silken sheets were now crowded with insects, as rain sent money into storm drains. Can you smell it? Decaying food and rain, and amongst that soft smell cuts a sanguine stench. Blood, fresh, warm, being washed away from mangled things that might have been human. There in the parking lot of the hotel was a pile of rectangular flesh, of skin and muscle and bone, sliced into sheets as thin as paper. The skin was cut so thin you could almost see through it. Little dissections of bone and teeth and intestines were like messed up confetti on the ground. I saw the thin notes of muscle on the ground and could count the individual fibers on them. I thought that if I ate it, it would melt on my tongue. I didn't know what to think. It didn't feel real to me. I wouldn't eat for weeks after, though I never told my family why. Told them I was just sick. I wondered how it happened. Was it slow? Did the wardens peel them? Did they writhe out in terrible pain, calling for the only person they loved more than life? What did their son see? Did he try to protect the parents? Did he claw desperately at those things as they ripped his world apart with inhuman hands? That was when I heard a splat. I tasted it before I saw it. Blood, iron, concrete. The sun spared the warden's wrath, jumped from the hotel roof. The next day there was nothing left of the family. Everyone was happy. They thought the deaths meant the wardens would become more lenient, allowing us to hold on to a little more wealth. But no one ever dared to test the theory. The second time I saw the wardens was when my sister got cancer. We were in a very small town. The things she needed were in the city, and that cost money. Lots of it. Lots more than we could have at a time. Our father was a diabetic. His insulin alone kept us near the limit of how much money or value we could hold at any given moment. That's why we never threw out money or had food out for our neighbors. She was the smartest one in the family. She had dreams of becoming a nurse. She had the grades for it and secured herself a scholarship at a big Ivy League school. If someone was going to make it out of our crazy town, it was her. And so, on that early Wednesday morning, I decided to make off with as much money as I could. If the other family died once the sun went down, I figured I had time. Time to pick up the money in the streets, the hundreds that lay there crumbling under the sun. Maybe I could take a bus, get her away from it all, I thought. "Where are you going?" My sister found me. The chemo made it hard for her to sleep. "Going for a run." "Yeah, right." She was holding on to her IV pole. "You caught me. Just heading out to try out the tacos Mr. Eduardo set out. Be back soon." "Hey," she yelled. "Don't do anything stupid." And so I ran to the streets clawing frantically at $100 bills on my knees. Each bill in my hand flashed images of that poor kid, that husband and wife. Would we end up like them? I pushed those thoughts away, focused on the pain on my knees as little stones and glass shards dug into my legs. I thought of my sister, who was just 16 years old, the same age as me when I saw that poor family get ripped apart, layer by layer. I got the money, ran home, and told my family what I had done. "We can pay for her chemo now," I cried out as I burst through the door. My father was screaming at me. My mother covered her mouth with her hands, sobbing quietly. My sister didn't know what to feel. I saw a flicker of hope in her eyes, yet could only hear a horrible, gut-wrenching cry from her mouth. It was like a knife being twisted in my heart. She wanted to live. I wanted her to live. I guess some part of my parents were relieved at that moment. I'd sacrificed myself for her. They knew I was dead. They were relieved of the horrible predicament of choosing whether to let my sister die or let someone else die for her. And so I set out. It was turning dark then. The sun threatened to sink down the horizon. We didn't own a car, and so we looked for anyone willing to take us out of town and into the city. No one would dare give us a ride, not the buses or our neighbors. They'd seen what I'd done, knew exactly what was in the trash bag slung over my shoulder. They wanted to live too, even if it meant letting us both die. It was almost dusk when I came up with something. If we could make it out of town on foot, reach the border, maybe we could escape. So we ran. My sister tripped and fell often. Her chemo made her joints painful, and she bled for longer. But we kept running until our lungs were on fire, and our calves felt like bags of broken glass. We were at the edge of town now, just a few kilometers away from the sign over the road that said, "Please come again." I remember the moment the sun came down entirely. We were just 2 kilometers away from the border. I was carrying my sister on one shoulder, the trash bag on the other. It was dark then, the road stretching out among tall evergreens. I was running, delirious and in pain, when we finally heard it, the footfall of what sounded like 100, no, 1,000 men, rushing after us barefoot and silent. I could hear no panting or breathing from them, no demands or threats, just feet against the road slamming like angry hands knocking on stone. I could hear bloodlust in their feet. Just remembering it now sends horrible chills up my back. My sister was screaming then so terribly. I wondered if that dead kid's parents sounded like her. Maybe if they had a daughter, she'd have screamed the way my sister did then, calling for our mother, begging me to keep going, crying that they were getting closer. I thought so many times then to just drop her on the road, get to the border on my own and tell them she was in the city getting treatment. No one would ever know. But I would. And so I ran and ran, never looking back, never putting a face to that legion. In my nightmares, I imagined them to be naked devils, chasing us on foot. Sometimes I dream that the steps are from a giant centipede, sometimes a snake, sometimes men in suits, and sometimes nothing at all. But I kept running, the fear fueling me on until I could see it, the sign. It was downhill from here, an easy run, but it was far, and they were gaining on us. I could feel warm air on the back of my neck as those things silently followed us, just a hair away from us. I felt something pull on my sister, my right ear deafened and ringing from her endless screaming. I did not relent, and kept running, until soon I felt cold, dry hands caressing my skin. I felt its long nails, or maybe it was talons or fangs, rub up against the back of my neck. It ran through my mind 100 times. It would catch me, taking me to the ground. The taste of asphalt and forest grinding against my teeth. It would rip me apart slowly and steadily and make bills out of my skin, coins from my bones, and my sister would become nothing but ribbons of flesh. Except it didn't catch me. I fell to the ground ready for the end. When I looked up and saw welcome, we had made it, just barely. I looked back and saw nothing but an empty road and giant evergreens. We sat there, the clean air whisking away the sweat. Looking at my sister, she had a rectangular patch taken from her cheek. We survived. The bag of money was still intact. $200,000 in $100 bills. We kept walking until we found a gas station. We called a taxi and went straight to the hospital. My sister survived the chemo and went to college. I never returned home. I still send letters back home, though. I never get anything back.